Good morning, Magic players. Welcome to the NRG Championship Series, the Champs Tournament. This is it. This is the culmination of everything of the year. I am Niall Joan Rivers, joined in the booth today by Drake Sasser. How you doing?
I am awesome. Once again, this is something you touch on over and over again. This is the culmination of everything. This is these players' years. I mean, this is really what they've been working towards. And, $35,000 on the line for these 24 players, a very high value tournament. There's a lot at stake. And so as a result, these players, I'm sure they're charged up too. This is some of the best Magic you'll see. Some of the best Magic I've ever seen across my entire life, much less on the NRG Series or anything like that. So really excited. This is going to be awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, doing well in any NRG event is very impressive. I mean, these are not easy or free events, but qualifying for champs is really, these are the best of the best. We're going to get to see some incredible Magic today. I cannot wait to get into it. Let's talk for a minute about what the structure of this tournament looks like and what we're going to be seeing all weekend long. So the cool thing about Champs is we're not just playing one format, right? Like, these people have to kind of be masters of a lot of formats. Talk to us about that a little bit, Drake.
Yeah, so once again, it's a triple format event. These events are pretty rare. You really only see them in these very small player pool style events, and they're very difficult to test for. So this particular event, we're looking at Standard, Modern, and Pioneer as your three formats, and you have to be prepared for all three of those formats. Some of these formats, I think there's some questions on the line about what's going to be legal next week, and I think that NRG did a great job lining this tournament up before that, because once again, the testing of this tournament, just to start there, very difficult. But the structure is also weird as well, compared to a normal Swiss. When you have this few players, you really want the games to be skill testing. You want there to be a lot on the line for every match you play, and NRG's done a great job through the years of doing that. So we don't have any fancy graphics this time because, for the most part, I think that kind of confuses people. It comes down to this. You get 8 wins, you're in the top 8. You get 6 losses, you are out of the tournament in this stage 1. So we're going to play 12 rounds of Magic. There's going to be a total of, if you play all 12, there will be 4 rounds of each format. So there will be 4 Standard, 4 Modern, 4 Pioneer, 12 rounds of Magic. Again, 8 wins, you're in top 8. 6 losses, you're out. That's it. Plain and simple. Outside of that, there's some fanciness with the pairings, and of course there is the very powerful MVP perk there, where Garrick Alford, our MVP, who I think we're going to get to watch a little bit of, not to jump ahead too much, we're going to get to watch a little bit of here in round 1, got to choose a player to dodge here in the first 8 rounds of stage 1. We're only playing 8 today, and he chose Jung. So a little bit weird, but like I said, for the most part, if you just remember 8 wins, you're in, and 6 losses, you're out. I think this format, this structure is going to be pretty simple to parse through, at least through stage 1 here.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very unique structure, as you touched on a little bit there, with all of these different rounds of different formats. But yeah, 8 wins to guarantee yourself into the next part, which let's talk about the prizes of this tournament, because there's some pretty sweet prizes on the line. These players have a lot to play for as we're looking at this slide here. First place, $10,000 and a Pro Tour invite. That is, for a lot of these players, a dream or something they're trying to get back to. And then second, we've got $5,000, top 4, $2,500 each, $1,000 for top 8. And then 9th through 24th, you're still cashing and getting paid per win.
Yeah, which is really nice. Again, it's important to make every single round matter. So even if you're getting beat up a bunch, you have 5 losses. I don't even know. You're still playing for something. You're still you can win it all. And if you are still playing in the tournament, you can still win the tournament. And I think that's very important to have for these structures. But also, every single match just has a 50 on the line. So your stage 1s, that's really cool. You got those 12 rounds of Magic we just talked about. Again, there is still a top 8. We're going to talk about the top 8 structure when we get to. But here's the breakdown. That $35,000 we're talking about, and of course, not listed on this slide. the winner gets an invite to the 2025 championship as well. So a pair of invites, $10,000, and then of course the prize breakdown from there. So again, when you're playing this tournament, every match is worth money. Every match, is worth something, and you can still win the tournament at every point. And I think that's really awesome when you talk about the structure of this tournament. So with all of that out the way, and of course we'll be touching on that over and over again throughout the day. That way, new players that come in or new viewers that come in, they can kind of see what's going on and understand what's going on. But we're going to be starting here in stage 1 with 3 rounds of Modern. So this is kind of distributed with 3 rounds of Modern, 3 rounds of Pioneer, 2 rounds of Standard today in that order. So we're starting with Modern. And of course, all these players, it's open deck lists, and they're going to have each other's deck lists. And of course, we have their deck lists, but we also have a little bit of data on what the breakdown looks like. So as we're about to dive into our first round of Modern in stage 1 of this championship, let's go ahead and take a look really quickly at the Modern metagame breakdown so we can kind of see what these players brought. And they're at the top. I'm a little surprised. Yeah, I don't know. Again, the testing, when you talk about these very small player pools, there's a lot of surprises that can come about when players are preparing for each other, and especially what they know other players like to play. And with a control-heavy metagame like the NRG series has always had, and I think we're going to get a taste of that. Starting off with mono green brood scale with 7 copies, I have to imagine all the players, it's almost a third of the field. You have to feel comfortable with your control matchup with this deck. Otherwise, it's a skeptical choice for me, but it's a little bit surprising to me.
Yeah, I mean, this is a deck that we've really seen pop up a lot, kind of in answer to the very powerful energy decks that have sort of dominated the format for a bit. And for a while, it's just kind of felt like if you aren't playing energy, you better be able to kill them in 1 turn. So we've seen, these combo decks like Brood Scale, and then a few places down, we also have things like Mono Blue Belcher. But yeah, I mean, how you handle the control matchup looks like it's going to end up being very important for these players.
Well, and as such, I mean, kind of touching on that, there is less control, I think, than we've seen in championships past, right? You see 4 copies there tied for second place in representation with the energy decks you were just mentioning as well. So a little bit of fair magic to be seen. You got 4 energy decks, 4 control decks. I think I would qualify those both as fair decks comparatively to what's going on in the rest of the format. And then, less Belcher than I expected to see, especially, players like Grayson Nemitz, who we saw win with it, only 3 copies, and then Mono Red Storm 2, and then, a couple one-ups beyond that. But really, like I said, the breakout deck, I guess, as far as these champs go, is really this Brood Scale deck. It's a known quantity, but these players have to really like that. I mean, really, I think Ellenbogen is one of the only players I really saw champion on the series prior to this event. So either he's very convincing and convinced a lot of people, or, they didn't need convincing. And there's some stuff these players know that, we don't. And I'm very excited to see some of that as the day starts to progress. But as I just mentioned, 4 copies of control still present, and most importantly, both of our MVPs, I believe, choosing to register Old Faithful, the Azorius control archetype. So last year's MVP, who of course gets to return, as he was also the champion, Stephen Dykeman, winning both MVP and champion in the championship itself. Very impressive. He's back, and he's playing control in Modern. And then Garrick Alford, who of course gets to dodge Theo Jung thanks to his MVP perk through these first 8 rounds, playing control here in Modern as well. So those are going to be, both those players not playing each other, but there are 2 players that we're looking to feature here to kick things off, and they're going to be match A and match B as we do get ready to go down to those matches. These players getting ready to play some Magic and kind of a gauntlet when we're talking about a day of Magic. 8 rounds is a lot, but not the most people know to play. You're used to like 9 or more rounds, but when you're playing this caliber of Magic, and when you're playing against the best of the best, it is more exhausting. This is something that I actually can speak to a little bit from experience playing against the SCG PC in 2019. That was 8 rounds day 1, and afterwards I felt like I had just played 15 rounds. It is such a different environment when every round you're playing a juggernaut. Very, very different.
Yeah, well, and not only that, but like normally, even if you go to a high stakes tournament, let's say you've qualified for the RC or something, you spend a lot of time prepping for the RC to play one deck all day long, right. And you've really studied the matchups for one deck all day long. You've got to do, Modern for these first few rounds, and then you have to like completely shift gears to another format, and then you have to shift gears again to another format. Like that's very mentally taxing, and only the best of the best could really hang in a tournament structure like that. Now,
Yeah.
on the metagame breakdown, I will say one thing that I found very unsurprising: the number of copies of Merfolk. As a Merfolk enjoyer myself, I expected exactly one deck, and I don't think anyone will be surprised where it comes.
I don't know how the Merfolk versus Brood Scale matchup is. Typically they're pretty good at hating on lands, and the Brood Scale deck does not care too much about its lands, so that leaves me a little pessimistic. But as far as you talk about trying to win in one big turn, I guess Merfolk can get the job done with a bunch of lords, the same as a Blade of the Blood Chief with the Brood Scale is. But again, having Nikachu in this event, I think, is a really unique opportunity. We saw a little bit leading up to the championship series. People were posting tier lists on Twitter and stuff with all these kind of different metrics about how they were grading the players, and no matter what the metric actually was, it was just playing Merfolk as Nikachu, and I think that speaks to a little bit of people sleeping on him. I mean, this is someone that has won an event, was making deep runs at every tournament throughout the series, and I think had a great year, actually, on the NRG Series. And despite playing Merfolk, people like to dunk on it a lot. I think it got a lot of tools. And so, as far as, obviously he's played Merfolk, that's the joke, that's what we're doing. But, once again, he's got a bunch of new tools across the new sets. You're talking about Unable to Scream, new card pickup. Sink into Stupor was a huge pickup for the deck. And, Tishana's Tidebinder, a little bit older, but a massive pickup for the deck as well. It's been getting love. WotC loves their little fish people, and so does Nikachu. So we'll see. I think he's a sleeper in this tournament. Yeah, well,
again, very unsurprising to see the deck registered. I really love anytime anyone is that committed, to this is the deck I play in this format. I think most of the decks that have this sort of like cult following around them, like Merfolk, Amulet Titan, Yawgmoth, I think they're all like very complex decks that really reward deck mastery. So I think there's always something to be said of like, you're going up against an Amulet Titan player versus you're going up against Dominic Harvey, there's a huge difference. There is a world of difference when it is someone who has truly like studied and mastered one of these sorts of decks.
Well, we're getting word here that I guess players are still getting seeded. We're still kind of getting things situated there. I do want to talk a little bit, kind of keying off that really quick. I think there's also something to be said, and I'm going to go on a little bit, I guess, on a diatribe. That's the word for it. About kind of preparing for this event. So. We just talked about having that deck mastery, having that experience. I think there's something to be said as well for these kinds of tournaments, being able to leverage that so that you don't have to do as much testing for some formats. When I was doing some testing for a very similar event, the PC, there was a lot more focus on standard. That was just the format we played the least on the SCG Tour back in the day, and we spent a good month of testing we had in order for the event. We spent most of our time on standard, and then kind of let the other two formats tried to rest on our laurels there. And I obviously didn't do a good job of that. Oko is legal in those other two formats. I played 0 Okos. Whatever. Whatever happened. But maybe there's something to be said for overcompensating. But for these deck masters, when they're going in and you're able to say, day one of preparation for these events, okay, I'm going to play Merfolk or I'm going to play Amulet. That's a format you just have a checkbox by, right? Like, you're good. I'm going to play this. I can focus on other formats. And it takes a long time to prepare for 3 different formats. Very different contexts, a lot more research, a lot more total games needs to go into what you're doing. And that's doesn't even start to account for, okay, who's going to try to next level, who's going to try to metagame target for what they think is going to be here and what have you. So preparing for these events is very difficult, and that's why, like I said, I really like getting this event in before the ban list update, where I think everybody's expecting some changes. Who knows exactly what it's going to look like. But also, I think it does give some organic points to these players that are deck masters and can just choose a format that they don't play a lot of and spend way more time focusing on that because they already know. They have it already checked out what they're going to be playing these other formats.
Yeah, absolutely. There is a ton of value to just having that locked in, having it ready to go, and, not having to spend any of that energy sort of trying to solve a metagame for something that for you've already solved it for yourself. You are the Merfolk player. All right, modern situated. I'm going to play Merfolk however that ends up. Let's figure out what we're playing for Pioneer. and Standard. It sounds like we're still having some issues. We'll get down to the players in just a few minutes.
Yeah, we'll be ready to go in just a few minutes. I mean, there's plenty to talk about, all these players and, the years that they have had. And once again, it is a culmination of the hard work for all these players. And also, we've really started to see some team dynamics pop up as well. Flex Slot and all the other people. I think Flex Slot's probably the most successful of the bunch, so one we're probably going to highlight quite a bit. But when we're talking about kind of keying off of the experience that these individual masters have. Nikachu, of course, we used Merfolk as kind of the prime example that you can point to. You also have players that have been involved in the NRG series. I highlighted, the control has always been big in the NRG series across every format. People love their blue and white decks. All of our most talented players. RIW Hobbies, there's another great team, loves their control decks. And I think there's some amount of deck mastery that comes in there as well. These are players that, even though it has changed looks, the archetype has changed, and individual card slots have changed quite a bit as well. I know with Dykeman specifically, a player that we're going to be seeing a little bit of here in round one, he's playing like Cosmic Rebirth, and that's not that common in control. It's starting to become more common, but what I'm getting at here is the decks have changed a lot, but still, these are archetype masters that I think don't really get registered as much, because in a lot of other formats, they do just play the best deck. You're talking about whatever, Standard, they're just going to play whatever the best deck is. Sometimes they play whatever the best deck is, the most broken deck is in Modern, but really, when kind of things are in a lull and people are trying to figure formats out, these players always revert back to these kinds of control decks. They have these things they prefer. And I think every player has that in Magic, and that helps your preparation as well. And I think that there's something to be said where we're going to see more of that. But in Modern, with this Brood Scale deck, you can't call anybody a Brood Scale master, right? Like, what is this, a creature or artifact combo? It's kind of weird. I do wonder, with so many people pivoting into this deck, how is that going to affect their ability to not just be prepared for what everyone else is bringing to the table, but also be ready for the play pattern. So these are experts that you're up against on their archetypes. You really have to believe that your deck is that much more powerful. It's worth pivoting. We'll see. I'm excited to get into the Modern action with the Brood Scale plays.
The control decks are a really interesting one to touch on, because, I feel like the control decks, more than really any other deck, maybe not only reward deck mastery, but really reward format mastery and knowledge. You have to know the exact right things to care about turn over turn, match over match, game over game, what matters, what you need to counter, what you can deal with in other ways. And I think that really speaks to the skill of the players in this competition who have made it this far. That, so many of them do tend to favor these decks that really reward you from knowing so much about a format.
Yeah, in Modern, I think Modern, that's even more true of. And, when we're talking about, my time has long since come and gone of battling in the trenches. But when throughout Modern's lifetime, it's often been heralded as such a great format because of its deck diversity. I don't think that's as true today, but, through whatever the last 10 years of Modern's existence, it has typically been a very deck diverse format. You have a lot of different options represented by different archetypes. And a lot of times people criticize these decks as being a little linear. And as a result, sideboards get very taxed. It's like, okay, I don't have enough cards to prepare for everything that could show up. These creature aggro decks, these combo decks, these control decks, the energy decks. There's not that much overlap between what's good against these decks and what's good against, the rest of the field. And so your sideboard ends up very taxed. And I think when you talk about these, smaller events, that there's even more pressure, because a big juke, you could find yourself underprepared, even if you have cards for a matchup. Like, say you had 3 cards in your sideboard for the Brood Scale matchup. Well, now there's 7 at the event. Well, if you knew that, you'd probably devote 5-6 cards of your sideboard of your Modern deck to this matchup, because you're just so likely to play against it more than once, and that's going to give you a lot of organic value in your sideboard. I think that you're going to struggle a little bit with that if you were not prepared, and that really speaks to the Modern kind of mastery as well, as your ability to sideboard and to prepare your sideboards. A lot of times people want to see big deck pivots. They want to see, they came in with a Reanimator or whatever, as we, I think, are now ready to go. So I'll finish this up really quickly. You prepare for, they want to see big surprise decks come out of nowhere. But really where I think you actually get a lot of your value is in the sideboard. So I'm excited to see kind of any kind of spicy sideboard tech these players did bring, as we, I think, are ready to go. So let's go ahead and dive on down to the match. Talked a lot about control in the show leading up to, and the reason for that is we're going to see a little bit here on both sides of the table here in round number one. Justin Brickman, of course, versus our MVP, Garrick Alford, looking very sharp in those championship jackets for 2024. Love to see it, as these players, like I said, are getting ready to go, but Brickman currently an empty chair, so I'm a little skeptical about his ability to battle at the moment.
Yes, would be quite impressive to be able to pull this one off as an empty chair, but
yeah, all jokes aside, again, Brickman going to be present, I guess, shortly. I don't know what that's about. But Brickman qualified alongside his team in the May Trios Showdown. And of course, Garrick Alford was one of the season 1 point leaders and chose to keep battling it out through the rest of the season, became the MVP. So his hard work throughout the rest of the season, despite already being qualified, paid off. And so he is the MVP, gets the extra perk, gets all the extra goodies that come with that. I believe free entry to all the energies next year, which if he has a year like this year, I mean, he's going to be getting use out of that. And yeah, like I said, Brickman got it done in one go as well. A little one tournament, one takedown. And ended up a little lower on the leaderboard. Number 37 is how he finished. So not quite as good as number 1, as Garrick awaiting his opponent. Both players. I love it. These players all know each other. The expression there. He says, come on, come get a taste. There you go. Windswept teeth go. He's had that play ready to go for a long time. I love this so much. These players
locked and loaded. We're getting right into it. Players taking their first turns. We're going to have a little surveil land here for Brickman. Now, Drake, talk to us a little bit about the Azorius control mirror. What are these players wanting to do? How does their game plan change at all, knowing that they're up against the mirror?
So, yeah, I think when you talk about a traditional control mirror fundamentals, you know, the kind of basics are, you know, obviously you don't want to blink first. You don't want to be the first one to try to resolve a big main phase spell, which there are a lot of in this deck, a lot of important ones in the form of Teferi Time Raveler and the One Ring. These are cards that are very powerful, but can be difficult to resolve because, again, you don't want to blink first. And so the key is hitting your land drops in the early turn. So you're going to see a lot of these surveil lands be prevalent. You're going to see a lot of players holding up mana and really cashing in any cantrips, any kind of draw spells that they can to hit their land drops. But you know, if somebody starts missing land drops, great. You can start to set yourself up to stick one of these very powerful threats and have backup, as you see these players taking very quick turns. And that is another aspect. Typically, time starts to come into play because these matchups can go very long. These players taking a long time to make their first decision, as not a lot is going through. But the surveillance, like I said, big upgrades as far as making more control mirrors actual games, you know, because they let both players hit land drops more often. So that's going to be the first part of the turn. And then, of course, once some player blinks first, somebody who runs out of lands or whatever has enough spells, they think they can stick something, they're going to resolve something, and then it's going to start to be the slugfest. You're going to kind of get into stage 2 of the control mirror, where players just start trying to resolve the best haymakers they can in order to really propel themselves ahead with all of the resources they have accumulated throughout these early developmental turns.
Yeah, and as we are, you know, as you said, very quickly going through these turns here, you know, both these players, I mean, here we have turn 5. Looks like
Orange Chant?
I think that is
okay.
Orange Chant.
Got 4
and
copies
of that. To follow it up.
Both decks. Yeah, there you go. So there's the protection, right? You know, it's way cheaper than it used to be back in the day. You used to have to get to 7 lands. Here we're at 5, able to Orb Chant and then resolve Teferi. So now none of Justin Brickman's counter spells work. So he's going to need to answer this Teferi if he can. I think I saw Prismatic Ending among the mix. So that's going to be important. You can't let this stick around or your cards don't work.
Yeah, we will see how Brickman chooses to deal with this. Yeah, it looks like it is going to be the Prismatic Ending here. And that is going to resolve.
Again, needs to happen. Doesn't feel good because Garrett already drew a card off that. It's still a 2-for-1. But, you know, at the end of the day, it's so powerful. Teferi Time Raveler in this matchup so powerful. You can't just let it stick. But Garrick also had to spend an Orange Chant to make it happen. So we are card neutral across the whole thing. So not a huge blowout for Brickman. But, I mean, Garrick still getting through his deck, still drawing cards, still playing lands, and has counter spells in hand. So he's very well postured in this matchup. Justin, it's not too bad either. Was able to get rid of the Teferi.
Yeah, definitely, good that Justin was able to respond to it immediately. But also does sort of start to uh, kind of set the cadence of the match a little bit, with Garrick being the first one to really get to resolve something and Justin having to respond to it. As we're going to see a Solitude get surveilled away there off the top. What,
Yeah,
if
I think that's
anything, do
actually
you
a bit
think that tells Garrick?
Yeah, I think that's pretty meaningful. The card, again, pretty good. It's something that you can just like stick, start attacking, and that makes Teferi's a little bit more questionable to try to stick because obviously you either have to bounce it going back to the hand, or you have to try to whatever, answer instead. And here you actually see Garrick playing one. So when you see a Solitude surveilled to the yard, that to me signals that Justin's close to running out of lands. So if you're Garrick, I mean, you have to be excited to see that because it's like, okay, even though Solitude's not the best card, it's one you would probably keep if you have a bunch of lands for this reason here, right? You could just like slap it down, here's start attacking, and it's going to still be a 1-for-1. You have to answer it at some point. It's not actually that bad having Flash very strong. So I think it is a big signal to Garrick that Justin's starting to run out of lands as here comes the beatdowns.
Yeah, and really feeling like Garrick has taken a pretty dominating posture in this game here, as we're going to see a Narset come down.
Yeah, Narset follow-up certainly speaks to a dominating posture. That one just happens. So, you have to feel like if you're Garrick, didn't care too much about this. We didn't lead on any Orm's chant. I mean, we have counterspell matching backup if we want it, but I can't imagine you want to tap yourself all the way out. Justin doesn't even fire anything off. And I think if you're Garrick, you have to love to see that because you now believe that he's low on lands. And if he's not willing to spin a counterspell to take this thing off the table, then he can't be flooded on counterspells either. What does that leave his hand? Not a lot of good cards in the matchup.
Yeah, very, very interesting here. So it looks like we're going to just fetch.
Oof.
Oh,
all right.
Knock the Narset off the table.
I don't know what happened. I think we flipped that other Narset. Yeah, I don't know if we knocked off the table with it. I believe it is now correctly in hand. So yeah, Narset 1 finds Narset 2. So we got the chain going. We're going infinite. And just
I don't know about infinite. I don't know how many copies of Narset one is allowed to have.
Well, Pierce, the player has believed the answer to be 3. 4 not allowed, only 3 copies in both of these decks. And notably, I think are both of these decks card for card the same? Let me see if I'm going to do a little quick analysis here. They might be playing the exact same deck list, which to me, I mean, obviously Brickman got a flex slot shirt on, would signal these players playing the exact same. Okay, all right, I have the difference.
Brickman left a One Ring on top of the deck.
Fetch lands. One Ring on top to me feels okay. Yeah, we just searched it away. Right, here we go.
Yeah, so we're gonna go basic island cycling. Looks like we're gonna try to cast this One Ring.
I mean, yeah, you have to know it's not going to happen, right? Because Garrick was willing to just kind of throw a Narset out there with plenty of mana left over. That signals a counter spell. So I guess now at this stage, Justin just saying, okay, I'm behind. These Narsets are trying to pull ahead. He's set to just draw cards turn over turn. I can't wait any longer. And it's actually a signal of weakness. You're saying, okay, I have to just start to try to work through the counter spells and hope he runs out and I get to stick something that matters because you're pretty confident that's going to get countered by the posturing.
Yeah, and I mean, do you think for Garrick right now, he's really like, smelling the blood in the water, ready to really start trying to close this game out? Like he's got to feel in a pretty dominating spot. We're seeing another Teferi hit the board.
Yeah, with Teferi joining, I think that really is the nail in the coffin. I think there was a little bit of desperation to like really punch the hole that you had made, and I think snapping off the counterspell from that Narset activation is a signal of that. Okay, he's kind of on the ropes a little bit, but I need to make sure I have the counter magic cover to make sure he doesn't get to stick something as he's trying to slam it turn over turn in this spot of desperation. With Teferi and that counterspell found, I think that's close to the door on everything. We're still attacking. We have both powerful planeswalkers, and even this Narset, you almost could just let it happen. Yeah, I love this.
Yeah, as we see, there was a Solitude drawn for the turn here.
You were so far ahead, the 2 cards from Narset just don't matter, and a good section of the cards you can find just don't even work either. Like if you can't find any counter magic, it doesn't work. And you have this Solitude that can clear the Narset if he does try to find a card for it. And this Narset really just kind of 3-mana cycling for Garrick at best. It might brick, it might even just miss on a card. So love really just the patience here from Garrick. Again, control masters abound. And yeah, like I said, both these players playing the exact same deck. They are playing the only difference is in their fetch land choice. One's on Deltas, one's on Misties. So they are on the exact same deck. Have to imagine they work together on this, being on the same team. And they both know what's going on here. Here's a Cosmic Rebirth. Oh, going for Manamo. Okay. Got an extra land for the trouble, and Teferi's going to come in. Yeah, that's going to bounce the Solitude. Kind of surprised we let this one in.
Sure, yeah. I mean, Justin, is able to get a couple Planeswalkers resolved. Looks like the Teferi is going to get dealt with swiftly here.
You have to get rid of it as soon as you can, really. You can't let them untap, maybe stick a One Ring. Things can really start to snowball with Teferi cover. So we do have to use the Prismatic Ending. And like I said, I'm just a little surprised to see that, because now we can't clear the Narset with the Solitude, which maybe is just fine. I mean, obviously Garrick's still very ahead, but kind of wonder if that signals Garrick really only has that one counter spell that we saw off Narset as his leftovers, and is really just trying to save that as the ace in the hole and try to line his other cards up that aren't necessarily as good as best as possible here.
Yeah, it looks like a few good choices here for Brickman. See the Cosmic Rebirth. There's also an Arms Chant, I believe, in that pile of cards.
Okay. So we may have found a hole. Yeah, these are good options.
And we know he's got 2 Solitudes in hand.
That can be good for clearing the Planeswalkers. And that's also, that's kind of weird too, because you really kind of want to Solitude Garrick's Solitude, but now the Solitude doesn't really even need to come down for Garrick. He can kind of sit on it because the Narset is mostly textless at this point, although we are going to get rid of it here in response to the Arms Chant. Maybe to cover yourself against any kind of Days Undoing shenanigans. Both decks do have a single copy, and that would be a great way for Justin Brickman to immediately flip the script. So we do need to respond there with the Prismatic Ending. Otherwise, you're opening yourself up to getting got by that, which actually kind of stings. These are some bad exchanges for Garrick, because here comes the One Ring. Oof.
Yeah, Justin is able to resolve a One Ring. Huge. I mean, such an important card just in Modern in general. We're going to go ahead and get that trigger. We're going to draw a card immediately.
Well, we actually have to do it on Garrick's turn around Narset. Otherwise we don't get the card. So we do have to wait till the other turn. And that is going to limit. You get a look here at the card that is questionable how much longer it will be legal for. You have to wonder. A lot of people are talking about it. I think there was a moment in time in which it wasn't that highly played, but it was limiting a lot of what other decks could even do to respond to the metagame. A lot of conversation about this card, whether or not they can ban it based on the optics and things of that nature. I don't know. A very hot topic is how much longer will this card be legal. And based on all the decks that we've seen here already in the metagame breakdown, there's going to be a lot of them throughout our Modern section of this NRG championship.
Yeah, I mean, this could very well be the last major tournament of the One Ring in Modern.
Can't think of a better send-off than the NRG championships. And all these control players, they're going to be fine. There's plenty of cards to draw cards. Obviously, the One Ring is a very powerful part of these decks, but of the decks I think that get hurt the most by the One Ring ban, these two, not really among them, in my opinion. Here's another Prismatic Ending, a big feature for getting rid of these, and Garrick can't let it happen.
Yeah. Very tough, as we are going to cast out this Solitude.
Yeah. Got a main phase it thanks to Teferi. And, can start to threaten to beat, but, Garrick still has a lot of options. 2 Planeswalkers to help deal with it. All the mana untapped. A lot of exchanges here. Justin's done a great job fighting through what I think was a very bad spot for him. I think we were kind of getting to the point where Garrick was only a card or 2 away from really slamming the door in the game. And really, Justin's really been able to battle back in. Again, knowing when to pivot and to start just casting your stuff. It's probably going to get countered. But as you can see, eventually, things start to work.
Yeah, it looks like Garrick, looking through these Narset cards. Is that another Arms Chant?
I believe so. Each deck on 4 copies, so have to like them, I guess, in some capacity here. This mirror, reaching for them over things like the One Ring.
And Justin just going to scoop it up at that.
Well, there you have it. That's game number 1. And again, an early lead there from Garrick, and somebody, he's our MVP. He's obviously, a Masters, had a great year, and there in game number 1 in the mirror match, looked very comfortable through the whole thing, and looked to be really in a dominating position from, kind of the initial Teferi exchange on. I mean, that was a game that was about Garrick, and he knew his plan and really executed very nicely throughout all of game 1.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, huge congrats to Garrick taking down the first game there. Really, I feel like both players looked very comfortable. Even Justin, who, did seem to be in the worst position throughout most, if not all, of that game, seemed to really he just looked comfy in it, Like, clearly
Yeah.
these are two control players who really know the matchup, and, he knows, like, oh yeah, it's bad now, but I have these outs. And like the second he knows he's done for, it's over. It's like watching two chess masters play.
Yeah, that was good. I was gonna bring that up. It's just like two people that watching are going to play to the best of their ability. There's no mistakes. This is much closer to like true deck kind of matchup favorability versus not, which in this exact 75 card mirror is going to just be 50%. You either win or you don't, but what is neither player is going to make a mistake. And I don't know if we have deck lists here, but I do have deck lists in front of me. And again, both players are on the same deck. So this is actually going to be pretty easy to talk about here as you can get a look at the sideboards. 4 copies of Consigned to Memory. We got 3 Mystical Disputes, 2 Dovin's Veto, 2 Isochron Scepter, another Day's Undoing, the 4th Narset Parter of Veils, and the 4th Wrath of the Skies to go with the Kahira Companion. Both decks are on. A lot of stuff to like here.
Yeah, I mean, this just looks like such a clean and consistent deck,
Yeah.
It's always so nice when it's just like, all right, here's 4 copies of 8 cards that I love. You know what I mean? Like
the best blue and white cards in the format. So I guess the question is here, obviously the disputes, the vetoes, I think are easy ends. The question is how much more of like the Days Undoing stuff do you want? It's a great way to slam the door in the game. You do want the Narsets kind of anyway. Are those cards just free? Do you have enough white cards that are outs? I mean, the Orange Chance actually looked good. That would be a card that, sometimes I feel like would be good, sometimes it'd be bad. They actually looked very, very important in the matchup through all of game 1. But there's some of the cards like the Wrath effects I think are quite bad. The Wrath of the Skies, the Supreme Verdicts, I don't think you're really going to want those. So you already got a lot of ends with the counter spells. The question for me, for both of these players, again, the exact same 75 mirror, is so both these players, I think, are going to sideboard, especially given that they work together. I think they're going to sideboard the same way. So we can kind of just talk about it at large here. I think they're going to want the disputes. They're going to want the vetoes. The question is, do you want any of the like Days Undoing stuff? And maybe the Scepter stuff? I can't imagine that's good, but it does just kind of lock stuff out. If Orange Chance good, Orange Chance return has to be good, but I'm a little more skeptical.
Sure. Now, as someone who's really like been on this grind before, do you think there is any like level 2 or 3 thinking when you are playing like a teammate, someone you work with, where you're like, well, we do have the exact same sideboard strategy. So, maybe because I know what you're doing, I am going to go in on the Days Undoing stuff, or I'm not going to do it because you think I'm going to do, like.
Ooh, the pivot away. Yeah, so that does come up. I have seen that. There's been drama about that, about even like Pro Tour teams and stuff like that. Through the years, there has been, we're supposed to do things this way, or we're playing the deck this way, but because the best players in the room are on this thing or doing things this way, you pivot away from it. And there's been a little bit of hotly contested drama about that. Not on the NRG series as much. And in this spot, I don't even know how much leverage you would get. Like, you would have to be something like, you take out all the prismatic endings, Wrath of the Skies, and like Teferis or whatever. So now there's no answers to Isochron Scepter. So I should bring that in. Like, that would be the kind of pivot that I would expect, is like, knowing how they're going to sideboard means that you bring in a card that you wouldn't normally. I don't think there's really something that drastic going on here in this matchup. I mostly think that they're going to sideboard the same way, nice and just boring, consistent magic. It's just nothing. Don't get fancy. And whatever. It is what it is. I like that your analogy of chess masters is really what it feels like between these two decks. It is really just, okay, this is a gauntlet. Today is a gauntlet. You're playing against the best of the best. These are two players, especially round 1. They're just not going to make mistakes in these decks that they're experts with. How many times can you context switch and that still be true? How many good players can you play against in tight spots and still make decisions correctly? Round 6, round 7, round 8. That's really what you're going to see kind of this top 8 be full of, is players that can do that and do that well. And here in round 1, these players, obviously look very, very comfortable in their seats. And I think that for the most part, like I said, I think they're going to sideboard the same, whatever their strategy that they came up with. I think they're going to follow that. And it's going to feature a lot of counter magic. It's going to feature some good Magic fundamentals. And I mean, it's just great Magic. It really is more of the chess, less of the poker that, Magic gets compared to.
Yeah, so we are going to get right down into our game 2 here. We're going to have Justin Brickman on the play for this one. As we're drawing up our hand, see a Narset, see a Forced Negation.
Pile of lands?
Big pile of lands.
Yeah, don't hate that at all.
Yeah, it's kind of the dream for these players, right? Narset counterspell of some variety, big pile of lands.
Sign me up. Reminds me of I played a lot of Standard in the Sphinx's Revelation days back in that Theros RTR, and there'd be times. I mean, and now you have Surveil lands, but there'd be times back in the day when we had to play with the Temple of Enlightenment, the Scry lands. You'd crack a hand with just 7 lands, like a couple temples, beautiful, snap. The absolute god hand, 7 lands. Sign me up. Love it. Can't get enough of this style of Magic. Something that me and both of these players, I think, have in common as we are in the play lands and pass portion of this game. Again, a big feature of the control mirror. Well, maybe there's something to be spoken about here where there's only 1 land up for Garrick. And maybe you try to jam a Planeswalker. You're jamming it into Mystical Dispute that you know about, but you could.
Yeah, which looks like we are going to do is chooses to play the island over the Surveillant in hand, and we are going to get hit by the Mystical Dispute.
We have the Mystical Dispute. Yeah, this is the risk. It's like, do you have one of the 3 Mystical Disputes? If not, this works. But I mean, I can't imagine you're going to play like that if you don't have it. But also, it's just not that bad for Justin. As long as you know Teferi follow up or whatever. She had force cover anyway. We had it all.
We are gonna go ahead and surveil away top of our deck there. It looks like a force in Garrick's hand as well.
Interesting too. The surveillance I like a lot more than the Scrylands in these high-powered formats because it does give a lot more information about what's going on the other side of the table. So as soon as you see a land thrown to the graveyard, especially a land like Manamba, which has real utility if we can ever stick a One Ring, that really signals to me, oh, your hand does not have a lot of spell cards in it. It has a lot of the land type cards in it. So that means maybe there's a little less cover than I think hiding in that hand over there.
Right. And, very interesting how game 1 we were talking about Justin binning this Solitude off the top and how, for Garrick that maybe means, oh, you need lands. You're a little bit desperate for lands here. And now we're seeing almost the opposite thing take place.
Exactly the opposite. Yeah.
Kind of like you said, it's just so much information for the players here. Creates as we're gonna see Orim's chant for Garrick hitting the yard, and we see 1 in hand. So actually, is that 2 in hand?
I didn't get a great look, but 2 in hand would be tough. I mean, that's the risk of this card. I kind of wonder if you're supposed to, trim. I don't know. The card looked great, obviously, for Garrick in game 1. I mean, we got a concession on the second copy, so maybe I'm just talking nonsense. But to me, intuitively, it seems like a card you really wouldn't want to draw really more than 2 of in this matchup ever. And you say, okay, well, as a 4 of, that shouldn't be that likely. But you draw so many more cards in this matchup than you do in the average game because the games go so many more turns. So you naturally just draw more cards than you do in the average match where it only goes maybe to turn 5 or whatever. And that means you're much more likely to draw more than 1 copy. So maybe you're supposed to trim 1. I don't know. Maybe, again, could be talking nonsense, but Garrick's bidding 1. I guess maybe he lined it all up. No land for Garrick.
Oh, huge. Now, this might be controversial, Drake, but
hit me.
I would play the 1 white mana your opponent concedes the game card. That seems very powerful to me. As we are seeing Justin try to resolve the One Ring here.
The One Ring, indeed.
The One Ring.
Hate that.
I believe it's correct.
I believe you are correct. And here comes Hardcast Fortification. So,
Hardcast Force.
I mean,
that's going to resolve.
means you have to, I don't know, it signals quite a bit to me. If we're just hard casting that, not really the card you reach for as your first counter spell. So to me, if you're Justin, you see this force negation going after the One Ring, you kind of have to think that his counter spell situation might be a little awkward. And it definitely is, as you have 2 copies of 1 mana, one white mana opponent concedes the game that Garrick has not cast for a very confusing reason, in my opinion. And of course, the Force Negation, which I believe he has a second copy of as well in the mix. So very awkward spell mixture for Garrick indeed.
Yeah, it kind of feels like both players not finding exactly what they want. Although I see another the One Ring in
indeed another the One Ring
to resolve it, and he's got the mana to back it up if Garrick goes for a counter spell here, which he is going to do. And then we're going to see the Mystical Dispute come down for the counter spell.
Big fight. And to me, this at the point at which Justin's winning a fight over this, if you're Garrick, you have to think, okay, this is the one Justin wants to stick. The first one was just starting to work through my counter spells and, really start to kind of get through my spells. As once again, Justin did get the signal that the spells were awkward. And here is an Orm's Chant.
Orm's Chant coming down. Oh, this is very interesting. We know Garrick has a Mystical Dispute in the hand. So kind of putting Justin in a position where you just can't really do anything. Yeah, that is going to resolve, and then the Mystical Dispute going to come down on the Mystical Dispute. Garrick going to win the stack war there.
Very interesting sequencing too, the way that all played out. I mean, that was not intuitive to me to go for counterspell first, then Orm's Chant, then second counterspell. I don't know how many players do that. Here it is, great follow-up, but whoa.
Yep.
Yeah.
You're gonna try to Lorien Revealed, they're gonna get counterspelled immediately. And then Orm's Chant in upkeep against Justin here. And we're just gonna put here into hand.
No concessions. Quite odd.
No concessions, even though the card does read 1 white mana, your opponent concedes the game.
Incredible. So a little less powerful than the extremely powerful Orm's Chant from game 1. And 3 Orm's Chants in the yard, 1 surveilled away. The other 2, I don't know. They were powerful. They accomplished what they sought to accomplish. And honestly, kudos to Garrick. Plenty of leftovers. He's missing land drops, so he's doing a good job really kind of utilizing his spells for actual value, and that way he doesn't start to slip behind. But still is going to need some help. This has not been a good series of exchanges, but this one very well could be.
Yeah, as we're going to see here come down for Justin, but then Garrick to answer it with a Solitude that is going to resolve and stick. 2 of the 3 cards in Justin's hand here. I'm seeing Force Negation and a Mystical Dispute. But
not bad.
Not sure what the third
the Mystical Dispute's expiring, but I mean, as far as you have a threat, you're starting to beat down with the Solitude, and you have counterspell backup to kind of keep it alive if that's what you want. If you want to play a slower game, you can do that too. And I mean, Justin's just cycling lands. You have to be pretty excited about that.
Mm-hmm.
Again, we kind of knew he was
cycling land into a land.
On. Not great. Very flooded is Justin Brickman, who surveilled a land away and now cycled another land. So very, very flooded. And it is very obvious. No spells for Justin, plenty of lands. Garrick has to be excited about
Justin's third card was a Prismatic Ending.
Tough to use on a Solitude. Not
tough
impossible.
Indeed.
But tough. I'm not confident it is actually possible in these builds of the deck. I think we just have kind of the Sultai Triome, Zagoth Triome as the available splash, so we can only get up to 3 on the Prismatic Ending. So not possible in these configurations, but of course, at large, possible.
Yeah, as we're seeing Dovin's Veto as the pickup for turn for Justin here. I mean, normally a hand of cards that you'd be very happy to have in this matchup, right? But when you're staring down the barrel of a Solitude turn after turn, just beating you down.
And this is something that you see come up in control mirrors across the board. We've seen a lot with like Chrome Seed Shark, for instance, where after game 1, you take out all of your, if you're blue-white deck, typically your white cards, your your removal spells. And we talked about that in the sideboarding section. The Wrath of the Skies, the Supreme Verdicts, those kinds of things. These 1-for-1 removal spells, you kind of take them out of your deck. So you start to become a lot softer to creatures, obviously, because there's not very many creatures in the control deck. But what that means is your creatures organically get more valuable in the sideboard games. And we're seeing that here. I mean, that was true of the Kahira. We didn't see any Kahira action in game 1. Justin, kind of prioritized it a little bit more in the Flood out here in game 2. And now, obviously the Solitude was it was a better exchange being able to Solitude a creature in the sideboard games than it would be in the main board games, because Justin just has less answers to this Solitude. And I think Garrick there has a backup copy. That's a real plan. Just like stick your creatures. They're hard to counter because veto and negation, all those things, don't get them. And then just try to end the game that way. You kind of become this like really weird, clunky Delver deck.
Yeah, as we are going, looks like Oram's Chant. So we're going to try and Misty the Solitude. We got a Force and Negation coming down. We have a Force for the Force.
Yeah, I think Garrick has really identified himself as the beatdown here, as someone, is this kicked? Oh yeah, no attacks from me, thanks. I'm at 5, kick the Oram's Chant. Garrick really, give him this one thought. Really has identified. I mean, he was going for lethal there. Really, really settled into this beatdown role. Not a lot of lands. Can use his spells, very aggressively did so with the Oram's Chants, now did so again with the Pitch Cast, Force Negation, really demonstrating this mastery where, a lot of people, they love to play conservative in the control matchups, but sometimes like this, where you're missing on lands, you got to get aggressive. And we saw Justin have to do that in game 1, didn't work for him. Garrick doing it here in game 2, and it looks like it might work. I mean, obviously Justin, not going to get attacked this turn, but still at 5, and, Garrick has a turn. He can grab this Kahira. Yeah.
Yeah. And very smart and patient play from Garrick there. Had interaction in hand. But it is also, I mean, he's just fine letting this go another turn, right? Like, we know there aren't answers yet. Garrick's got more. Garrick is working with more than Justin is presently.
Yeah, the onus is on Justin to take action. And I think he drew a copy of Isochron Scepter after just using the Oram's Chant, which would have won him the game maybe if it sticks. So that's pretty tough. That is not what you want to see.
So we're going to see an attempted Cast of Teferi. There's a Dovin's Veto for that.
Yeah, I mean, your card doesn't work on really much else. It's typically a prime target, but not really what the game's about. And yeah, all 3 of these cards don't answer Solitude. So I think that's going to be a match there. Garrick Alford, the 2-0 sweep over Justin Brickman, taking 2 very different roles. We saw Justin kind of brick on lands game 1, try to do exactly what we saw Garrick do a great job of there, start to just jam spells and protect them. You really kind of hemorrhage. It's tempo is what it's called, but you get made fun of if you say tempo in this job, in this career. So yeah, he started to use these cards in more of a tempo manner with the Oram's Chants and the Force Negation. And that's the power of control. People think of it as very one planned, but that's not actually true. You actually can get aggressive. It looks embarrassing compared to true aggressive decks, but you can get aggressive in spots. I think Garrick did a great job of that and is rewarded with a nice little 2-0 victory there in round number 1.
Yeah, huge congrats to Garrick. I mean, both players, again, truly showing such mastery and skill over this deck. I mean, just at the speed of which they were able to pilot the decks, clearly they are aware of the matchup and how to play it. I think we have a backup feature match ready to go, though, Drake. So let's jump into that.
Yeah, let's dive on in. I believe we're going in live. So we're going to get a look here at another control mirror. So if you remember the metagame breakdown, there are 4 copies of control in our modern section. Both of them played mirrors here in round number 1. So that's tough. There's no 2 ways about it. That's tough. But again, these players, they're masters in their own rights. And Dykeman certainly demonstrated that last year, our 2023 MVP and NRG Series Champion. And that is, of course, how he punched his ticket back here. Had a lot more of a quiet year. Took it easy this year. And I'm very excited to see Dykeman back in action. A very, very powerful player and someone that is in the midst of what looks to be a mess for him, maybe
yeah,
not.
Definitely a tough situation here. As for Kinman, we're seeing, no longer a Narset, but was seeing a Narset holding back this One Ring. But both players have a One Ring. Kinman's a little further along. It looks like we're going to be doing some bouncy One Ring things.
Yeah, Cosmic Rebirth too. A card that we didn't get to see in the last match, but I believe every single copy, I'll have to validate that with Ken's list as well. Yeah, every single copy of Control, I believe, supporting that card. Checking Ken's. Yeah, everybody's got 2 copies. So that is that is a card that these Control decks are all in on. Seem to like it quite a bit. And works with Icecrown Scepter. So here we go. Haven't seen this card in action in many years. I guess now, thanks to Modern Horizons 3, able to get this super sweet and fun lock available in this format. Just what we needed.
Yeah, Icecrown Scepter with a counter spell tucked underneath it. Very, very nice here.
Yeah, a card that's, when you talk about the mistakes of the Mirrodin sets, I think kind of gets swept away. There's plenty to point to. Icecrown Scepter really saw some play alongside silence effects and counterspells a long time ago, and it's more or less considered to be a thing of the past, of bygone eras. And so Wizards, maybe for better or for worse, said, all right, this is a super sweet card. Let's get this one in Modern, and it is in Modern, and here we are. We're seeing it in action. We saw it in both players' sideboards last round. I believe it was in both players' sideboards this round. And if I'm correct, I believe every single player is more or less on the same exact control deck across the board. And yeah, now we can put Orb Chant under it, and we can get the good old Silence Icecrown Scepter lock going. Even now, it's no Boomerang, but it does a very good job nonetheless. And Counterspell underneath it ain't bad either.
Yeah, and we're going to see a Mystical Dispute on this Teferi. It looks like we had the counterspell to back it up for Ken, so our Teferi is resolving.
You can bounce that Scepter. This is a great exchange here for Ken. I can't imagine you're going to want that. I mean, the counter doesn't work, so there's a question, right? You're like, do you even care anymore if this Teferi gets the stick? I think it's safe to just go ahead and get that out of here and make sure that even if Teferi gets cleared, you're in the clear.
Yeah, absolutely. So we are going to go ahead and bounce that Scepter back to Steven Dykeman's hand, which, Ken, quite the number of bird encounters on this One Ring.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think that was really Steven Dykeman's plan. You kind of saw him make a little bit of a face, and as soon as that Scepter is gone, and there's this Teferi, I think things are out of control here. There's a Manamo in play that has been kind of powering up the One Ring, and with it already at 5, I mean, really the question is, can Ken answer it before he dies to it? Because there's just so many cards here, and with a Narset in play, Steven Dykeman's own the One Ring does not work. So unless you find one of those, whatever, I mean, this game is just so bad for Dykeman. So really that Scepter and trying to protect it was kind of his ace in the hole. Can I stick this and start to get something going? And even with both Planeswalkers available, I mean, Ken's just got so much value. He's really, really far ahead, and he's going to have to really work a miracle here in order to battle his way out.
Yeah, I mean, it's like the platonic ideal for a control player to be discarding to hand size on like turn 10 or whatever. So I think
just the dream.
Pretty good.
Yeah, this is why you play the deck, because drawing cards is fun, and you just want to do more of that. And of course, here we go. He has the Force of Negations abound. He's going to have that because he's just drawn so many cards, and you have to start to battle through that. But the question is, what does Steven Dykeman actually want to stick? We'll see what the answer to that is here in just a moment.
I think it might be this Narset here.
Yeah,
which is going to resolve.
The One Ring. Okay. That's something.
It's not nothing. An Oram's Chant.
That's something. We still have the Scepter. So, if we can get the Teferi off the board, we're starting to cook.
Yeah, which looks like that is what Steven Dykeman's going to take here.
Another big pickup there. You can get a look there at the MH3 version using the same art, of course. This card... a classic from Magic's past, but finding some play here in Modern Horizons 3. I think maybe Control, when you talk about MH3, Azura's Control, not a deck you talk about getting a bunch of big wins, but I mean, we're seeing Orbs Chat 4 copies of each of these decks. It obviously got some power from MH3, and Scepter, of course, part of that mix as well. So we got the whole package in one go. And Wrath of the Skies, of course, as well, another main deck card. So we actually got quite a bit. We didn't get as much as the whole archetype of energy and all these kinds of things, but did get quite a few upgrades, and able to leverage those here are all 4 of our control players who we've seen through round 1. And of course, featuring the only control mirrors I think we're going to see probably for the rest of the tournament, unless we're talking about top 8 contention stuff. So really getting our full dose of the control out of the way for all our viewers, because there's not a lot left of this you're going to see for the rest. But this is the Magic I like to see, and I'm glad we got to feature here both of our MVPs playing against what I assume is all the players working together here on full 75s. Now, of course, Garrick, our 2024 MVP, did pick up his match. Dykeman's got a lot more work to do, and I'm not even sure if there is a way to get that work done from here. But if anybody can do it, it's Dykeman.
It's tricky. I mean, Kinman is down to 3 life thanks to the One Ring. Gonna go ahead and ending this Narset so he can draw 6 cards. The casual add 6 cards to your hand.
Yeah, pretty powerful. Pretty powerful. We did manage in 6 cards to find an answer to your own copy of the One Ring. And so that one's going to go back to hand. More cards coming. So that is going to be, again, the classic discard to hand size special that we're excited about. Dykeman going to draw 1 card off his. So that's tough.
Yeah, that is tough, as we are going to cycle Lorien Revealed here.
I don't want to cast that. So normally, I guess this deck can do a lot of things to play around Narset. Obviously, the cards the best against are the One Ring, and ironically, Lorien Revealed. So Dykeman's hand lining up very poorly against Narset, despite the fact, that's not always the case for these control decks.
As we're going to pass back over to Ken here. And, Dykeman's ring starting to tick away at him as well. It looks like Ken putting the Orim's Chant on the Scepter, and that is going to be the classic Orim's Chant, make your opponent concede line that we saw in the first match as well.
Cheaper than 1 mana target opponent concedes, but 2 mana target opponent concedes, also quite strong. So Orim's Chant, I mean, very convincingly powerful.
I would play 4 copies of both of those cards.
Yeah, they both seem quite strong, and the victors of both of these matches seem to agree with you. Of course, Ken Nen and Garrick both won their Azorius control mirrors. So I hope you enjoyed that magic, because again, you're not going to see any more of it for the rest of stage 1. There are only 4 control players, and they played each other. And of course, that took a long time. So what we're going to do here is that is the end of round number 1. We're going to have 2 more rounds of Modern, then 3 rounds of Pioneer, and 2 rounds of Standard for the rest of the day. So we are going to come back with more Modern action here for round 2 of stage 1. Again, 8 wins, you're in top 8. 6 losses, you're out. So easy formula. 12 rounds of Magic stage 1. 8 of them played today, and round number 2 coming at you shortly. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, Magic players, to the NRG Championship Series Invitational Tournament. I am Niall John Rivers. Joined in the booth with me today is Drake Sasser. Drake, we just watched two back-to-back Azorius Control Mirrors. Talked a bit about how it was like watching a couple of chess masters going at it both times, really. I mean, all four of those players, such experts of the deck. What are your thoughts of the Magic we've seen so far and the Magic that we're about to see?
So the Magic we've seen so far is kind of from my own heart. This is classics. I talked a little bit at the time about how I love control mirrors. I love watching that chess kind of action in action. But of course, it's all the same deck. So, viewers can't watch infinite of that. And of course, there won't be infinite of that. There's only 4 players. They played each other. We're not going to see that again for the rest of the tournament. And that's what's exciting about these events. Not only do you have different kind of spreads of decks, but also different spreads of formats. So it's not even possible to see the same stuff over and over again if you wanted to. But I'm here to tell you right now, this round, you're going to be seeing something very different on both of our matches here. All monocolored decks. So we'll start there, give you a little teaser. And of course, each match is supporting 2 of the same color. So we're gonna be starting with 2 mono blue decks here between our players, but different goals as we're gonna watch, of course, Merfolk versus Belcher. This is a very different style of Magic from the chess that we just saw. Plenty of decisions to be made that are hard. Very different fundamentals about what's going on. Of course, one player looking to beat down with some creatures. The other player looking to just assemble a quick combo. This kind of linear combo kills that Modern's used to, but featuring a lot more interaction thanks to the blue cards than the combo decks of Modern of old.
What do you think Nikachu named with Cavern of Souls?
If I had to guess, and this is a wild guess, I'm going to go Merfolk. You could name Wizard. I don't think it's that good.
Expert analysis that we have you in the booth for today. Thank you, Drake. As we are going to see a little suspension here from Matthew after the dockhand from Nikachu.
Yeah, great start for Hoey. From what I've seen of the Belcher deck so far, it's not a deck that's been around a super long time, but it is a known quantity really at this point. The best hands, in my opinion, start with Lotus Bloom. So I think this is really where Matt wants to start, especially in a matchup like this, where it's really just kind of going to be a race to the finish line. Different goals. One player beating down the other player, of course, trying to assemble a combo, aka Belcher, and activate. It's a race to the finish line with a little bit of interaction backed up. Excuse me. Lotus Bloom does a lot of that for Matt Hoey.
Yeah, as we're going to see the backside of Glass Bull Mimic for Nikachu here. And we're just going to tap down Matthew's land.
An exchange is normally pretty good for Jonathan, especially if he needs to develop his mana. But when you have 2 Lotus Blooms on suspend, using your dockhand to tap lands is not really where you want to be, because there is a huge burst of mana that is coming for Hoey as soon as he needs it, and the dockhand's just not really good at checking that.
Yeah. Now we do see a Shauna's Tidebinder in hand for Nikachu, as well as a Force of Negation. Looks like a land and something else. I think maybe one of the lords. How important do you think that Tidebinder could end up being in this matchup?
Tidebinder obviously is one of your ace in the hole. So you actually have Tidebinder with Force backup, which is why Jonathan's playing it slow here. And obviously here comes. I actually don't know what that is, but either way, like I said, just having this interaction is going to be a big part of what Jonathan is actually going to do, because he doesn't have an aggressive start. So we talked about a race to the finish line. Well, Jonathan already knows he's going to lose that race. So now it becomes time to pivot. You need to pivot into, all right, I need enough interaction to where it's going to take Hoey a long time to rebuild. I can stop what he has going on and then, just kind of win the game with the Moby beatdowns I've assembled so far. So already pivoting away from kind of the Lord heavy aggro beatdown you can kind of expect when you think of Merfolk, you think of Lord of Atlantis, you think of all these things. That's not what this game's going to be about from Nikachu's side of the table.
Is that a Thundertrap trainer for Hoey that he played last turn?
I would imagine so. I guess I don't recognize the art on that.
I think it is, because I think I can see the offspring
text. Well, that works for me. I mean, a huge pickup. Obviously, we play the 4 Philology Archaeologists and 4 Thundertrap Trainers. So that's really one of the big pickups for the Belcher deck, and kind of how it seems like it kind of came out of nowhere. You now have this Augur of Bolus style effect, a card that has a lot of pedigree from back in the day, now finding its role, but able to find Goblin Charbelchers and Lotus Blooms and things of that nature, which is a big change for this deck, and really what kind of put it on the map alongside all the lands that you get to play now with Sink into Stupor and the like. MH3, Bloomburrow, both huge sets for this mono blue Belcher deck.
Yeah, and with one of these Lotus Blooms coming down, is Matt Hoey at a point where any turn could really be the turn that he closes the game out?
Yeah, it's interesting here, right? Because you have the Lotus Bloom, you have it in play, and you're not under that much pressure. I think that's part of where you see Jonathan pulling the trigger on the subtlety now for no value or anything. Obviously it's not that bad to tag things like Thundertrap Trainers, Philology Archaeologists, things like that. You really just need to get pressure going, because as it stands, Hoey can just play these Lotus Blooms, sit on them. There's no pressure. You don't need to actually get the game over with. And Hoey can start to work through some of this interaction, line his cards up well, and really go for it when he feels the most confident that it's going to work. And so really now the onus is on Nikachu, now that he's presented a threatening enough amount of interaction that Hoey doesn't want to jam. The pressure's on Nikachu to close the gap before really Hoey can overpower it with the interaction he has available in his deck.
Yeah, and Harbinger of the Seas there for Nikachu.
Not great against the mono blue
Not
deck.
super useful.
Does attack and block. Not also what this matchup's about, but I guess notably it does give Island Walk, right? Like that could come up. But Svelion a much better play. But it's not completely textless, but it doesn't do the mana disruption style effect that the Blood Moon, Harbinger of the Seas, those kinds of things you're used to seeing in Modern.
Yeah, Harbinger of the Seas, great card to pitch to force a negation right now.
True. Definitely part of Nikachu's plan, I think. Seems patient, seems calm. Laying some beat down. Almost half dead is Hoey, who thankfully for him hasn't really had to super shock his lands in, take that 3 damage. That's going to matter a lot in this matchup too. A lot of times you take up to 6 damage really in over the course of some turns if you want to play some stuff. That's pretty painful. That's a lot of damage just to give your aggro opponent for free. Hasn't really had to do that this game, and that's really nice. That's part of maybe the weakness of Nikachu's hand here that's a little bit more interactive.
Yeah, we're going to see a Master of the Pearl Trident come down.
A lot of pressure out of nowhere.
A lot of pressure out of nowhere.
Yeah. Again, things are not unblockable. Hoey does not have islands yet, but of course, Harbinger of the Seas would make that true next turn. And I have to imagine now this is exactly how Nikachu wanted to set it up. Hoey can live through this turn. I'm pretty confident. The question is, and this is what Hoey's thinking about right now, can he get 2 turns? Does he have to go next turn? Can he even go next turn? I don't even know. I don't see any artifacts in his hands. So we'd have to do something like a Word of Invention, whatever, to find the Belcher to begin with. And yeah, so here's Hydroelectric Specimen. I guess he's trying to set up, basically he wants to get 2 turns, at least. He does not want to have to go for it next turn because he does not feel confident about the ability to go for it next turn.
Yeah, and we're going to see Nikachu pick up a Glasspool Mimic into hand there.
Svelion the draw. So get some draw power going. I mean, things have turned very quickly for Nikachu. His draw steps have been very kind to follow up his early interactive presentation. Now having some aggro beatdowns, and Hoey under a lot of pressure. And it looks like go time to me. That's a big word.
Yeah. And I think he took, 6 damage that turn?
I believe that's correct. And importantly, and this is something I want to highlight, is the power of this deck. He managed to enable blocks to where he not only lived, but was able to keep a blue creature around for the Flare of Denial. And that came up big there. Now he had an extra piece of counter magic for the Force of Negation that came down from Nikachu, and that was key. I mean, that was key here. And it looks like this Belcher is being activated. That's going to deal just buku of damage. And Nikachu, as he looks through the deck that is open deck list here for this Belcher deck, he's going to get a look through, just a quick perusal. And Yeah, that's going to be the end of game number 1. Hoey did a great job navigating his position. Again, 2 Lotus Blooms, I think, are some of the most important pieces of that game for Hoey and his success. You know, the dockhand, the tapping, all that kind of pressure that Nikachu had was really kind of just overwritten by having access to that burst mana from Lotus Bloom. But there was some considerations to that into the game blocking there for Hoey as well. Able to set up a flare denial backup, was able to do exactly what he's trying to do. Have just enough counter magic to punch through the Belcher and win game number 1 here over Nikachu, and what was kind of a textbook execution.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, very well played by both players. Getting, I feel like Nikachu did everything he could there, right? Got the pressure, had the force backup, did everything he could, but ultimately Hoey had just set up his turn to win in such a way that he was gonna win. I think
we're going to need more. Yeah, we're going to have to take a look here at the sideboard. He needs help, as that game 1 did not look good for him, as we do get a look at the sideboard. Notable thing to pick out here before I really dive into the sideboard is the 3 Hex Catchers started in the board. That was not true of the Merfolk decks he was playing in the NRG Series events, so clearly thought those were a little bit weaker. Chose to move those to sideboard alongside 4 copies of Consigned to Memory, a Dismember, 3 Flare of Denials of his own, another Harbinger of the Seas, 2 Skirn Scolding, and 1 Unable to Scream. I have to imagine we're going to make a lot of adjustments here, especially around the creature removal side of things being out of the deck. And cards like Voldalian Hexcatcher, a card that I'm very interested to see in the sideboard, seems great in this matchup. Now probably needs to come in. Being both pressure and disruption seems like the mix you want.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of options here for Nikachu. I mean, 4 copies of Consigned to Memory in the sideboard is pretty interesting.
And you probably want flares too. This is a lot, right? We're talking about 4 Consigned Memories.
We might be seeing him bring in like 10 cards.
Yeah, I was about to say Stern Scoldings aren't zeros, but I just don't know that you have enough cuts. Maybe that's a lot of ends. You're bringing so much in
already.
And I do want to highlight, before we do take a quick look at Hoey's deck, I want to highlight Consigned to Memory. When we saw Grayson Nemitz qualify for championship on his copy of Belcher in the finals against Dimir Murktide, Consigned to Memory actually didn't look that good. Tamashi was actually the game winner, and there, Stern Scolding actually would have worked in a spot where Consigned to Memory didn't, because, they have ways of just cheating Belcher into play with Where Invention and stuff like that. The Consigned doesn't hit. I think it's interesting to think about, maybe you want to split those numbers between Consigned to Memory and Stern Scolding, because sometimes one works, sometimes the other works, and it's not always the same. I wanted to highlight that very quickly. Now let's take a quick look. Matt Hoey's mono blue Belcher deck. Very different, same color, very different options here for him, as we do see still 4 Consigned to Memory, still 2 Harbinger of the Seas, but we have Commandeer into the Floodmaw, 2 Mystical Disputes, 2 Spell Snares, and 3 copies of Unable to Scream available for Belcher. Less heavy adjustments for sure for this deck. I think maybe you want like some amount of the Spell Snares, maybe you want some amount of the Mystical Disputes, just like a little bit of extra interaction to complement what you have going on already in the meta game. But I don't know, looks like it worked great to me in game 1. Don't want to make heavy changes and dilute your deck with nonsense that doesn't work. And I actually think Tamashi is kind of one of those cards that you maybe take in or out a bunch depending on how your opponent's looking to attack you. I think it looks pretty good in this matchup. Blocks and can get around, you can kind of recover from some counter spell fights.
This deck list is so satisfying to look at. I was talking last match about, 6 piles of 4 cards I like. What about 15 piles of 4 cards that I like?
Love it. Used to call it quad laser. Play the good cards. I like it. Well, okay, so we got 3. We do have a split. We have 3 Pact of Negation, 1 Commandeer. So we've ruined everything.
Commandeer is very visually upsetting.
Yeah, just get that out of here. Just throw that, get a 4th Pact in here. I don't care what's correct. Just get it out of the deck. Yeah, awesome. I love this. Just like find the best cards, play them. And to me, when I'm looking at deck lists and I'm looking like, okay, what do I want to play in a format? Anything that is this confident, any deck list that just from paper is this confident in the cards it wants to play, that's appealing to me. That means you know what's good, and there's not much that I'm going to have to figure out as far as numbers go. I can pick up, I can play, I can be successful. And Hoey, someone that we saw do just that on the NRG series. 1 and done. He's been a mainstay of the series. I'm not confident in this. I think he's played every championship and might be the only player to do so.
Wow.
I'd have to go back and check that, but he's been around for longer than I've even been in the booth here for NRG Series. So that's longer than 4 years. I think it's closer to like 8. I know we a mainstay of the NRG Series and got it done in 1 this season. Said he wasn't going to play too many events. He was, I don't know. I'm kind of, beginning to play less events, yada, yada. Got it done in 1. Okay, I'm getting an update. He did miss 1 champs. So still, just an absurd resume. Hoey, easily one of the best players in the field every time you show up to champs. And that's going to be certainly true here as well. Did start with a loss, but up a game here. Taking a look at a hand he's thinking very hard about.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to see that Cavern on 1 again. Drake, expert analysis. What do you think it was this time?
I think you got to go Merfolk here, Niall. And I think that's the only type that allows you to cast this Rishon on Dockhand. So by process of deduction, he did in fact name Merfolk.
Yeah. All right, well, back over to Nikachu. Looks like we did bring in at least 1 consigned memory, as we're seeing that as the pickup for the turn here, and seeing a lot of spells in his hand.
This is a tough spot. A lot of spells, not a lot of lands.
Not a lot of lands. We might need to be playing the backside of that Glasspool Mimic again. As of right now, we don't have a way to use things like this counter spell. Although we do have the Hex Catcher, it looks like.
I think there was some consideration to how game 1 played out. It's a lot more appealing to start tapping lands with Dockhand when there's no Lotus Blooms on suspend. That shuts off things like the Philology Archaeologist, Thundertrap Trainer stuff that can come down this turn if you do some of that tapping action versus developing your board. When you don't have very many lands in hand, you have a bunch of spells, you have a lot of pressure to just get the spells out of your hand. And I think that's why we saw the quick attack. And then really the only thought I think Jonathan really had was whether to play the tap land now and deploy another 1-drop or to start deploying 2-drops. And that was really, kind of his focus. And now kind of has a little bit of the same question. How much, do we start tapping now that we can deploy a 2-drop, hold up the Dockhand and still be attacking? How do you split up your attack and disruption in order to be successful?
Yeah, we're going to see Lord of Atlantis as the play here.
Uncounterable, which actually does come up in this deck. We kind of laugh at Cavern a lot of the time. It's like, oh, you're playing against a mono red deck and your thing's uncounterable. Nice. And this, it matters a ton. There's definitely times where Hoey would want to counter this and
absolutely.
Cavern.
And Nikachu so far doing a very good job of assembling a pretty threatening board, as we're going to see a Lotus Bloom get on suspend here for Hoey.
I like how Hoey's sequenced his lands. Last turn he could have, I think, played his Seagate Restoration untapped and maybe started to get some stuff done and chose not to. I think that's very heads up. I see a lot of spells in his hand, but of course his entire deck spells. Beyond that, I think really prioritizing trying to do that as little as possible is what this is about. So as soon as you see Hoey very deliberately choose to pay 3 life to get a land in untapped, that means he intends to cast something. You just cannot afford to be doing this willy-nilly, even to bluff. So if you're Nikachu now, when he does that, you're saying, okay, he has a spell to cast. Now, what is it? Is it Flare of Denial? Well, that one's not great against Cavern. But if it's Sink into Stupor, that one has quite a bit of text.
Yeah, very, very interesting, as we're going to see a swing out here.
I like attacks first.
For what, 6 damage?
2, 4, 6. That's the math I got, which is half his life total. It's a 2-turn clock here. And I think there's a Hex Catcher for Nikachu too. This is very different from game 1. The Lotus Bloom very late to the party. All this disruption really still works in the sense that he has consigned number, he has stuff that works, but he has a real clock. And this is the mixture I really want to see in this matchup for Nikachu to be successful. A lot of pickups from the sideboard helps with that. And here comes Whir of Invention to try to find Lotus Bloom. Can't really let that one happen, I don't think.
Yeah, as we are playing the Hex Catcher, which is going to resolve. We'll sacrifice the throw a fish into the spell.
Yeah. I like that flavor. You just take one of your fish and throw it at the spell and it stops working. If it's really expensive, so you just throw more fish at it. There you go. Yeah. Kind of a goblin bombardment effect, but for Merfolk.
Yes. As seeing how we look through his hand, is there really anything how he could do here that would stabilize enough?
Well, based on the shake of the head and the explicative I just saw mouthed, I'm not led to believe the answer is yes to that question. Hoey, yeah, showing quite a bit there. And yeah, I think we're not just a turn too slow. I think we're like 2 turns too slow here. The mixture, that being able to disrupt that Whirlwind Invention and maintain so much pressure is so good for Nikachu. And this is really, honestly, the power of Merfolk. You talk about these mono blue aggro decks. Usually when you talk about any mono blue aggro deck, you're talking about pretty quick clock backed up by a lot of disruption. And that's really the mixture you always want to see. The times your deck fails is when you don't see that. When you, here we go. This is a sign of desperation for sure. And really, like I said, this is the mixture you want to see from Nikachu. He's done a very good job with this game.
Yeah, and we do see a Tijana's Tidebinder in hand for Nikachu, which should give him a lot of protection against what Hoey is going to do. He has an uncounterable Tidebinder just sitting in hand.
And like I said, it looked like he was going to be 2 turns too slow. So this Bayin Veil that was cast by Hoey for a fog effect is like not actually enough on its own. It's just 1 extra turn where you really think that Hoey needs 2 for that Lotus Bloom to come off suspend. And so he's fine. He's like, okay, sure, thumbs up. You still got to find something to do next turn. Hoey didn't. Nikachu's going to win game 2. So a game 3 we get, and a lot of here we go. Having to flip all your cards, a miserable part of this deck, I think, is having to flip it all back. That would drive me crazy too. I can't leave it on the land side. Get out of here. These are spells. I mean, really kind of the classic upgrades from sideboard that we wanted to see. Hex Catcher came in big when it needed to. Obviously consigned to memory provided necessary coverage. So the adjustments that Nikachu got out of the sideboard that we talked about, heavy adjustments, had 10 cards to work with, really came in big. And Hoey, we saw not a lot of adjustments he really even could make. So game 2, harder. Game 3, gonna be hard as well, but you're on the play. That's gonna be a big upgrade.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about the play draw dynamic in this matchup, because Nikachu on the play that game clearly mattered quite a bit, able to get his aggression out early and really start clocking Hoey. But how important is it for Hoey to be on the play?
I mean, you talk a little bit about the contrast of the Magic we're seeing this round versus last round. Last round mattered almost none, right? You really almost sometimes you take the draw. There's arguments for it where you're up a card, you can hit land drops more often, et cetera, et cetera. In this matchup, the play draw is so much more important. Both of these decks really looking to just they have the ability to win the game turn 4, and maybe even faster in certain hands. I'm not totally confident on that, but the crux of it is you're able to win the game very quickly, and so you want to be the first person getting to turn 4. You want to take your turn 4 first. That way you have the potential to just slam the door on the game before your opponent even has a chance to do anything. And so play draw is going to matter a ton, obviously. That's going to be true of aggro decks at large. It's true of combo decks at large, and generally for this reason. They're looking to get the game over with as quickly as possible, whereas some other fair stuff like the Azorius control decks you saw from other players, that's not true. So play draw going to come up a lot bigger, and really you can only talk about it so much because there's only so much you could do about it from a player perspective. It's like you're either on the play or you're not. That's really how things go. You can make some adjustments and cut lands. Sometimes you'll see players cut lands on the draw, like those kinds of things in the sideboard. These decks, I think it's just literally about whoever's on the play is favored to win the match. We'll see if that ends up holding true as Hoey does start things off.
Yeah, and we're seeing a really strong start for Hoey here with the turn 1 Lotus Bloom. It looks
what
like we're
see.
shocking lands in twice in a row to get this Archaeologist into play.
Yeah. So we got Lotus Bloom in on 1, and then we got Archaeologist on 2. I mean, this is really one of your best sequences, and this can find anything. It looks like it found 2 copies of Belcher and a Whir of Invention. Have to imagine we want Belcher. We already have a Lotus Bloom, which is what the Whir represents. So I do like finding a Belcher here. Kind of face up, but whatever. I mean, what you're doing is face up.
Right. Also worth noting, Nikachu started with the tap land there and played his Cavern this turn. Had untapped sources, but I suppose just no 1-drops. As back to Hoey, we're going to play another Archaeologist.
This whole thing has been a loud signal to Hoey. As soon as you start on tap land, that means no pressure. And your turn 2 is a Lord, typically the thing you want to play last, this Master of the Pearl Trident. If you're Hoey, that should signal loud alarm bells. There is a lot of free interaction on the other side of the table. There's no pressure at all. And what you're seeing here aren't disruptive creatures. So there is just going to be a ton of counter magic. And if you're just tapping out willy-nilly, a lot of it's going to be free. And I think that's going to be true for what Nikachu has going on. And I think if you're Hoey, that's something you can actually just assume to be true, as a 2-2 is not going to manage to get through an 0-3. It's a lot of work to do for Nikachu.
Yeah, absolutely. As we are going to see the side bloom come down, and the Lotus Bloom is going to come off suspend for Hoey, back on his turn.
Another spot where Hoey doesn't need to crack it this turn. He's not under no pressure. He's just 2 0-3s versus a 2-2 and now a 3-4. He has a long time as it stands right now and has time to set up for a big fight.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to see, I mean, you know, as you're talking about, Nikachu does have quite a bit of free interaction. We saw the 2 force negations in hand there. But Hoey, I mean, we see the Mystical Dispute. We know about, you know, a couple of cards from the Archaeologist.
Maybe I'm a little too, I don't know, addicted to the silence effects, especially after last match where we saw them be so impressive. But kind of surprised in a deck with 4 copies of Werv and Benchen and all these, you know, various creatures that can find it, not to see like a singleton copy of Defense Grid or whatever in the sideboard for spots like this, where you could just like wait if you want. Now, obviously, Hoey feels very confident, so maybe you just never need it, as here goes a backup to cast the Force. Yeah, as we're going to start a big fight here, I'm just kind of surprised not to see any kind of artifacts you could find to help fight through, you know, a lot of this without having to commit a bunch of cards.
Yeah, as we're going to see the Mystical Dispute come down on this Force. Nikachu does have the option to force this, which looks like he is going to do, pitching another Master of the Pearl Trident.
Yeah, I don't... this pact is kind of tough, because what can happen here... So he's thinking about pacting, right? Which would make the Belcher work. And then you're on your next turn, you can activate the Belcher with your 3 lands before you have to pay for the trigger. But Nikachu's leftovers is sink into Stupor. So you can just bounce the Belcher and he dies to the trigger.
Very interesting.
Oh, no. And I think that's exactly what's going to happen here. Nikachu looks calm, cool, and collected. Now the beatdowns don't matter. Your opponent has a trigger to pay for that they currently cannot. Uh-oh.
As we're going to see the attack here.
Yeah, a formality.
Draw a card, a Consign to Memory.
Take 3 points, please. All right, I think you do have to bounce main face. We're going to have to do that before we pass on over. No way to do it around Dispute, which I think is what Nikachu's thinking about right now. Yeah, the Consign... Okay, it's also checking to make sure the Consign doesn't work against it. Yeah, I believe it is as simple as bounce the Belcher to opponent's hand. They die to trigger. Win the game. I don't know. I don't know if this is posturing as we get a look into Sink into Stupor. I believe I saw one in his hand. And, you know, that'll bounce Belcher back. There you go. Return target non-land permanent. I want to choose that mode. You can't pass, though. Oh, no! Oh, no!
It's tough.
Consign. That gets an activated ability. Oh, no! And so there's the Sink into Stupor. Am I missing something? Could he have countered it? Could he not have cast it? I thought I saw an island too. Whatever. Either way, it looks like he's going to get to activate his Belcher, and he's going to win 2-1 over Nikachu in his take on Merfolk. Whatever happened. It looks like they were talking about the Sink into Stupor, so there must be something I was missing. But Goblin Char Belcher going to win the match over Merfolk. Kind of surprised. I have to feel like Hoey got away with one there. I mean, it looked like Nikachu's hand was really good. Double force, a little bit of pressure, but again, you really need more pressure than just turn 2 Master of the Pearl Trident there in game number 3 in order to punch your way through. You just need more. And that's the fail rate of Merfolk. The fail rate of Merfolk is when you don't have the ability to get early pressure backed up by the interaction. So it looks like, so we're actually going to get a chance to talk to Nikachu and maybe see what's kind of what happened there at the end, kind of his thoughts on the matchup at large and what's going on there. And that's going to be exciting talking to the Merfolk Basher about his take on Merfolk. Now 1-1, very much still in the event. And, obviously both of those players now 1-1. Remember, 8 wins does punch your ticket to top 8, 6 losses punches your ticket home. And each match still worth money too, even if you do kind of don't do well in the tournament. Each match you're playing for $50 alongside the minimum payout of $400. So a lot on the line for all these players as we continue through. And 1-on-1, I mean, you can still win the tournament. Losses, it's not like Swiss where you start to accumulate a bunch of losses. You're like, oh dang, like I'm not gonna make top 8. I'm not gonna make it. As long as you're still in the tournament, you can win the tournament. And that's true of both of the players we just watched. And I think we're gonna get a chance.
And I mean, especially if it's a situation where, maybe Modern is just your weaker format. Right? Like maybe you just go into this event knowing like, okay, if I get 1 or 2 wins in Modern, I'm going to be thrilled, but I'm really going to crush Pioneer and I'm really going to crush Standard. Like it's really a totally different sort of mental dynamic than what I think you're usually in these sort of events.
Yeah, definitely. And especially like you just keyed on, your confidence in your deck is also going to affect how you play. If you just don't feel based on, oh, dang, you see the metagame reveal, bunch of Brood Scale, dang, I don't have a good Brood Scale matchup. Like you kind of enter that like, all right, I'm just going to rely on the other formats. I'm going to feel good about those formats. And really when the tournament switches to that format, you almost get re-energized. Like, all right, it feels like a fresh start. This is where I need to kill it. And you dive on in. So even if you have kind of a rough start in Modern, after round 3, we will be starting Pioneer rounds. And so, maybe you feel confident in your Pioneer deck and you can kind of use that to reinvigorate your tournament championship run. And, we'll see. We'll see if that's true for any of the players. I, again, haven't taken a look at anybody. We'll see if anybody ends up 0-3. I have to imagine it's possible and maybe even deterministically required, but I'm not a tournament math guy. That's not what I do.
Sure. Yeah, so we are going to grab Nikachu here in just a moment for an interview and talk about how that last match there went. But yeah, I mean, so far, as expected, we have seen a lot of very impressive Magic. I mean, to get to this point, you have to be such a skilled player, and getting to watch those players pilot these decks that they have such knowledge over is such a treat, as it looks like we are just about ready to go down to Nikachu and talk to him for a bit.
Yeah, I think we can pivot on over. He's ready to go. Says he's ready to go. And Nikachu, talk to me a little bit about the end of that match. What just happened? I always talk. Obviously, mono blue asymmetrical mirror. We can get into the dynamics of the match here, but the end of the match is where I'm quite confused. So we had this pack to pay for. He couldn't pay for. Right. Activated Belcher. We had the ability to return the Belcher to the hand with the sink into stupor, but it looks like we pointed to consign. What happened there? What was that dynamic? What was the conversation?
Oh, well, the conversation was at first, my plan was to sink into stupor the Belcher on my turn. And I was reading, do I want to do it on my turn or do I want to do it on his turn? But it looked like sinking on my opponent's turn wasn't going to work. And then when I look back at my hand, because I drew a card off of Svela, and I have consigned to memory. This is just infinitely better. And I knew they had I knew my opponent had Whir of Invention in hand, so they could in theory Whir for another Lotus Bloom into play. And I was just trying to make sure that there was no math where they could pay for any of this stuff. So in the end, I passed the turn, they activate, I consign, and they conceded.
I have confusion. I thought the text box on consigned to memory is counter target triggered ability or colorless spell.
Oh! Then I concede. No, you're right.
No, you're fine. I mean, you just cast your sink into stupor on your main phase instead, I think.
I played with this card for the very first time
ever. You're totally fine.
I'm reversing I lost that match. I should have been playing. Yeah. I should have played the sink into stupor first. This is the first tournament I'm playing with. What's it called? Consigned to memory. Because it looked like a really, really good card in all the matchups, whether it be for Belcher, for the control matchups. It looks like it's really good for the Brood Scale matchup. No, I'm learning for the first time how. Yeah, I understand. It does not hit activated abilities, only the triggered abilities. Okay, I'm going to talk to a judge about this, and I'm just going to make sure it gets reversed. Then technically, I am dead on board. No, we both misunderstood how this card worked.
Well, I mean, the onus is on both players. And once again, you had the sink into stupor, and I think that really was going to be good enough. You could just bounce the Belcher. He can't activate, and you actually win to the trigger.
I think we might be having an audio issue.
Are we there?
Okay, no,
Hello?
I hear you again.
Okay.
I hear you again.
Okay, yeah. So again,
then that frustrates me because I had the win anyway.
You had to win. You had to win. I think you're fine to let it play out as is because you still on the line.
You know what? Okay, so you know what happened? My opponent asked me, "Are you thinking about how your consign to memory works?" Because so like first I didn't even think of consign to memory. I thought about my sink into stupor. So I look at the char belcher, how I'm gonna play my sink into stupor, and my opponent's asking me, "Oh, are you trying to figure out how? Are you trying to know how to use your consign to memory?" And I'm like, and then I look back at my hand. I have consigned to memory. I'm like, oh, you're right. This is, maybe this is how I'm supposed to play this thing. So I felt from my opponent's side, oh, this is how this card works. And then anyway, so I pass, consign, they concede. Well, anyway, I'll talk to my opponent about it because I did have the sync. And because in theory, if I don't play consign, I have to play sync, and they can't play around sync. But I'll talk to them to see if who should win this match, because I shouldn't win from the consign, but I should win from the sync. Anyway, I'll give it to my opponent's decision. If they want the win, I have no problem giving them the win.
Sure.
We both had a miscommunication. Oh, I don't hear anything from here. Do we still have an audio issue?
Can you hear me?
Okay, now I can hear you. Yeah.
All right. I don't think there's bad blood, and you, like I said, you both seem to talk about it. I think you had the win anyway, so I think letting it play as it stood works fine. And so, I just wanted to check because there was confusion for us and confusion for everybody, and I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, I realized I wasn't confused, but then my opponent gave me the idea to play consign. That's why we were talking about in between. It's like, oh, you're right. I have this consigned to memory. No, it's not actual stifle. For example.
Yeah, you were Gaslight Gatekept Girl Boss. Now, aside from the end there, what were your thoughts sort of going into the match at large with Merfolk versus this like very explosive combo deck?
So I haven't played a ton of Modern right now, but word on the street from the Merfolk community, this is like an incredibly good matchup because we have this huge abundance of creatures. We have uncounterable creatures in the form of Aether Vial and Cavernous Souls. I know I'm not playing with Aether Vial this weekend, but I am playing with the Cavernous Souls. So their like Flare of Denials, what is that other one? The Shoal, the blue
Disrupting Shoal.
Yeah, Disrupting Shoal. They don't work. We have a good clock, and we have just a ton of counter magic where it comes Force of Negation, Flare of Denial, Hex Catcher. In some cases, Consigned to Memory. Some people play with Chalice of the Void to play on 0 so that it turns off not only the Pact of Negations, but also the Lotus Blooms.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I mean, obviously, aggro plan with some interaction backups should traditionally be quite good against the combo decks, especially in the sideboard. And I noticed the Hex Catchers in the sideboard. I don't think that was true previously. So I do want to highlight really quick as far as your Modern deck goes. Now, I know you played Merfolk in every format. I want to talk about that in a second, too. But, for your Modern deck, typically you see things like Aether Vial. You see Hex Catchers in the main. It looks like you were very, I'll say, strategic and very intentional about your configuration of the Modern deck. Was it just kind of what the community, the Merfolk community cooked up, or what is your thoughts about what you expected to see in the championship?
Well, I expected to see Energy, and Energy is just a brutal matchup. I mean, frankly, I'm super happy with the entire Modern format except Energy. Energy is just bad, or at best, if I bend my deck backwards, maybe I can get 50%. But anyway, super not thrilled about it. But you know what? I playtested a little bit of Violus Merfolk when Modern Horizons 3 came out, because it seemed like that was actually our best route to beating Energy. One big problem with Aether Vial, it looks like it should be good in the matchup, but the problem is that it just, let's say they go turn 1 Guide of Souls, and I go turn 1 Vial. Then they go a Johnny make creature attack for a 3/4. I was actually better off maybe just dismembering this Guide of Souls on turn 1 to save myself life, put less board presence on the battlefield. And it's not just Guide of Souls, it's Ragavan, it's Oscillate Pride. So I need to be interacting with the board immediately. Not to mention, Aether Vial sometimes is just like not very useful. It can sometimes get tagged off by, what's it called, Static Prison. Another problem is that when you play with Aether Vial, you got to put your land count down. Then that means you don't get your Harbinger of the Seas on curve. You don't get your Tishana's Tidebinder on curve. You don't get your Svelun on curve. And Harbinger of the Seas is amazing versus Energy, and I definitely want to get it out by turn 3. Can win me games on the spot without giving them any chance to catch up. And having 24 lands in the deck helps you move towards that plan. So actually, and I also thought moving my deck up to 4 Cavernous Souls still will be useful versus Murktide, still will be useful versus Charbelcher. So I'm pretty happy with my decision. I found also playing without Vial did help me versus my Broodscale matchup in game 1 because I was more, I had Consigned Memory open on turn 1, whereas instead I'd be constantly put in this decision, do I want to hold up Consigned to Memory when the early game is super important, or do I want to play with Aether Vial? And I'm very happy that I don't have Aether Vial. We can just play with pitch spells, and it gives me more blue cards to pitch to my subtleties and my Force of Negations.
There you have it. I mean, this is like a whole Patreon content post that you got for free on the house on the NRG stream on how to build Merfolk in Modern. And I mean, if there's anybody to talk to, it's going to be you. And you are the Merfolk master. You played it in every format. As I think I don't know how much you were involved in any of the conversations leading up, but everyone was just like, it's going to play Merfolk in every format. It's what they expected from you. People knew that coming to this tournament they were going to have to play against Merfolk. Did that impact your impact? Did that impact your decision to play Merfolk in every format anyway?
Well, there is a playable Merfolk in Standard. Honestly, I didn't think that my win rate had any chance in like Modern or Pioneer because of energy is so prevalent. So I was like, whatever, I'll just play Merfolk in every format. I came here because I heard I get a free jacket, I'm going to get a free PETA, and then after that, I'm just going to go back to Canada.
I love the mentality. I love it.
Yeah, I think there is something very powerful about, being so known for a deck that everyone knows you're going to bring it and then bringing it anyway and still winning matches. So congratulations.
It's fun. It's more fun like that. It's all about the fun factor. I'm a content creator. You got to make the content.
Absolutely.
I'm willing to shave 5% off my long-term win rate for that content. It's beautiful.
The branding and for fun gamer here.
Yeah, exactly.
Nikachu, able to win. So I believe, I believe you correctly won that match, and so congratulations to you. We're gonna end up going over here to round 3. So congratulations. We look forward to seeing more of you and your Merfolk strategies in this tournament as it progresses.
Right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So yeah, with that, we're gonna wrap up that whole saga, I guess, of the asymmetrical mono blue mirror. We're gonna move over and switch colors to what is a mono green asymmetrical mirror here in Modern. 2 green decks as our backup match. I believe we're going to game 3 live, and 2 very different strategies from what we've seen at all from any of the players we've watched so far. Got Dominic Harvey, the Amulet Titan Master. You hinted at that a little bit there, Niall, on the left. And on the right, we have Cliff Boyardee on mono green. And this is the Broodscale Menace. 7 copies in our event. Here's the first of them. Going to get a good look here as they are in game 3. Exactly how well that deck is performing. Both players here, 1-0. Great starts thus far.
Yeah, I mean, I would count it as a major life achievement if I took a single game off of Dominic Harvey when he's playing Amulet Titan. So if I was Cliff Boyardee right now, I would really feel like a winner. So let's see if they can take a whole match off of Dominic Harvey.
Yeah, Dominic Harvey certainly had a dominant weekend on our series. Came down from Canada as he does, hometown from Toronto. Somebody I've gotten to play with and against quite a bit. He's been around a long time. Very successful Magic player. Won back-to-back events in a showdown weekend, which of course qualifies him for our championship. And that's how he punched his ticket here. Cliff has been in the grind all season long. Finished number 3 on our leaderboard. Something we've seen a lot of. And, to Cliff's credit, someone that has dressed up. I appreciate the, nod to kind of the fits, not just wearing clothes that are comfortable or whatever. We got full suits, outfits, chef's hats, the whole 9. Cliff gets to look good while doing it and did a lot of winning.
Yeah, Cliff really goes all out for it, as we're going to see for Cliff, a Urza Saga into a Springleaf Drum. Just a Surveil land for Dominic Harvey here.
Both decks Urza Saga decks, and ironically, kind of both decks looking to do the same thing with it. Using it more for the find a 1-mana artifact mode than really the make constructs beat down. That's part of the plan. Both these decks can do that. But really, I mean, what you're trying to do here is one deck's trying to find Amulet of Vigor, sometimes Expedition Map, and that's, of course, Dominic Harvey. The other deck looking to find that Blade of the Blood Chief card that allows you to combo alongside the Basking Brood Scale. Combo that did not exist till Modern Horizons 3. The little limited common Basking Brood Scale happens to have text that goes infinite with Blade of the Blood Chief, of course, between switching counters and making O1s that allow you to sacrifice them and then put another counter on. Make an infinitely large Basking Brood Scale, and I believe make infinite mana as well.
Yeah, we're going to see Arboreal Grazer, which is going to get us a bounce land, but we're just going to replay our Surveil land. Dominic Harvey, exerting a lot of control over the top of his deck right now.
Yeah, and interesting too. Like, we're bidding like tutor targets, right? Like, there's a Vesuva in the yard. That card comes up all the time as far as needing to find it for your amulet combo stuff. You need to copy bounce lands. You need to find a second copy of whatever. Sometimes the gain life land. Sometimes you can do cute stuff with Lotus Field. There's all kinds of little tricks with Vesuva. So with that card kind of out of the mixture, the plan for actually executing amulet should theoretically get easier. But we'll see exactly if that's true. Either way, maybe a slow start. No amulets seen yet. Obviously no Azuzas or anything that really explodes your mana production. And I don't even think there's any Azuzas in Dom's deck at all. So we're kind of looking at what they do, the Aftermath analysts, like Scape Shift, slower development.
Yes, Cliff BRD is going to play out a Delighted Halfling, and then the Blade of the Blood Chief you talked about earlier. Use the Springleaf Drum to tap down the Halfling to equip it with the Blade of the Blood Chief. Now, we do know that Dominic Harvey has a Boseiju in hand. We also know that Cliff's Urza Saga is about to go off. So, the timing of executing this Boseiju is certainly very specific. And it looks like some complicated options here for Dom. As it seems like turn over turn, he's looking at like a high level algebraic equation in his hand.
He does. I love his expressions. Yeah, I love his expressions when playing Magic against him. He looks like he's just in excruciating pain constantly. He's just absolutely mauling you in games of Magic. He just hates to do it to you. But yeah, I mean, I see a Collector Oof in his hand. That card seems to me really powerful in the matchup. Comes out of the sideboard as a one-of. Can find it with Summoner's Packs. Has it already naturally in hand. I wonder if this is some of the confidence he has here with not really like needing to jam the combos. He just has this ace null, which he's going to go ahead and deploy. Gets the nod from Cliff. No counter magic here. Seen a lot of blue decks so far. None of that here.
Yeah, very, very interesting here. It looks like we're going to pass back over to Cliff.
It's just like weird mopey beatdowns of both sides. Neither of these players really doing a lot. I don't even think Dom played a land last turn in his lands strategy.
I think he played a Ghost Quarter.
Oh, the Ghost Quarter. You're correct. I misspoke. He did Ghost Quarter the Urza Saga, which again, I don't know. Do we need to Ghost Quarter Urza Saga if we have Oof? I guess you're scared of the constructs. I mean, I guess you're settling in. Maybe you are scared of the constructs.
And there is the Brood Scale.
Yeah, the combo that no longer works, right? It was we need to equip the Brood Scale. It actually has to be the one with the Blade of the Blood Chief on it. So with the inability to equip, thanks to Oof, the combo shut down. So Cliff does need to find an answer to creatures. Has those, Walking Ballistas, Kozilek's commands, to name a few. Does need to find them and cast them.
Well, is Walking Ballista an answer to Oof?
No, it is not. You are correct. It blocks. That answers it. There you go. You're welcome.
Yeah, maybe Dominic Harvey will make a bad attack.
I don't think Dom Harvey's making a bad attack. But, in a perfect world, he would.
Sure.
Here's his cave.
Spelunking. Quite the card.
Hey.
What if your amulet costs 3 mana and let you play an extra land?
I mean, playing an extra land is nice. I don't know if it's going to come up here necessarily. It looks like it will. God, all the weird lands here. This is a weird distribution of lands here for Dom.
I mean, it's an amulet deck, I don't think you're ever gonna see it and be like, wow, normal distribution of lands.
I mean, sometimes you just got your breeding pools or whatever. You just sit at growth chambers, bounce the stuff, do the thing. Here we got all this weird stuff. We got like mirror pools and Urza's caves, and I don't know. Can we even cast a Titan? I think the answer is no. Like, just
who knows?
Dom knows. He knows.
Dom knows, and that's why he constantly looks to be in excruciating pain, because he is calculating whether or not he can cast Titan at any moment.
Just a constant running total in his head. Now, Dom, I mean, talk about it. He has this, like, I believe he calls it the Amulet Bible he maintains. A lot of these players here, you talked about format experts, a lot of Patreons around, a lot of people making content for the various decks that they support. Dom, Amulet Titan, excuse me, is his deck of choice. He has this whole big, just ever living document about his current build of Amulet, all the matchups, like why he picked his certain cards, like kind of this, like I said, this living developmental thing that you can kind of see his development process in. A lot of work to curate, and I think it's on Patreon. I'm not going to plug too much. Dom is a friend of mine, but I'm not going to do too much plugging. But he maintains this whole massive document about this deck, and so I have to imagine any kind of weird distribution of lands, none of it's weird to him. He's seen it all before. He's ready for it all.
Yeah, I mean, Amulet Titan, really a deck that rewards deck mastery and a deck that is impossible to master. So, if you're going to have one, that's a good one to do, as we are getting a counter on the Brood scale. I think thanks to our land there.
Yeah, you got the Eldrazi Temple, so I believe that lets you pay. I'm gonna quickly check that. Yeah, you can activate abilities with it, so that's quite nice. And that lets you start to lay some beat downs as nothing else is really happening. A 3/3, the biggest thing on the table for the moment. So guess start getting in. Yeah, really awkward draw.
Cliff also getting a second Brood scale on the board. I mean, honestly, looks like they have like the ideal hand for this deck, and just Dominic Harvey shutting it all down with one little oof.
Yeah, I mean, the House of Cards is currently shut off by the collector, but really, I mean, what that means for Cliff is, I mean, really all you need to do is get that off the table and you should be good. Now we're getting a read at Mirror Pool. Let's take a quick look at that one, because I believe that complicates the equation. Mirror Pool, I believe you have the ability to make a copy of the Collector Roof, so you need more than one removal spell is what that means, as long as we're holding it up. So yeah, there we go. Get a look at this one. Adds colorless, copy target instant or sorcery, sure. Or you can, you go. You can pay 4, and then 1 colorless, tap, sack it, create a token that's a copy of target creature you control. So you can kind of instant speed make another oof in response to the first one as a little trick to stop your opponent from playing Magic longer, needing 2 removal spells. So that is what's complicated.
Have the mana for that presently? I think we might be 1 off of it.
Yeah, we are 1 off of it at the moment, and it's weird because you could try to find a land that makes more than 1 mana with the cave, but then you're down your colorless source. So
sure,
I guess Rumble looking to solve the problem.
Yeah, we do have a Malevolent Rumble, which looks like it found an amulet, it found a Lotus Field.
Okay. And you get a creature, which is going to help the whole paying for Mirror Pool problem as well. That gives you your colorless source, as well as obviously just a +1 mana. Another big pickup for this deck. People talked a lot about this card. Shockingly to me, people seemed, I don't know, maybe offended is the wrong word, just like surprised that this card was all that it is. Obviously very powerful selection spell that comes with the Scion. Seems pretty innocuous, mostly a limited card, but coming up big. 2 copies here in Dom's deck. And like I said, I remember when that card started showing up a bunch in Modern, people being kind of like, hey, what is this thing? Why? I don't know. It seems, I mean, there's 4 copies in Cliff's deck. There's 6 between these 2 decks. So obviously it's got some power behind it, but I don't know that I would point to this card among the mix as being egregious.
Yeah, I don't think it's egregious at all. I will say, I did not see the vision with this card at first, and then I played it in Yogg one time, and I was like, "Oh, okay." Immediately bought 4 copies, 4 foil copies online.
4 foil copies. Oh, we're just loaded, rolling in the dough. No, it's interesting you bring up Yogg too, because in my opinion, kind of my vision of the format and how it plays out, this Brute Scale deck seems to more or less one-for-one replace the Yogg deck. You kind of do the same thing, right? Where you're talking about this creature beatdown thing that you have this A+B combo that's supported by a bunch of redundancy, but also you just have a fine Moby beatdown plan as the backup, which maybe it's not fine here, but in general, you can kind of just lay some beatdowns at the Brood Scales and all that kind of stuff and find victories there. That's kind of the same role that Golgari Yawgmoth was playing in the format. Do you share that?
Yeah, Drake, you've touched on a very sensitive topic for me, which is that decks keep entering Modern that just do Yogg a little bit better. We had Nadu Summer, which it was like, oh great, Nadu's the best Yogg deck.
Yeah.
And now we've got Brood Scale Winter. And it's not as like egregiously similar to what Yogg is trying to do as Nadu felt. Just being like the best Court of Calling deck in the game, but it is close enough that it is like a little upsetting if you're heavily invested into Yogg.
Apologies, I did not mean to touch on such.
I would still jam Yogg at this tournament.
Okay, all right.
Nikachu and I are of a similar mind on that front.
It's about the fun factor, the branding, the content creation. As Dom, looking to create some content of his own, has not. Again, neither player really looks to be doing anything of consequence. Like Cliff really struggling to assemble a board that provides a meaningful clock. Dom still at a healthy 16, even as we grow more creatures that are going to struggle to attack past a Boreal Grazer, so big. And Dom still just does not have a Primeval Titan. I mean, he still has that, like I said, the trick with the Mirror Pool. That's what he's holding up his mana for, because if you don't have a Titan to start to end the game now, you could be doing this instead. And I think that's what's going on here. But it really just, for two decks that you can kind of think of as having explosive combos, there's really just not a lot of anything happening.
Yeah, and Teleria West was the land for Dom last turn, and the end there, Cliff making the construct. I mean, Cliff is assembling a board, but if he can't deal with the oof, how much does it really matter? Because the more time you give Dom, the less time you have, right? Like that is the power of Amulet, really, is that Dom's going to have turns where he's going to be able to just close out the game seemingly out of nowhere.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of what he's hiding here too. You mentioned playing the Teleria West. He did not have the ability to transmute it on the previous turn, and I think he's short blue mana. So now you can do the trick where you float blue, pick it up with a bounce land, which is going to come in on tap thanks to Spelunking, and then transmute it that way. Now I don't know if we were still going to have mana left over to Titan, if that's even what we want to do. Maybe that opens a hole for Cliff to be able to punch in a combo, and you're not going to have anything to do about it. But either way, what you're dealing with here is kind of just this weird holding pattern that currently I would say Cliff is inching his way to ahead. But as you mentioned, really, Amulet out of nowhere could just win the game. Oh, check it out. I have, 2 Amulets or whatever, and now I have 9 Titans, and now you're dead. Or it's just, you die out of nowhere a lot of the time. And that's part of the tension when you're playing against Amulet Titan is really they have just these explosive turns that can come out of nowhere when you talk about a bunch of Amulet effects in one Titan. Now, that's the awkwardness too about Spelunking, though, is the redundant Amulet thing, I think, no longer works under Spelunking because the cards just don't enter tapped anymore. So it doesn't trigger Amulet.
Yeah, as we are seeing Pithing Needle for Cliff here. Now,
I guess it's just the last thing. Yeah, trying to figure out what are we needling? We could needle the Mirror Pool. That solves maybe the start of the problem.
Yeah, maybe Cliff has removal and is setting up his ability to actually be able to take care of this creature.
I mean, at the end of the day, it's an artifact that stays in play for your constructs to grow. And, you already have the Blade of the Blood Chief. You already have your Springleaf Drum. So, like, a second Blade of the Blood Chief does cover you a little bit against Spassasia, which we know Don has. He does not know. But also, the Mirror Pool problem is just a problem. So, answering it now, even if you don't have the removal spell, might just be where you want to be no matter what.
Sure.
could actually just be key. I mean, if Cliff does find the removal spell and is able to kind of punch the whole thing through that way, it'll look really, really impressive. But for the moment, it does look a little suspect, I guess.
Sure. Well, I mean, you do have to get something, and I imagine most of Cliff's artifacts have activated abilities. So maybe it is also just a thing of this is the highest impact I can get on the board right now.
Okay. Yeah. I wonder if you could name Teleria West, right? That works. So like that could be a consideration as well if you're worried about that.
Yeah, that's an interesting idea.
Haywire Might. Okay, another artifact with activated ability. Wow, he really just did find all the Urza Saga targets, huh? Actually, all of them.
Yeah.
Awkward.
I mean, that's a lot of artifacts on board for Cliff, right? We got what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay, yeah, these constructs are real. We're starting to lay some real beatdowns. It's not the anemic stuff that we've seen so far. And I mentioned kind of neither deck really looking to do the Urza Saga construct stuff. That is still true, but it is a nice plan B, and that is the power of Urza Saga. That's why people were clamoring for this card to maybe eat a ban before MH3 shook all that stuff up. And now, I mean, you're really seeing kind of more of that power still in action. The more things change, the more they stay the same.
Yeah, I mean, it is a consistent thing we see across like all Urza's Saga decks that aren't, regardless of what their plan A is, we see it in Underworld Breach decks and all sorts of things where just this construct plan B is so consistent and so strong that it's really solid. As we're going to see Cliff activate this other Brood Scale, get a spawn, get a counter, and, they're starting to really set up a board.
Yeah, like you said, I think that really Dom is going to have to start to assemble a Titan. He really had time to just kind of do the oof trick with the mirror pool and do all that stuff. That time is elapsing. And even around Collector Oof, where a lot of Cliff's cards doesn't work, there is a real clock. You are going to have to do something. You can jump block for a little while longer, but you are going to start to have to make decisions. And I think here we're starting to see, based on the picked up Teleria West, we saw him float man. He's moving very quickly. I think we are looking to do the Teleria West thing that I mentioned before, where you kind of float the blue mana with it and then transmute it that way.
Yes, yeah. That does seem to be exactly what happened.
So now we have a Titan.
We have a Titan. Let's see. Yep, we are transmuting for the Pact.
Yeah. I think that... a Titan here will be strong, but I don't even know, is attacking to a construct even good? We'll see. Well, Tom's going to figure it out. This is the Amulet Titan kind of classic. We're going to spend a bunch of time tutoring, and then either, he figures it out or he does the next best thing, which is whatever it ends up being, an analyst to find. Okay.
Analyst. Oh, this turn is about to get nutty, I think.
Yeah, with spelunking. Oh, boy. I don't know that I've seen this executed on camera thus far. And the cool thing about it, I guess, is there's always kind of a different composition of lands when you do this. So let's see what Dom assembles. I'm excited about this. Analyst.
So we are going to play, which is going to have a mill trigger.
Finds one land. Activate right now.
Activate. Jesus.
Okay. There's Lotus Field among the mix as well. So, we got a bunch of triggers and stuff we need to think about, even with no amulet. We do have a shifting
we have a shifting woodland too.
That's just a check mark, right? Because you can Vesuva, you have to Vesuva something already in play. And then you can make a cave or whatever. And then you have a Lotus Field trigger, and then you have your shifting woodland, which can become analyst again. And then you can sack it, make an analyst, sack
you can start looping those two together.
So you can start to loop lands. Yeah. And with Cave, I think you can tutor any land in your deck. And then you can pick up, I think basically the way this is going to result is you can pick up every Summoner's Pact with the Teleria West, discarding it, obviously picking it up with the bounce triggers and then discarding it. And then you can find all of your Titans and attack with all your Titans that are, I think, infinitely large, because I think you can loop the pump land as well, assuming there is one. Checking. I don't see a pump land, so I guess there's still just 6/6s. Oh, but you can make infinite Titans. That's what the mirror pool's for. Right. So you can just make infinite copies of Titans that all have haste, and yeah, you attack with infinite Titans. This is going to take a long time. This is like classic Aftermath Analyst. You wave your hands around for a while and move your lands between zones. But I believe the end result of this is infinite Primeval Titans, provided he has the mana threshold. This is a lot of mana to do this.
Yeah, I mean, we do have Lotus Field coming in every time.
It's important because you can sack with the Lotus Field, right? So you can get whatever lands you want in the yard for next time.
Exactly.
So, yeah, I think we're going to see this happen. Interesting, too, as Dom is executing this combo, we're kind of seeing this. Got a little update from a trusted source. Dom was actually a big kind of believer in the Brood Scale deck, was considering playing it himself. He would have been our 8th copy among the modern distribution. Chose to go with Old Faithful at the last minute. Can't say I'm that surprised to see it, but it is worth noting that, I mean, he thought it was such a convincingly good choice for this event that he almost played it over his classic Amulet Titan. Now, obviously, he looks good to win this one over Brood Scale here. So maybe there's a little bit of you made the right choice here, Dom, just playing what you know and playing what you've mastered. But it is worth noting that, as we're kind of talking about Modern and what is Modern going to look like next week, how much is Brood Scale in the conversation? I mean, it's still such a kind of new deck, I guess. It's only been in existence for a few months of Modern's 10-year plus existence. People are still learning a lot about it, and clearly people think it is maybe the best deck in the format, at least the best deck for this event. Something to think about.
As we are going to go ahead and get Primeval Titan with our second pact here. Play the Titan.
Right. So did we use the Shifting Woodland for mana?
For mana,
so
I think.
Let me read Shifting Woodland. I think you actually don't have to tap it. So that
you don't have to tap it.
Yeah, wow. What a card. And I don't think you have to tap Aftermath Analyst either, huh? Yeah, there you go. Look at Shifting Woodland. A powerful pickup from MH3. 2 copies in Dom's deck here today. Not legendary. Nice little untapped green land. But something to highlight there is that third ability. It becomes a copy target permanent in your graveyard. So this works with your Aftermath Analyst. I believe that is what the hand waving around is. I believe he now has infinite everything. And
and also we have the Boseiju in hand. So we can start looping Boseiju and just,
Right, because you can pick it up at the bounce lands each time you loop your Analyst, pick it up, discard it, bring it back, and then just start to do that. So yeah, once again, with all these utility lands that are now present in the Amulet deck, you now have a deterministic combo with these Aftermath Analysts, and that's what he did just explain. I don't know that we did a great job explaining it, but it's kind of hard to explain, so just understand that it involves Shifting Woodland, repeatedly copying Aftermath Analyst, and bringing all the lands, including itself, back. So that is... a big part of the equation. That's what Dom was able to do, and able to, like you said, over and over again, win out of nowhere. All this stuff Cliff was doing, not quite good enough. So that was game number 3. I mean, it felt like that took forever. You're like, oh, we should be looking at sideboards. No, that was game number 3. Dominic Harvey and his choice of Amulet Titan is going to win 2-1 over Cliff Boyer D. So that is the end of round number 2 here of stage 1. One more round of Modern, then we're going to get to the Pioneer rounds. So we're going to be right back. I'm Drake Sazzer here with Niall. We'll be back with round number 3 here shortly. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, Magic players, to the NRG Series Champs Tournament, the event of the year, brought to you by Ultimate Guard. Make sure if you've been enjoying this Magic we've been seeing today, hit that follow button on the stream. Helps us out a ton. I am Niall Joan Rivers, joined in the booth today by Drake Sasser. Drake, we've seen so much incredible Magic today. You know, we got to see round one, multiple Azorius control mirrors, all four of our Azorius control players paired into each other. And honestly, it was a blast to watch. They're all such impressive players that it was a ton of fun. And then round two, they're not mirrors, but they were, you know, 2 mono blue decks and then 2 mono green decks where we saw, you know, 2 kind of people with signature decks, with Nikachu on Merfolk taking out Belcher, and then Dominic Harvey on Titan taking down Brood-Scale. What do you think of the modern Magic we've seen so far?
Yeah, at the top of the broadcast, we had a little bit extra time, and I was talking a little bit about one of the draws to Modern is its deck diversity that can really show you a lot of different looks about what the gameplay is and what it means to play, play the Modern format. And I think we've gotten a good showcase of some of that so far. And my favorite part is it doesn't stop. We're going to have more of that this round. We're going to see decks, part of the metagames that we haven't seen before, I guess, battling once again against each other. I feel like there's been a lot of, a lot of that kind of mirror match style stuff in asymmetrical mirrors, especially lined up. So, I mean, it's been the Modern that I know and love. I think there's a lot of, there's a lot of hostility towards the Modern format right now. There's a lot of anticipation for the upcoming ban and restricted update. But as far as what we've seen so far and what it looks like at the highest level, when you put, some of the best decks in the format in the best players' hands, I think we've seen a lot of really awesome Magic so far. And that's just what the championship offers. It offers the best of the best of not just these players, but the formats themselves. You really get to see what it looks like at the top level. So if it's the send-off for any cards in Modern, I think it's the best possible send-off you could have. And I'm excited to see, what we got lined up for this round is different than what we've even seen so far. And so more Magic coming. The Magic we've seen so far has been awesome. And I'm having a great time. This is what it's all about. This is what competitive Magic's about, and I love it.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And let's talk a bit about the Magic we are about to see. As our first feature, I believe we're having another mirror match. Is that correct?
I believe that is correct. So 2 players we haven't seen before on today. Obviously, we've seen them plenty across our NRG series, as is the case with most, if not all, of the players in our championship this year, all 24 of them. We have May French piloting, I believe, Mardu Energy versus Theo Jung, also piloting Mardu Energy. See both those players, jackets on, looking very serious, both 1-1, very in this tournament still are both these players. And yeah, Energy kind of the menace. You heard Nikachu talk a little bit about the energy deck, how he really wanted to dodge it, and as far as I know, has done a good job of that thus far. And especially now with 2 of our 4 playing against each other here in the feature match area, going to get to do it again. Kind of the menace of the format, but really, I mean, with Brood-Scale kind of being the narrative, maybe it's a little overrated.
Who knows? Who knows? Yeah, I mean, as we talked about earlier, the answer to the energy decks in Modern seems to be just win in one turn. Just combo off, and doesn't matter if they stack some damage on you and built a threatening board, if you can just win the game.
True. Kind of a fundamental, I'd say, of Modern. There's no force of will proper, like you kind of see in Legacy and these other high-powered formats, kind of keeping that all down. So in Modern, it's really kind of always had that, right? Like win in one turn threat from the various styles and looks that you've seen. And of course, there's always the classic, what you see here, the Thoughtseize decks here, looking to try to disrupt that to the best of their ability.
Yeah, is Theo Jung going to start with a very strong start for the energy deck with turn 1 Ocelot Pride?
Yeah, this is one of the cards of all time. What's to be said about this one that hasn't already been said in its short lifespan in Modern? It's 1 mana. Why it's 1 mana? I don't know. They fixed that on Arena. They fixed that problem. It's now 2 mana on Arena. Okay, you want to see what it's supposed to look like. But yeah, this card extremely powerful. And obviously May, respecting that, needs to get it out the way immediately. It just starts to snowball and really kind of that Ragavan-esque, but even more powerful. Not legendary. Multiple of them are actively good. All these kinds of things that it's known for that aren't necessarily true of Ragavan. These 1 mana snowballs, they keep printing at Mythic and Modern Horizon sets, keep being both very powerful and very expensive.
Yeah, so you're going to see the Thoughtseize come down for Theo Jung here. Oh, Amped Raptor, a Johnny, Ocelot Pride, a Thoughtseize of her own. Theo's spoiled for choice.
I don't know if he's as excited about it as you seem to be. I think being spoiled for choices is the opposite of what you want out of your Thoughtseize. Yeah, May's hand is great here. Just enough lands to cast all the spells. Great spells. Even
That's a
tap
second
lands you can kind of
Thoughtseize in Theo's hand, Drake.
We can't cast it. We have a Sacred Foundry.
Yeah,
no good. Bad
but
deck
it's there.
Building. It is there. Yeah, that's true. And May can't deploy all this, but it is going to find a target. But I mean, there's a lot to work through here for Theo, and this is this the new Jund? Can we call this the new Jund, the mid range deck of the format? Is this a mid range deck?
Well, that's tough. As we're going to see Guidus come down, and Raptor being the choice for Theo here. Extremely powerful card. What if Cascade was even better? I think is what they were asking when they made this one.
Done a lot of that. First, the Lost Caverns of Ixalan with Discover, which went how it went, and now this. I don't know. I don't really know what the incentive is to keep pushing Cascade any further than we needed to, but we have done it. We have done it.
We keep answering the question, what if Cascade was better? And the answer keeps being, oh, it's really good.
It would be good.
Ask one more time.
But next time for sure. It might be, just strictly different, not strictly better. No, not this time. Okay, we'll get them next time.
May going for a Surveil land here, putting a Dreams of Steel and Oil into a graveyard, which this could be, an opportunity for Theo to Thoughtseize again if he wants to. As we're going to see an Ocelot Pride come down for May here.
Super awkward, I think, with Theo's mana situation. I think he has multiple discard spells. I think he might also have a Dreams of Steel and Oil. And you would love to, I think, double discard spell, get rid of these powerful spells and all that stuff. But you might just need to be mana efficient. And yeah, that is what's going to have to happen here. You just need to be mana efficient, get to the board, try to push some advantage, not start to fall behind. And again, this is the bad word, tempo. Really, Magic a lot of times is about who spends the most mana, over the course of the game. That involves using your mana every turn, and that is what Theo is going to prioritize here, because he can't, if he just goes for discard spells, that Sacred Foundry is going to be left untapped. That's unspent mana, that's mana inefficiency, and that's very likely to end up being something you can point to at the end of the game if you lose, to say, hey, that's where things started to slip away right there.
So we're going to go back over to May here. Theo did resolve this Ajani. He's establishing quite a board here. May with 2 Ajanis in hand. Now, I want to highlight real quick, Theo is the player who our MVP, Garrick, chose to dodge as, his sort of power of being the MVP. So clearly Theo, a player that at least Garrick considers a big enough threat to just not want to play him at all. How do you think that feels as Theo? It's got to be pretty nice feeling, right? To be don't want to play me, huh?
Yeah, maybe. It depends. If it's just a respect because, hey, I think you're the best player in the room, I think it feels good. I think there's a little bit more if Garrick's, set of decks that he's comfortable with and is pretty confident he's going to register is bad against your set of decks, that's a good matchup that you're no longer going to play against or have the option to play against. That makes your tournament organically harder if that's the case. And I think for Theo, that could be a little bit disappointing. But, what I know about Theo is he's going to be unfazed. He's like, yeah, whatever. I'll just beat whoever they put in front of me. Talk to me. Thank you. Next, who's up? And currently that's May. May is in the way and honestly looks to be looking good here. But do keep in mind, the MVP did not actually know the deck choices by the other player beforehand. But just be, again, they played against each other all year long. So whatever Theo likes to play, Garrick would have some knowledge about that and might want to dodge in that capacity. May thinking a lot about this turn.
Yeah, it seems like a fairly pivotal turn, as we did see the Thoughtseize come down for May, take out the Dreams of Steel and Oil. Theo just leaving his hand face up.
Pretty simple, just one Thoughtseize, everything face up these players. Yeah, it's just a silly little guy, little fairy Thoughtseize. Basic there for May. Maybe some respect to preserving life total here. Could come up.
Perhaps.
A lot of incidental damage. Ajani, especially kind of really the perpetrator of said issues.
Yes.
This Ajani, I think, means we can actually think about getting Ocelot Pride and all this stuff involved in combat and not having it go disastrously.
Yeah, as May's hand, Ajani and Galvanic Discharge. We're going to Thoughtseize Theo's going to see the two of them. Now, both of these cards pretty strong here, right?
Yeah, I think they're both
second to
problematic,
Johnny.
Yeah,
like
normally you don't want to Thoughtseize redundancy, but Ajani is actually, the second one's actually good, and that's part of why it's so powerful. Actually, you see that actually come up right here. Yeah, exactly. You see that right here, right now. Is second Ajani is actually quite powerful. Being able to legend roll away the first, kind of keep a little bit of your value, and then flip your Ajani. That gives you a lot of options that you wouldn't normally have. And this is, I hate to see this. This, like, where legends get more powerful because they're legendary in this kind of way is such a dissatisfying thing to watch. Like, come on. This card's supposed to be bad because you drew a second one. And it's not. It's not at all.
You don't like the flavor implication of the thing that sparked a Johnny was seeing a clone of himself die?
Yeah, I don't love the storyline for a whole bunch of reasons there at all, and I certainly don't like the game incentives of it here either. As Guide of Souls now able to do the powered up attack that it is known for. All these cards, this deck gets criticized as kind of Modern Horizons 3 block, constructed. Just all Modern Horizons sets. I think that this is a big part of it too, is just so many new cards that have all these texts. It's just very complicated and working in weird ways, like the double Ajani stuff. That is part of why I think the community at large is so hostile towards this energy deck, as Theo gets to use his own energy token from the NRG series, the Inkling custom tokens you get for winning showdowns, gets to use his own as part of his deck choice. What if that went into the decision at all? Maybe.
I mean, the brand is strong. Like Nikachu told us earlier, we gotta push the content and have fun with it. So, maybe.
Yeah, May going for the exact same play Theo just did. We'll see if it's good enough to be the one doing it second.
Yeah, so we're gonna see May's a Johnny flip.
A lot of options here. Johnny Nikachu Avengers on both sides can improve the board in a variety of ways.
Seeing a lot of dice here for me.
Yeah. Not a deck that seems like it would need a lot of dice, but sure does. A lot of +1/+1 counters flying around. It's kind of hidden. You got the Guide of Souls, you got the Johnny Nikachu Avengers. It's not really like primary modes, I guess, for both these cards, but certainly looking powerful. Oh, we got more dice. Look at all this dice. Jeez. All right. So May's battlefield starting to look pumped up like Theo's. Do we have any attacks?
Can we really attack?
May believes the answer is yes.
It looks like we are swinging both of these. Question is it going to Theo or is it going to a Johnny?
It's odd. I don't hate the attack here. Like, I really think Ocelot Pride is, kind of the asymmetry piece you have over Theo. You want to get that thing involved, but yeah, we can just do some double blocking action, do some trading. That does still push you ahead as far as the board goes, but at the same time, that was your kind of ace in the hole, and Theo still kind of has his Guide of Souls around attacking, gaining life. We have an Ajani really high up in life, and now, without Ocelot Pride, your board looks a little bit weaker, even though you did just clear off a bunch of Theo's board.
Oh, and there is a Goblin Bombardment for Theo. Very powerful card in this deck.
Yeah, an interesting one. Another pickup, but it is an old card. And I think during the Nadu times, people were playing a bunch of this kind of ways to mitigate that. Less copies now, 2 copies of each of these decks, but massively powerful card for any kind of sacrifice synergies. Really, I think kind of the face of the best thing to be doing as a sacrifice deck for many, many years in Magic. Sacrifice, you should get a sacrifice creature, get a point of damage. That's worth a lot in any kind of sacrifice setup strategy. And this deck has a lot of synergies with sacrificing things that does not necessarily label it a sacrifice deck, but just being able to include a couple copies in your deck and get this massive, potential point burst, as well as the synergies with things like Ajani. Massive deal. Big deal. A lot of reach.
Yeah. We're going to see a static prison as the play for May. Going to actually target the Ajani.
I mean, you have to answer it, right? Things are getting worse for you over time. This doesn't feel great because now you really are more or less priced into just paying for this for the rest of the game. and that could be potentially a long time, or you just get it answered, and
Oh.
that doesn't go great for you either with a bombardment in place. So there's a lot of ways it goes wrong, and it did for May.
Static Prison off the top for Theo. And not a Johnny can flip immediately. We have Goblin Bombardment.
Yeah. I mean, the
Getting rid of
question
the cat
is May
is a
just
lot
dead?
easier. Second a Johnny this time.
Like, I don't know. I don't even know if Theo wants to go for it, but this might just be 12 points right here. There's a lot of hidden damage between the bombardment and being able to jump something with the Guide of Souls and stuff. There's a lot of damage here that I don't know that May can even live through the turn, much less try to have any draw steps that get you out.
Yeah,
here we go.
Oh yeah, we are. Looks like jumping the cat.
Yeah, okay. It looks like that was lethal. Yeah, it looks pretty lethal to me. I don't know what the exact number is, but that looked pretty lethal to me, and it in fact was. And like I said, even if May gets a turn there, I don't know that she has any outs. Great draw steps, like you mentioned, from Theo. That Static Prison key, and really shows, I think, a lot of the early game spending mana. We mentioned, kind of tempo as a concept. You're very incentivized, you feel like, to get those hand disruption spells out of Theo's hand as quick as possible. I want to use them, I want to hit the good spells, but Theo smartly playing a Johnny, able to still find targets later. And of course, that kind of more or less snowballed up into a game win there.
Yeah, absolutely. And, very much a matchup where it feels like play draw is something that's going to be very important. So going to be very interesting to see how May does in this game too, which I think we could take a look at the deck lists real quick, as we're taking a look here at May's list. Now, what do you think are cards she maybe wants to take out in the mirror and cards that she definitely needs to bring in?
I don't know that, again, if we're going to compare this to John, I don't know that you want the full density of the discard. And if you do, maybe you want Thoughtseize over the, I don't know. I want to play a little bit with the discard numbers. I don't want a ton of that, but like, so there's some obvious cards I want out of the sideboard. An extra copy of the One Ring is appealing to me. Among that, maybe some other small modifications. I don't know that I want to go heavy sideboarding. Like I said, I want to play with a few numbers. Let me see. Exercise. Yeah, that's Exercise can hit the One Ring, and that's it. I don't know that I'm into that. The One Ring is important in the matchup, but I would rather try to tag them with discard spells than tag them with Exercise. I don't know. There's not a lot I want. I could be missing something major. I'm certainly not an energy mirror expert, but I want to get some of the One Ring stuff going on, and I want to play with some of the numbers about the removal spells versus the discard spells, especially on the play draw. I think that plays a lot into it as well, and that'll come up more, I guess, when Theo's goes. But like we saw the exchange there in game one, May really had to answer the Oscillate Pride with Galvanic Discharge right away. That's a spot where discard spells get a little bit weaker when you need to be answering the board so you don't get snowballed. So like I said, very light adjustments. I don't expect any kind of major surprises or overhauls from May or from Theo, frankly.
Yeah, I think we can take a quick look at Theo's list as well.
Blood Moon's a big change, right, between the two. I don't think May had any Blood Moons. Chose
no,
to go
May
the
did not
White
have any
Orchid
Blood
Phantom
Moons.
path. So, yeah, mostly the same options, right? Like, you see a couple extra Thoughtseize you can kind of move around. The Fatal Push and the One Ring, the cards that I'm actually looking at as cards I want in the matchup. But the Blood Moons, the Stony Silence is present in both decks. It's clear that neither of them, I think, really are overly prepared for the mirror. And that's going to pay off big, right? There's only 4 copies in the entire field, but not a bunch of changes. And it seems like really there's no way necessarily to really break open the mirror with 1 or 2 cards in the sideboard anyway, at least not that I'm aware of. So just some small adjustments to the main and side. I like it. And run it back, hope to win the 50-50 of the mirror match, play draw, all that kind of stuff, and prepare your sideboard for other matchups. And I like this approach from both players. I would not expect any major overhauls.
Yeah, and I think our players are just about ready for us to go back down as they are starting off here. This is going to be game number 2. Again, May French going to be the one on the play this time in a matchup where that is very important, as we are seeing a hand with a Johnny, the One Ring, Flage, a Johnny, a bunch of lands.
I mean, this is what's nice. You mentioned before about having a bunch of 4-ofs in your deck. This deck's certainly one of those, and being able to just have your best cards consistently because you're playing 4 of each of them is what this deck offers. It's what all the best decks in Modern, I think, really offer. Maybe Amulet Titan the exception. You have a bunch of weird 1-of lands and your hands look all goofy, but I mean, obviously, Dom has no problem registering it anyway.
Yeah, so we're going to see May play a Surveil land, put a Dreams of Steel and Oil into the yard. I think that makes a lot of sense. She's got cards that she wants to play on curve, not really room to jam a Steel and Oil in the middle of that.
Right. And then that's some of the awkwardness, right? Even on the play, you didn't even have a black source. You wanted to develop your tapped red-white source first. You're not even going to be untapping with a guaranteed black source. You have to fetch shock, and at that point, you kind of want to be playing 2-drops anyway. I like it. I think this is kind of showcasing the power of the surveillance, but also kind of the awkwardness that you can find even on the play with the discard spells. I think they're much better on the play, but even on the play with this hand, the plan just didn't really align to where even if you're casting at turn 4, that it may not be part of your plan. You have other stuff to do.
As May going to fetch for a land here. Looks like it's just going to be a basic plains. Play out the Ajani. Theo going to go ahead and fetch a surveil land of his own. We'll see what he does here. And again, we talked about this round 1, but to anyone who missed it, we're talking about how important the surveil lands are in terms of information that they give both players. So, May discarding or surveilling away this steel and oil maybe tells Theo that, she wants to curve out and has the spells to do so. And then Theo doing the same probably communicates a similar thing to May.
I wonder if it's a different story for Theo, though, because based on his lands, he doesn't have any black sources. And now with the mono red source deployed, he might have needed to use that fetch to grab red. To grab white mana, and then now, with these Arena of Glories is just mono red lands, like you couldn't afford to get black mana because like Goblin Bombardment is good to deploy first, and especially when you feel like you have time. But in general, I wouldn't say is the best 2 to have. Maybe it is in the mirror post board if you have it and you have it. And those kinds of things. You have a Ajani. There might be enough pieces that Bombardment is one of the best things to have here, but. I don't know, not playing to the board at all when May has an Ajani and now can do the second Ajani trick that we've already seen come up a ton. That feels like things are starting to slip away a little bit if you're Theo. And I feel like could be a turn where you could set up the Dreams of Steel and Oil, even if it is a tempo negative play, if your plan is to interact with the board cheaper. Things like Galvanic Discharge, Fatal Push, the like. If you can't do that, you don't have the black sources to make that happen, you might not be able to have the Dreams of Steel and Oil anyway. So it might be the same card, both surveilled, different stories.
Yeah, and second Arena of Glory for Theo's land this turn. I want to point out that May had the option to play Guide of Souls last turn before doing the Ajani trick, but has Galvanic Discharge in hand, clearly valued that more. And I mean, it might be.
It looks like it's going to pay off, right?
Ajani.
Yeah, I mean, this bombardment threatens to flip it right away, and Theo might have to for one reason or another, and you're covered. You have this discharge. If that happens, I mean, it's kind of a blowout, and things are going to start to snowball very quickly in May's favor if that does happen. And I think Theo, we might see him be a little patient on the Goblin Bombardment as a result.
Yeah, now...
Maybe not. Nope. Sure won't. Right now.
Yeah, so looks like May is responding to the Goblin Bombardment by getting her land out here, and we will go ahead and discharge this Ajani, and we'll throw Ajani into Ajani, and then discharge the Ajani. So we do still deal with it, but it does cost us a lot more.
Yeah, there's a high ceiling play, right? Like if it all works, you get your Ajani, you get to do a lot more stuff, and your turn's really good. But the floor is if she has it, right? If she does have the Galvanic Discharge, because you have your own, you can clear hers anyway. So you still get a little bit for your money. You are not completely blown out. So that's really why I think Theo was willing to go for it there. He had that cover to make it a good play, even if it doesn't go perfect.
Yeah, and May picking up another Ajani this turn. We're going to see the Guide of Souls play out into the Ajani. This is going to generate some energy, some life.
Like this, just push the advantage, right? Like you're already up. Theo just had to use ostensibly a lot of resources just answering your first Ajani. Now you have, a second one, and you're attacking, and you have all this pressure.
Third Arena of Glory.
Okay, nice mana base here. That's tough. That is tough. One Ring, good follow.
We are going to see the One Ring come down for Theo. That's going to buy him a turn off. But Dreams of Steel and Oil, the pickup for May here. But Theo has protection from everything.
Yeah, it doesn't work yet. So maybe, I don't know. Like this turn is going to look a little goofy. I don't know if you're supposed to ever like Flage itself or whatever. Like just kind of do something to spend your mana and start getting things moving. But well, no matter what, I don't think this turn is going to be overly impressive. I guess you could kill your own cat.
A cat, Flage a
Flip
cat.
Johnny, do stuff. Yeah, Flage a cat might be a real play here. But no matter what, again, this is kind of the misery of the One Ring. You can't do a ton. This looks like a lethal attack. Now your lethal attack doesn't work. Your discard spell doesn't work. So you're trying to figure out, okay, you're almost like Emrakul the Promise ending yourself. All right, what can I do with my own stuff that like advances anything?
Yeah, and you know, I mean, playing the Flage here, obviously a little bit awkward, but does make it to where if May top decks a land, recasting the Flage from graveyard, very much live, and looks like we are going to play the Flage our own cat, flip a Johnny, and I mean, May's going to generate so much life and energy this turn.
Right, and that's a big thing is Planeswalkers don't really care that much about the One Ring. You can kind of keep moving loyalty counters around, advancing your board states. That's one of the best ways to take a meaningful turn underneath the One Ring protection and still be advancing things. Like, I mean, look, we sacrificed a 2-power creature. Now we managed to get 2 power anyway, and now we have a Planeswalker with like 5 counters on it. You know, now we have this flying bigger Guide of Souls. We made our whole board way bigger. And like you said, now we have Flage. If we top deck a land, we have Flage. So that means any draw step's good. Spell's great because it advances the board. Land's great because it advances the board thanks to Flage. So you put yourself in a good spot where next turn's also going to be good, really, no matter what happens.
Yeah, I really like jumping the Guide of Souls this turn, even though we can't get the damage across. You know, just make it a little bigger, make it a little more awkward to deal with things like, you know, discharge or bombardment.
Yeah, bombardment's in play. I mean, this is something to think about. Like, keep this thing from just getting picked off by just random token value and stuff.
And Raptor, the play for Theo. Huge card here.
It just needs material, and this is the best way to get multiple pieces of material. That's a good one.
That is a good one, as we are going to see a Static Prison off the top, which was exactly what won Theo the last game.
Yeah, Static Prison, I mean, a card that I think you could intuitively maybe try to say is bad in the matchup. You take a lot of turns back and forth. Your energy's already pretty taxed, spending it on things like your Guide of Souls, your Galactic Discharges. But, I mean, was key for Theo last game and looks really good here, too.
Yeah, and I mean, Theo, once again, spoiled for choice, but in a way that probably makes him a little happier than when he was spoiled for choice looking at May's hand with a Thoughtseize. As he's already done
a different script.
With
I think definitely a spot where he's a lot more excited, and maybe kind of the first glimmer of hope that we can kind of battle back from this snowballing board state. And you know, being able to spend all your mana every turn, really, Theo's done a great job of that even now, and I think that's the reason we're seeing him still be in this game so well. He's got 4 mana, he's gotten to spend it in the last 2 turns, and all of it being mana efficient, hitting good cards off Amped Raptor, putting yourself in a position to maybe try to claw your way out of this.
Yeah, it looks like Theo, after playing as a Johnny, considering throwing a cat into May as a Johnny to flip his own.
Okay, we made this play last time, and making a cat gets a lot better in the face of having a bombardment, right? So yeah, now we're, you know, the Johnny's a lot more manageable. Does need to start to be a little concerned about his life total, I think. I mean, I don't know where May's going to need to get Flage going to find the reach to get it over with, but I mean, Theo took a lot of damage before this One Ring started drawing cards.
And unfortunately, May not able to find this 4th land that she needs to either recast the Flage, play the One Ring.
Yeah, Flage would have been a huge play here. I mean, the floor is clearing a Johnny. You can even maybe go upstairs. There's justification for that. Like, Flage would have given you a lot of options. The Galvanic Discharge, not a 0, but pretty embarrassing in the face of this Goblin Bombardment.
Yeah, as we're seeing May really tank on this one.
Yeah, how do you keep yourself in it, right? Game's about what's on the board, and Theo's board from that last turn, you know, flipped the script very much about what's going on. Oh, boy. Speaking of a wealth of options, just everything. Yeah, even exercise. They did bring that in. I'm kind of surprised. Really, I don't...
I've got the exercise. another amped raptor, which only gets stronger. Flage, which looks like is going to be the choice here. Of course, Dreams of Steel and Oil exiling the card extremely relevant with a card like Flage. And, that was Flage with 3 Arena of Glories on the field.
Yeah.
So
Hasting Flage is not a terribly beatable thing from any point in the game. Certainly not this one. Yeah, that's really what they're there for. It's easy to point to what Theo's mana looks like right now. I mean, honestly, atrocious. The fact he's been, an artist at finding ways to spend all of his mana in spite of having only one white source, no black sources. I think you could point to Arena of Glory and be like, do we really need all 3 of these? 3 is a lot. The Hasting Flage is just so powerful and for such a low cost normally that I think you're willing to put up with games like these, which aren't even hopeless for Theo. His mana base still very much functioning, like I said, in order to really have that added flexibility to your deck.
Sure. And looks like May's going to attack in. We're going to block with the creatures, bombard them into a Ajani to deal with May's Ajani. And then May is going to discharge Theo's Ajani, who draws a Flage off the top.
That might be the door on everything here for May. She really needed the damage from the One Ring alongside top decking a land, I think, for Flage in order to shut the door in this game. As soon as Theo starts gaining a ton of life and attacking the Flages and things like that, I think this game's going to start to slip away pretty much immediately.
Yeah, now, as of right now, Theo does not have a second white source. Looks like he just drew one. Who knew drawing 4 cards in your turn would be pretty strong?
Right, pretty good. Is this One Ring card? You heard of it? Yeah. The One Ring is going to draw Theo 3 cards immediately. And I mean, I don't know. This is like the paradigm case of why people are sick of this thing. Like, May very much had everything kind of coming up this game. She was on the play. She had a great sequence through the first 2-3 turns. She sequenced things well. She had set herself up for success and really looked like kind of one of those how can you lose spots. And then, here we go.
Unbelievable. Amp Raptor hitting the One Ring off the top. First card Theo flips, has exactly enough energy to play it, is able to Flage down a cat.
And then now you get to do the legend roll thing. Oh, we get 2 instances of it. Yeah, we could Ajani away the other Ajani and the One Ring away your first copy of the One Ring in order to clear it. And so it's just the miserable legend tricks abound. This obviously the One Ring has buried May over the last few turns, and now a 4th land doesn't even seem like it's good enough at this point anymore. And of course, May already down a game. That's going to be match and a tough spot. This is one of those games you're going to go back and watch. I was in the play. How did this all slip away? And you really could just point to the One Ring blanked your turn where you had way over lethal. Is the only card in Theo's deck that could possibly do that, and then immediately started giving him all the resources he needed to run away with the game. Hit all of his land drops, cast all these cheap spells he's drawing, run away with the game, and that's it. That's what the One Ring's about. That's what players are sick of, and a textbook case of it here from Theo.
Yeah, it looks like a Static Prison is the play for May. Gonna take Theo's the One Ring. Gonna go ahead and draw a card off of it real quick before it goes away. Now May possibly gets back her Static Prison this turn.
Yeah.
Or sorry, her Guide of Souls from Theo's Static Prison.
Yeah. Cleared. The counters are cleared off of it. Theo's got a lot of leftovers, though, and Flage among the mix. I don't know that, we have Hasting Flage. Like I said, I don't know that we can check that. That's a problem. It is a problem.
It is a problem.
Yeah, Theo's snapping that off right away. You can see the exert. Going to exert one of the arenas in order to give a Hasting Flage, which will pick off the cat token. Then we get to snipe the other thing. May's entire board is gone. She's taking a massive hit for 8. And like I said, this is what you get. This is what the Hasting Flage stuff is all about. This is why you put Arena of Glory in your deck.
Yeah, absolutely. And
Oh my god. Yeah, the Dreams of Steel and Oil hits both the One Ring and the Flage in Yard, and then May top decks the 4th land. It could not get more insulting than that, as Theo, a convincing 2-0 victory over May French.
Yeah, very, very convincing victory there, as you said. I mean, clear reason why Theo was chosen from our MVP as the player to dodge. Very well played by both players, but congrats to Theo for taking down this round of Magic. Now, Drake, I think we have a backup match that we can go down to.
I believe that's correct. Yeah, so we're going to see, again, 2 different players from what we've seen so far. We're really doing quite a bit of a feature of the entire 24-player cast of our 2024 NRG Championship. And this matchup here is going to be between Zoe and Connor Mallele. It looks like we're going to be coming in kind of at the top of the round. So yeah, this looks like game number 1. And we have a turn 2 Fleshraker versus the Thunder Trap Trainer. I'm never going to say that card right, ever. I've never gotten it right once in my life.
It is a bit of a tongue twister.
Especially when you've played with Thunderclap before. It's not fair. They should never have printed Thunderclap as a card. Anyways. Yeah, I mean, this is the asymmetry that from what we saw last round, right? We saw a bunch of 2 mono green decks, 2 mono blue decks. Well, check it out. Here's green versus blue. Very Civic flooded is the modern format, despite having the energy deck kind of being one of the faces of the format. And yeah, I mean, like I said, both these players, big proponents of, I guess, Zoe on her version of combo. She played a bunch of Living In previously, had a lot of success with that. Connor played a bunch of Yawgmoth previously. So there's like a little bit of, kind of their flavor of combo going on here between these 2 mainstays. As the creature combo flavor versus the kind of spell die all at once flavor of combo.
Yeah, and Jawari Disruption was the pickup from Thundertrap Trainer, and it looks like Pithing Needle going to be the pickup for Connor here. Seems pretty nice against Zoe's deck.
Not weak. Yeah. Yeah. Being able to get it in uncounterably, too, is really just the ace in the hole with the Urza Saga decks against Belcher. Being able to just kind of punch that Pithing Needle in around all that free counter magic they have means they basically have to find like the sink into super style effect in order to bounce it back to hand. And then they have to do that and untap and win. Otherwise, it just comes right back. It's 1 mana card. They can always replay it.
Yeah, and I mean, second Fleshraker, that's already so much damage.
It's a lot of damage here. There's only 3 in the deck. We found 2 of them, and it's certainly being able to play the first one on turn 2 thanks to Eldrazi Temple is really going to provide an aggressive start for Connor. With this Blade of the Blood Chief, 2 just random tokens, we might be able to, again, just do the mopey beatdown, quote unquote, flavor of this deck where you just kind of use your stuff to get them dead. And that is, I don't know, it seems to be what Connor's going for now. Pithing Needle providing the necessary disruption, and then the Fleshraker's providing a big clock. It's a good mix for Connor.
Yeah, I mean, 1 mana artifact that says sometimes you win the game, but right now make 2 mana dorks and deal 4 damage. Pretty nice.
You love your 1 mana win the game cards, huh?
I do. I mean,
the Blood Chief. Just all
I would play 60 of them if I could,
I think that'd be a really boring game. Just 61 mana, I win the games. Yeah, tough.
Very play draw dependent.
Have to agree there. Oh,
we're seeing another Thundertrap Trainer come down for Zoe.
Give it a lot of thought to the choice. Can't get a great look at the hand, but I mean, the cool thing about this card here is you can find lands a lot of the time too. So the question might be, do I need a land? Do I want more things like whatever the Buer that's pulled to the front that can find Lotus Bloom and try to like really springboard everything? The question is, how much time does Zoe actually have? And that's not necessarily clear.
Yeah, hard to say for sure.
And looks like we do have a Jawari Disruption coming in tapped, so have to imagine that, feel confident enough about at least getting another turn. Thundertrap Trainer really providing a lot of that. Being 1/2 is usually pretty good at blocking. The Fleshrakers are, fortunately for Connor, big enough to get through that bit, and that's, oh boy, wow. This matchup has to be so bad for Belcher. You just have 3 card the Great Creators too in order to shut down Belcher's. Yeah, I mean, Zoe has to answer that. You can't let that happen. So we start there with Flare of Denial.
But Connor has another Karn in hand.
Oh my god. Yeah, it's just all your cards. You have so many of these Null Rods in your deck that just stop you from playing the game. And also you have Fireball in the form of Kozilek's Command with Kozilek. Yeah, okay, wow. Yeah, Kozilek's Command plus Glaring Frustraker. That's going to be enough damage there. And Zoe, yeah, just going to die very quickly in game number 1 between these two decks. And wow, Zoe is going to need to find some help in the sideboard if that game 1 is indicative of how this match is going to play out.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what an aggressive start from Connor there. Fleshbreaker turn 2, Fleshbreaker turn 3. That is just so much to overcome. Now let's take a quick look at the deck lists and see what our players might be thinking going into game number 2. So taking a look at Zoe's Belcher list here. What are some cards that maybe don't work in the matchup and some things in the sideboard? I mean, I see 4 Consigned Memories. That seems pretty nice.
That seems necessary. Yeah, I think that, being able to tag the Karns especially is a big part of the equation, but also like Devoid is something that comes up. So this card has more text too. Like even Basking Brood Scale, one of the combo pieces, even though it is a green pip, it is Devoid as well. So you can counter it with Consigned Memory. So those are 4 slam dunks for Zoe. I think those are coming in basically no matter what. And the rest is kind of up to Zoe. I think you do want to reach for something like Into the Floodmaw. Connor just has so much of those permanents that say you can't win the game anymore, that I think having the extra bounce spell is something that is going to matter. And for that reason, I think you're going to want Into the Flood. And now the big question mark there is like, do you want to reach for something like Harbinger of the Seas? It's not good. It's a monocolored deck. Does shut down some of the tricks though with like Urza's Saga and Eldrazi Temple. That could be something that might be good enough. It does still pitch to force if you don't want to get rid of it. I don't know. I'm skeptical on that. The cards that are dunks are the consigns, and the Into the Floodmaw I think you're very likely to want as well. The Harbinger of the Seas is, okay, do you have enough cards you don't like? And I would be surprised if that was actually the case. So I think it's just a pretty easy 5 cards in, and then whatever their worst cards out.
You think there's any world where Zoe considers these unable to screams for the matchup? Turn off some of these creatures? Is it just a little too slow?
I think it's just a little too divergent. Like if you're talking about what the matchup is about, you're talking about, okay, I'm trying to combo very quick. They're trying to combo very quick. So my best cards are the cards that both stop them from comboing and protect me against their best cards against my combo, which is of course the Pithing Needle stuff and the Karn stuff. The bounce spells and consigns are the best at that. Really, the Unable to Screams only check a little bit of Connor's plan. So now you're starting to talk about getting very reactive, and you're doing so in a way that I think doesn't benefit your own plan that much, because his creatures aren't what matters for you that often unless he's trying to win quickly. On the play, I think definitely no. I would consider maybe bringing in a couple on the draw if your counter spells start to get bad.
Sure. Now let's take a look at what Connor has here. Now, of course, being a Karn deck, some portion of the sideboard is mostly just going to be, something of a wish board to go fetch with the Karns. Probably won't want to bring much of those in, but I mean, we are seeing 3 Veil of Summers here.
Yeah, Veil of Summer, I think one of the best pieces. You have another copy of Pithing Needle, which could come up. There's going to be, that's just a good card to have. So having a second one to both find and just have in your opening hand is appealing. I don't know if you want to bring it in, like I said, because the Karns are so good on their own that do you need Karn downtick? Do you need all of your wishboard targets versus, you just want more density of opening hands? That's actually something I'm not confident about. You could just leave it. You could not. I don't think it matters that much. It's not going to come up that much, but there is a conversation there because Karn is so good on its own. You don't really need your wishboard to win you the game from there. If you have Karn, you're winning. And so I think you could justifiably bring some of your targets in just to cut some of your bad cards that don't matter that much. You're not really playing that interactive of a game. Do you need your copies of the One Ring, for instance? Are those things that are actually good in the matchup? I'd be maybe a little skeptical, but that's a question I'm not necessarily prepared to answer. But also, I don't think it matters that much one way or the other. You have so many good cards in your main deck already that you can make small adjustments and, like I said, just protect the stuff you already have with the Veil of Summers, and you're going to have a good plan, really, no matter where you fall on the spectrum.
Yeah. Well, I think our players are getting ready to get into this game here. It looks like we're drawing our opening hands, resolving some mulligans. Trying to get a peek at Zoe's hand. It looks like Zoe is mulled to 6. And Connor is keeping a 7. But it is going to be a turn 1 Lotus Bloom for Zoe. Very strong start.
That one does. Yeah, I mean, it's the best starts. I think it really is. You talk about Lotus Bloom is a card, obviously the best on turn 1 and has enabled turn 1 kills for a long time, previously in the ad nauseum decks in Modern, now doing so in Charbelcher. Able to find out Foreman mentions a big deal, but really, I mean, the best starts for this Belcher deck, in my opinion, always when I'm impressed with the deck the most is when they start with Lotus Bloom. So have to love to see it if you're a fan of Zoe Riederman and her Belcher deck.
Yeah, as we're going to see Archaeologists come down for Zoe. Pick up a card for her there, as we're going to use our Delighted Halfling to get out a Brood Scale and play a second Delighted Halfling for Connor's turn. Really, I mean, getting set up pretty quickly here.
Yeah, I mean, this sets up to kill next turn, right? If you have the Blade of the Blood Chief. I believe you're going to have enough mana. You're going to have the density you need in order to win the game next turn. And obviously there is a blocker that is somewhat problematic, but I mean, something Zoe has to consider already. And that's not even considering the other stuff that Connor can have. Karn, yeah, here's a card. Great. Gets to be mana efficient and use that. Zoe can't let that happen. We're in the territory where Zoe's running out of time. She has to basically counter more or less everything Connor does for the rest of the game, or else she's going to lose. And, the question is, can she do that? I don't know, but she also needs to, in that time, find a Belcher as well. We do have the mana thanks to Lotus Bloom. But we need to find a Belcher.
Yeah. Karn going to resolve here.
Uh-oh.
Looks like Connor immediately down ticking and taking a look at the sideboard.
Yeah, so what I was getting at during the sideboarding session is I think there's multiple cards that they play in the sideboard that are just lights out. You have Pithing Needles, and I think like the Stone Brain as well. You can search for the Belchers and just exile them. And so you have multiple cards that you can find with Karn that are lights out. As a result, I think you only need one of those. You can bring the other one in. And, okay, it's going to be Pithing Needle, I think, is the find and cast. But the point is, like, Karn's just so good in this matchup. How many you lose cards do you actually need access to? Well, maybe the answer is 2. Maybe I'm just a big dummy, and next turn we're going to be able to find the Stone Brain. It's going to be easy mode.
Yeah, it is going to get disrupted by Zoe there. Who, I mean, this could be a really big turn for her. But it looks like we're just playing a land and passing back over to Connor.
Yeah, I think you need another turn, right? You need to be able to use your Sink into Stupor to bounce the Karn, and then that way you have access to Lotus Bloom mana, because you need to do it all in one turn, or else Karn just comes back and you lose the game. Yeah, so here we go. Connor finds Blade, which is also a you-win card, baby. Yeah, there's Kozilek's Command in hand, so yeah, it's just another you-win card. Good grief, this matchup seems tough. Every card Connor has is so good against Belcher. I see why people like this deck a lot.
It is brutal, as we are going to see that get dealt with by Zoe. What card was that? Oh, the Disrupting Shoal.
That was Disrupting Shoal. Yeah. So we hard cast the Disrupting Shoal for 3. So X1, that counters the Blade. But again, we're still in the territory of Zoe has to counter every card Connor plays for the rest of the game. You can't do this forever. Connor under no rush. I mean, Karn's still in play. You're making Zoe use her mana on other stuff every turn. Yeah, here's Saga. That threatens on chapter 3 to go find another card that shuts down Zoe's combo. So tough.
Just get in for a little bit of damage.
Yeah. Attack for 2. Philology Archaeologist is an 0-3, so you would make Connor activate right away. So Zoe, chooses not to block, takes the 3 damage. Plenty of life total to work with. Other stuff, less so. There's Belcher. Okay. All right. That's step 1.
That is step 1. I would say an important step 0 at play here, which is get rid of Karn.
You still got to get Karn off the table, but... we have Sync. Okay, so we're set up as long as Connor does actual 0 things with Connor's turn next turn. We can on board, bounce Karn, untap, play Belcher, activate with the Lotus Bloom. Bam. I win. Now, that assumes that Connor's going to do exactly nothing with his turn. So now it's, okay, if Connor can do something this turn, what can I do about it? Is Harvey of the Seas taking care of Urza Saga meaningful? Like, you're not under that much pressure. You have time. You're not dying. The pressure that you're under is every one of Connor's cards just says you can't win the game anymore.
Yeah, Yeah, I mean, the fact that Connor's Urza Saga is on 1 is so important for Zoe right now. You know, if Connor was, you know, about to untap and go fetch an artifact, it would just be lights out for Zoe. But unless he draws something very specific here, it looks like, okay, we are going to get rid of the Lotus Bloom.
Uptick card, kill the Lotus. That is so brutal.
That
and now
is
the
very
thing
brutal.
doesn't work anymore. So yeah, I was just wrong. And Stonebrain, the find off of Malevolent Rumble. Yeah, so he did actually end up bringing in some of the I win the game targets, and I believe this is one of them. So I think we just cast that, and I don't know what's going on here.
Looks like maybe a judge call real quick.
Yeah, I don't know what that was about. Something happened with Zoe's hand, looks like. All right.
Not sure.
A lot of shuffling around. It's like a cartoon. You see Zoe going back and forth. I don't know what's going on here, but
all right. So let's talk about what this Stonebrain resolving means. So, I mean, okay. it does just spell doom for Zoe, right? Like,
yeah. I mean, I don't know how she gets out of this, to be honest with you. Like, you have to balance it, right? Because you get to play and activate, all your Belchers are gone, and that's the way you win the game. So let's take a look at this one. Boom. 2 mana, tap to activate, exile it, choose card name. You obviously choose Goblin Charbelcher, and then you get to search graveyard, hand, and library. So Tameshi's not an out because you get the one from graveyard too. Or any from graveyard. I don't even know if there is one. But and then, yeah, they're gone from your deck. That's the way you win the game. So what are we talking about? Like Thunder Trap, Trainer Beatdowns? Is there a pivot? I'm gonna check the sideboard. Is there any pivots at all? Am I missing anything? I don't think I am. So this looks like it is going to resolve. I mean, Zoe hasn't conceded, so clearly she thinks there's something. Mm-hmm. So I need to try to figure out what that is. I mean, like I said, you can just try attacking with Tameshi and Thunder Trap Trainer and all that stuff, but like that doesn't really attack that well past what's on board already, much less what could be coming in the future. I'm going to confidently say I don't know. If you have any revelations about how to win with your Belcher deck with no Belchers in it, I am all ears because I don't got it.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, you know, there are obviously some like Tameshi loops and things, but it's kind of like to what end?
Yeah. What are you doing? Like, say Zoe just has infinite mana, access to her entire deck. Like, entire deck in hand, infinite mana. How does she win the game?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe it's some sort of like suppression ray beatdown thing.
Okay, I'm listening. Suppression ray. Okay, Karn back to hand. Back to Zoe. We found the consign for the Karn. That's like something.
And a Flood Maw.
Okay. Yeah, maybe that's just the answer. You just suppression ray, tap all of Connor's stuff, and just attack with 20 power worth of stuff. That seems difficult. Maybe not impossible. Zoe certainly seems to think so. And you have cards like Seagate Restoration that lets you just get a buku of cards, and that might just be the way that you kind of get all of the resources that sound like they're impossible to achieve as you just start casting the front side of these spells. I mean, whatever. It sounds like an uphill battle. It is an uphill battle, but maybe that's not impossible. So we're going to see exactly what Zoe does do. Things started to line up here. We got the consign to memory.
Yeah, we consign the Tormod script. We can't consign the Karn because it is paid for with Delighted Halfling mana.
Sure. Yeah, it's legendary. So that one's not even counterable.
She does have... She picked up another Sink into Stupor.
Okay. Something else to consider. This Harbinger of the Seas, right? No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I was going to say, we don't have any white mana anymore, but actually, I forgot. Suppression Ray is hybrid mana. Yeah. It's not real. They're not real mana pips, so we can cast that off mono blue. We're good. We're good. Our primary game plan of sleep your battlefield plus attack with mopers is coming together.
Malevolent Rumble, seeing a Saga, a Looks like we're taking a Haywire Might.
This is strange. I don't know that I've watched so much Magic of a Belcherless Belcher deck, and then we have Connor who's just kind of doing a lot of nothing. Okay. Yeah. Here's Springleaf and what? Okay.
Yeah, Springleaf.
I mean, it
tap
attacks.
down one of the Scions. Make another Brood Scale.
I mean, Zoe's life total is getting low. We are accomplishing the thing. We're gonna bounce the
Blood Mob, a Brood Scale.
It's gone. It buys time. There's Whir, which does not find Belch. This is tough.
Yeah, I'm trying to look at Zoe's deck to see what Whir could even really do anymore.
Lotus.
The answer is not very much.
No. Wow. The Stone Brain's such a key piece here. Like I said, Connor just boarded it in, choosing Pithing Needle as the card to leave. Oh, he gets to get it back. We're going to get back to Stone Brain. Do we just name Suppression Field with this thing? Or Suppression Ray or whatever? Suppression Field's an actual card, so you'd have to name Suppression Ray. And just get those? I don't know. What did Connor name?
I don't know, but we're seeing a Whir of Invention in response. Oh, there's a portable hole from the sideboard, but it's going to be Lotus Bloom.
So we, yeah, I don't know. We got back Stone Brain, and now we're going to do something with it. We'll get a good look here at what Connor did name Tameshi. Okay. Yeah, I mean, you mentioned like Tameshi loops could be part of the equation. This just kind of removes that as an option. And, you know, you might need that in order to accomplish your critical mass of mana. I mean, I guess it's something to do. I think Stone Brain.
Oh, you know what? Tameshi loops with Thunder Trap Trainers.
Okay.
Start offspringing them.
Okay.
Go infinitely wide.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's something. That is a thing you could do. That
not online anymore. It looks like Zoe.
Yeah, Zoe. I guess that was it. I guess that was the plan, because Zoe could extend the hand after the draw step. There's no way Connor left any on accident or whatever in there. So yeah, I guess that's the thing. You need to hit both the Belchers and the Tameshis in order to really be lights out. But Belchers, I mean, look close to good enough anyway. And what was wow. That matchup can't be good. That's all I'm gonna say. I don't know what the numbers are. I've not seen any matchup data, but every single one of Connor's cards looks like a massive problem for the Belcher deck. And I think that might be the big key. I think that might be why we're seeing so much of this Brood Scale deck in our tournament. And yeah, so much of it here in this event. So with that out of the way, that is the end of round 3. That'll be the end of the modern portion. We're going to be coming back with Pioneer after a little bit of an extended lunch break. The players here, as part of the benefit of being here, they get an extended lunch break. So you all will as well. And before we go, we're going to spend a little bit of time talking about how you at home can qualify for this event next year. Of course, this is the NRG Series. We've been having the championship series now for many years. I don't know if the number is 6, 7. I've only been around for like 5 or 6 of them. But, you know, the point is this has been around a long time. These events are really special. They're very high stakes. They're very selective. And there's a lot of money on the line for all these players we've talked about already. You can qualify in the first season through the NRG Series in 2025. Get a good look there. The first event going to be in Chicagoland, Elmhurst, Illinois. That one, of course, going to have a 10K showdown. No formats announced yet. That'll be coming very shortly after this. We're going to kind of see how things shake with the bands and all that stuff. So no formats listed here, but there'll be a 10K showdown, 10K team trial. Going to get a lot of team events going on next season, including the showdown you see there at the end. But there you go. That starts things off. Then, of course, in March, you're going to be in Madison, Wisconsin with another showdown and a 5K trial. May, we're going to be heading back to Chicagoland, this time in Mundelein, with 10K showdown and another trial, and then wrapping things up in Indianapolis, a city I'm quite fond of, 10K showdown, and then a team showdown on Sunday. So you can qualify with your friends. We've had some of that happen this year. They're always really popular events, being able to qualify for the championship together, be able to work together for the event. Really, really special experience. And we're going to get some of that available for you next June. That'll be the end of season 1. All these showdown events qualify you for the 2025 championship. So make sure if you want to play this event, you think what's going on here is pretty sweet, and who doesn't, then make sure you get your way out to these events.
Yeah, very cool. Love a team event. Very excited to see those play out over the course of the next year. Now, if you want to make sure that you catch all of the broadcasts for all of the future NRG events, make sure you follow this Twitch channel, twitch.tv/NRG Series. And again, a huge thank you to Ultimate Guard for sponsoring the program here today. And Drake, I don't know, if you don't have anything else, I think we're good for lunch.
Yeah, I think it's lunchtime for everybody abound. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back very shortly, and hopefully you all get time to get a little bit of lunch too. Thanks for sticking around, and we'll see you for some Pioneer action in round 4 very soon.
Welcome back, Magic players, to the NRG Series Champs, the tournament of the year. So many people worked so hard to get here. I am Niall Joan Rivers, joined in the booth today by Drake Sasser. Now, Drake, we just concluded the modern portion of today's tournaments. We had 3 rounds of modern. A lot of very amazing, impressive gameplay was on display here. But now we are getting ready for a whole new format in the middle of the tournament. We're switching over to Pioneer. What are your thoughts on what we've seen and what we're about to get into?
Yeah, so obviously I really like what we've seen so far. We saw kind of modern as it exists now. Obviously there's some questions about that and what it's going to look like post BNR. But for the moment, all of our players' eyes are off that for the moment. It's, like you said, we are going to pivot into Pioneer. Quick reminder before we do pivot into Pioneer, as we've seen plenty of good Magic today. We're going to see plenty more. This is a non-traditional tournament structure. I want to recover that for anybody that might be joining us, may not have heard the first initial spiel. It's a good opportunity to discuss it again. So we're going to start 3 rounds, modern. Those are done. Now it's 3 rounds of Pioneer. And then we'll finish the day round 7 and 8 with rounds of standard. So that's 8 rounds in one day. So it is possible to qualify for the top 8 by going 8-0 day 1, because you need 8 wins to punch your ticket to the top 8. As soon as you do, you don't play anymore. You're out of the tournament. You're in the top 8. In fact, the first person to do so will be the number 1 seed. Now, as soon as you get 6 losses, then you are out of the tournament. So it is possible for your tournament to end today as well. But as long as you are in the tournament, as long as you have less than 6 losses, you can still win it. Every match you're playing for money. There's a 50 on every single match, even if you don't do that well in the tournament or whatever, which we'll go ahead and discuss that as we get the prizes up, how that is going to work. But, as long as you're still in the tournament, you can win it. As long as you're in it, you're playing for money. And that's the beauty of this structure. And really the simplicity, like I said, 8 wins being the benchmark to get in the top 8, the 6 losses to get out. And so, really, you could almost get in the top 8. You actually can get in the top 8 by just going 6-0. And you don't even have to play a game of standard in the the Swiss rounds, the non-top 8 elimination rounds. So that's a cool feature of what's going on here. So we'll those players that do not make it, those players that fall a little short of the top 8, you get $400. Let's see if we can get the prize slide up here for you guys. But you get $400 base. There. Oh, that's the standings. Whatever. There we go. We got $400 and then $50 per win. So that is a non-traditional prizing bracket as well. I really want to highlight that. Every single match, even if you're not doing well, obviously you're still in the tournament, you can win it. But also, every single match has a $50 on the table, for who's going to win it. And then, of course, once you get to the top 8, you start talking 4-figure numbers. You got $1,000 just for top 8ing, and then scales up from there. First place, $10,000, a Pro Tour invite, and an invite to the 2025 championship. So a lot on the line for winning it all. Ton of money, ton of invites, but high expected value. I know players love their EV, the high expected value tournament, even if you do not win the whole thing. And that's part of what makes this so special.
Yeah, don't forget the prestige of winning this event. I mean, that might be the greatest prize of all. But as I said, we just finished our modern round. And as we saw just briefly there for a moment, I think we do have a look at our player standings going into round 4. The first Pioneer round of the day with 1-3-0 player, Grayson Nemitz, who I believe was on Brood Scale in Modern, a deck that very powerful, kind of taking over the format a little bit.
Yeah, and like I said, he won a showdown. I believe the November showdown. He won Modern with Belcher. I was calling that match, and beat Murktide in the finals. Chose to pivot away from Belcher, what he won the tournament with, in order to pick up the Brood Scale deck here for Champs. Short turnaround to learn a new deck if that's something he had a lot of experience with, and I mean a very convincing for how powerful Brood Scale is. So we'll see if his Pioneer choice was as good as his Modern choice. Because if so, like I said, he could be the first player in top 8 by just going 6-0. Or sorry. He has to go 8-0, my bad. He has to win every single round today. So you actually cannot qualify without playing standard. You have to win every round today, but he could not have to play a single round of stage 1 tomorrow by just going 8-0 and winning every round today. So he's going to need his other 2 choices to be as good as his first one. And then for the rest of the players that you see here, a nice distribution. You would expect to see this along very skilled players, a very even distribution of players and kind of how things broke. That's exciting for these players' prospects for being in the tournament. Everyone's still in the tournament. Everyone's still battling. Even if you didn't start out with even a winning record, you're still very much in the tournament. And that's true of every player. No matter who you're rooting for, every single one of these players has the potential to still win this tournament.
Yeah, everyone's still alive. And a very unique thing about this structure, just like mentally speaking, is, normally in a tournament, let's say you don't do well your first 2 or 3 rounds, a lot of events, that's the end for you, right? You just say, oh, okay, 0-2 drop, 0-3 drop, whatever the thing is. But every time we shift formats, you're kind of back in it. It's kind of a fresh start. And you need to be able to mentally reset at runtime into not thinking, oh, I'm dead in this tournament, but into thinking I can spike the Pioneer portion and then the Standard portion, and then I'm very much live for day 2. And
yeah, that's a big part of it. And honestly, probably the most underrated part. When you think of skill at Magic, a lot of people point to mechanics and to deck choices and stuff like that. But being able to context switch in formats like this is a big part of it. And actually, speaking of that, we're about to start the Pioneer round, right? These 3 rounds represented the Modern rounds, and all of the Modern they're going to play here in day 1. We're going to be diving here into the Pioneer round. I believe we have a metagame breakdown for you to show real quick before we dive on down. We saw 7 copies of Brusco. That was the most represented deck in Modern. Here, a little bit more of an even distribution. Our most represented deck, I'd say unsurprisingly, is it Phoenix? But I mean, look at the distribution, pretty even from there. Maybe a more balanced format.
Yeah, it's very interesting because Pioneer's kind of in an odd spot right now. That it was very important somewhat recently, given the regional champs that was based on Pioneer and the RCQ season. But we know that next year none of the RCQ seasons are Pioneer, so it's a format that is a little more under the radar, I think, for a lot of players. But of course, this is a big event and a good reason to need to understand it. And yeah, I think a good sign of health in a format is a lot of deck diversity like we're seeing here. So I think it's actually very cool that the NRG does this and we get a chance to have a big important tournament where Pioneer is being played.
Yeah, and this, like I said, this is the opportunity. That, again, all these matches, a ton of high stakes for these players. So, I mean, like you just said, it's important. It's high stakes Pioneer, and it looks like there's some room for some exploration. If Is It Phoenix was just the clear best deck, like a lot of people seem to think, I think we would see that number way higher than 5. But clearly, a lot of these other players have a lot more comfort with other decks and feel that they can beat the Is It Phoenix decks. I mean, primarily with the black and red cards. You see a ton of that. Rakdos Midrange, Jun Sacrifice, Rakdos Transmogrify, Rakdos Prowess, like ton of black and red cards to try to take down the Is It Phoenix minutes, and that's going to be a lot of what we're going to be looking for in these first 3 rounds of Pioneer, and of course throughout the rest of the day in the Pioneer format as well. So these players context switching, we're context switching, and it would not be the start of the next stage, the next format of the championship if we didn't start with an Azorius Control player. So our one Azorius Control player in the form of Sean Gallagher is going to be among our feature, facing off against Fletcher Johnson. His take on the Rakdos Prowess decks. These players are ready to go.
Yeah, now, I mean, these are 2 very interesting Pioneer decks, as we're seeing Fletcher get down the Heartfire Hero on turn 1 here on the draw against Gallagher. Azorius Control, sort of a Pioneer mainstay, right? As we're seeing Portable Hole take care of that Heartfire Hero. But Rakdos Prowess, more of a recent Pioneer deck, but a very powerful one, and certainly one that if you are Sean Gallagher, you need to be a little bit worried about what Fletcher is able to do early. Although we are seeing, the Ember Heart Challenger come down for Fletcher and then get immediately answered on Sean's next turn. So far, Sean doing a very good job of responding to Fletcher's pressure and board presence.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, these players, they know each other's decks. They kind of know what they're up against. And Fletcher had a very classic start. You got your aggressive 1 creature into your aggressive 2 creature, the things that snowball damage, the kind of aggro classics. Is our turn 3 is getting a little bit more complicated. But yeah, Sean's just had removal spells at the ready, and he knew he needed those. He knew what he was up against, and he seems to have found a hand that has prepared for that pretty adequately. We'll see if Fletcher's most recent threat is going to stick around any longer.
Yeah, it's going to be a Monastery Swift Spear that just gets Monstrous Raged immediately while Sean's tapped out. That's going to be 5 damage at Sean.
That's a lot, but I mean, for turn 3, being at 13, you have to feel pretty good about that life total for the most part. Now, if you start taking a bunch of damage from the Swift Spear, that changes quickly.
Yeah, and we are going to get lost the Swift Spear. And I think there were 2 Wandering Emperors in Sean's hand, but not hitting a 4th land drop, it seems.
And I think that's going to be the story here. I think if Sean can really start to chain those Wandering Emperors together, the games will start to look very good for him. He's done so much answering Fletcher's threats so far. That's kind of the cadence you need for control. And then obviously the Wandering Emperor is very well known for it being both a removal spell and a snowballing planeswalker. Needs a 4th land for it, though. It seems to have found it.
Oh, that is huge. That is enormous for Sean. This Wandering Emperor is such a problem for Fletcher. Answers basically everything he's trying to do in a pretty clean fashion.
And you get to do so from a high life total. Sean's still not even at the halfway dead point. And, obviously Wandering Emperor gains life. It's just a big problem to fight through. Sometimes you can ignore it and just try to kill the control player anyway, ignoring the Wandering Emperor a little bit. A tough ass to do when you're still at 11.
Yeah, and we are going to swing in with this Manifold Mouse and the Monastery Swift Spear, as it is going to get eaten by the Emperor here.
Yeah, that's this is what he set up, and he was even patient with it, right? You saw he passed priority in attackers. He's like, all right, do what you're gonna do. Kind of gets to leverage the priority order a little bit, saying, all right, what you got? You got any more? You want to do any prowess triggers, anything like that? Try to get me dead? Okay, well, check it out. Now here's the Wandering Emperor, here's the blowout, have that, and then now you get to clean up the other creature, and Fletcher on close to nothing. Sean had a healthy life total with a Planeswalker left over. The second Wandering Emperor, like we mentioned, key. The first one would have been bad, but not really lights out. The second one is a tough ass to beat.
Yeah, and you're kind of in an interesting position there if you're Fletcher, because we saw the Infuriate come down, and that is what Sean responded to take care of that creature. But when you're attacking like that and your opponent has the Emperor mana, it's kind of a little bit of a game of chicken, right? Am I willing to try to commit spells to my creatures, or are you gonna try to take care of them before you take a little bit of damage? Unfortunately, did not pay off, as we're going to see the Slickshot Show-Off come down for Fletcher here. Very powerful card in this deck.
Yeah, really the thing that has set off the prowess decks as kind of the premier aggro decks of the Pioneer format, Slickshot Show-Off, I think very well known how powerful it is, and how powerful it is for the different modes, like plotting it, protecting it from removal spells, even just not attacking with it. There's a lot of flexibility to this card that is not intuitive on it. I think aggro decks traditionally across Magic's history have gotten a bad rap for being simplistic, because you just play your creatures and attack and hope you kill your opponent. That's just not how aggro decks work at all. It's never how they worked. It is a common misconception that is entirely untrue. As I think Patrick Sullivan, really kind of the, face of dunking on people that think aggro decks are simple, is kind of the face of that whole lead, the charge, if you will, of how complicated aggro decks really are. And here you go, Slickshot Show-Off not being tapped. Wandering Emperor can't cash out to take care of that one. And with the Gallagher kind of a precarious life total, Fletcher's not out of it yet. Creature land available as well.
No, yeah, we do have the creature land, which is very much face up, very much aware to Fletcher. But yeah, as you were saying, the misconception of aggro decks being this simple thing, the overall card quality in your deck is just so low that every choice matters. These decks are winning off such narrow margins a lot of the times. And being able to really capitalize on that takes a ton of skill. And one tiny misplay of one of your, weak little common spells can be the difference between winning or losing. Whereas a lot of decks, for example, Azorius Control deck, as we get later and later into the game, basically every spell Sean draws is a haymaker, right? Everything's huge. You cast them, it's having a huge impact. The same is not really true for Fletcher.
Yeah, it's exactly it. Overall, you can talk about which decks are easier, which decks are harder, but overall, between these two decks, I think I would rate them close to the same difficulty to play, and I don't think the average Magic player shares that. And so it's just something I want to highlight, as Fletcher looks like he's not doing a lot, but is actually doing a good job not playing into the Wandering Emperor too much, and really setting himself up to maybe be able to find a hole here. Really, Sean has stabilized. Obviously, he's not being attacked anymore. So Sean has really stabilized this game. So it's all about, can Fletcher build up enough of a board state with enough tricks in the chamber, maybe some direct damage and stuff, to be able to steal the game from Sean's clutches?
Yeah, Fletcher really showing so much knowledge and mastery over this deck. In a spot where I think a lot of people would think, oh, it's just over. The control player got to their ideal sort of end state where, 7 mana is such a key moment for the Azorius control deck, right? Because we've already got the Deluge in the yard, right? So Sean always has really good things to do with his mana. And Fletcher just being very patient and making sure that when he commits, he's doing something good with it.
And I think that might be exactly what you're highlighting here. That 7 mana, represents Memory Deluge. So Fletcher just passes the turn again. That's a free Memory Deluge. Sean gets to use his mana, and now things might be out of Fletcher's grasp. So even if it's not ideal, this is the turn where I think Fletcher really has to move, because otherwise he's just going to lose to the in graveyard Memory Deluge.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and so we are going to see a turn inside out onto the Heartfire Hero, which is going to get Dovin's vetoed, but that does still pump both the Heartfire Hero and the Slickshot Show Off.
Yeah, really spreading out the damage here, making sure you're not getting destroyed by removal spells in combat, I think is the heads up part of this here. And of course, if you can set up any kind of thing where your creature actually dies, you can do the damage equal to its power, which you're giving it a ton of, and then you get a creature for your trouble. A lot of tricks here with this turn inside out card when you kind of want your creatures to die. And Reckless Rage, the card that can make that happen.
Reckless Rage, very nice here, as we are going to use it to try and take care of this Samurai token as well as our own Heartfire Hero.
Yeah, this is interesting. So this isn't lethal necessarily, right? We know Sean has a removal spell. I think he has a Get Lost that he can use. He has to use on the Slickshot Show Off. Otherwise, you just die to that thing, right? It's not blocked. You're at 5 if these life totals are correct. And this is 2 spells. That number is 5, and we're done here. So the Show Off has to die. So there it goes. And now we're killing the Heartfire Hero, but it doesn't have the power yet, right? So we're talking about
2 damage to face?
2 damage.
Or is our counter still on the stack?
Yeah, that's what I was not clear of.
Because Fletcher did put the dice there, which makes me think maybe that was allowed to resolve.
So yeah, it looks like we took 2 off of the Heartfire Hero trigger. So at 3, but still has Wandering Emperor, still has a creature land. Not much else left over. Fletcher's nothing. I mean, I was saying needs a spell. Did find one.
Yeah, Swift Spear, quite the card there. And we've got these map tokens. I mean, that is the problem with Get Lost against decks like this, is they can really make good use of those map tokens.
Yeah, that's extremely true. They're very, very important. But I think either way, it's a critical turn for Sean, because he finally gets to cash out that Memory Deluge, which is what Fletcher was really trying to put pressure on him to prevent.
Yeah, and we are going to go ahead and use our map. Not sure what card we're seeing on the top there. It is very glary.
Yeah, that is pretty bright, but it hasn't been thrown immediately to the graveyard, so it can't be blank. It can't be a bad one.
Yeah.
Question is, what does anything? Like if you can't get trample on this Swift Spear, you attack, Sean blocks, then Sean just gets to exile the Swift Spear with the Wandering Emperor, gain some life, which is horrible for you, and you lose your threat. So that's not a good exchange. You need either some way to get like trample, monstrous rage type effects to punch through the token, or you just need to go wider. You need another creature that's going to be hasty and all these kinds of things. So if it's not one of those things, I feel like it's got to go. We chose to leave it.
Yeah, maybe just to get...
Oh, it's Claim to Fame.
Claim to Fame.
That's sick, right? That brings back Slickshot?
Yeah, brings back Slickshot, and then can also pump it?
Yeah, here we go. Let's get a look at this one. Aftermath. Turn my head sideways here. 1 red Fame. Aftermath. Target creature gets +0, gains haste until end of turn. So yeah, you can bring back Show Off. And then Aftermath, you have 2 lethal threats. So that's something that we're going to have to account for. But I think Sean can leave up 2 blockers with the creature land. So we need a little bit more. Doesn't give trample.
Now,
right? No. Haste.
What if we brought back the Heartfire Hero? Might make things a little more complicated, because it would be a, 4/2 with haste?
Yeah, and all these creatures have 2 or more power, right? Or no, is the land a 1/4?
No, the land's a 2/3.
Okay. Yeah, so then that complicates things, but you need another point of power. So you can Fame it, and that's 3, and that's lethal no matter what.
Yeah. So,
okay, yeah, so that's just lethal no matter what. Just the Heartfire Hero, if you can get it.
If we can resolve the spell, yeah.
Yeah, you need both to work.
Feels a little tough to accomplish.
Yeah, slams it. I mean, we're not going to wait. Things aren't getting better. And there's the Heartfire.
There is the Heartfire hero.
There's the Aftermath.
We are going to Aftermath it. This is going to get a counter. It's going to get +2, +0. The +0 actually being so helpful in this situation.
Yeah.
And haste.
Yeah, every line of text mattering on both of these cards. Supreme Verdict in hand doesn't do anything. No Teferi to instant speed that one.
Yeah, and not another Wanderer.
Is that just it? I mean, yeah, there's no way, right? I think that's what Sean can't believe. Yeah, wow. The Sire Relief stole game one here from Sean Gallagher. Wow.
Absolutely expertly done. Just an impossible to deal with Heartfire hero. Congratulations, Fletcher Johnson, taking down game number one, which I feel like with these sorts of decks, you're expecting so much post-board hate. You really want to get that first win.
Yeah, you really need game one. And, you know, if you're Sean, a disappointing, because again, this is what feels the worst about the control decks, when you feel like you have it all, you feel like you've turned the corner, but there's just that little window. And Fletcher did a great job punching the hole, as you would expect, you know, these Masters and the championships to do. But it's still so exciting to see. Really gets the blood pumping. But we got more Magic to play. So let's take a look at Sean Gallagher's sideboard really quickly and what he can do against the Rakdos Prowess Menace. And I think he's got some tools, you know, start off with those two Beza the Bounding Spring, got a Detention Sphere, Dovin's Veto, 2 Enduring Curiosity, 1 Farewell, the Kahira Companion, 2 Mystical Disputes, a Narset, Parter of Veils, 2 Rest in Peace, and 2 Shark Typhoon. Yeah, Beza just already looks like a slam dunk, and then from there we can figure out what our Removal Swell suite needs to look like, I think.
Yeah, very, very interesting. Do you think Rest in Peace comes in against a deck like Fletcher's?
So what, we're talking about hitting Claim to Fames?
We hit Claim to Fames. We also turn off the Heartfire hero, right? Because it won't die
because it gets
anymore.
exiled. It's not a dice trigger. Yep. Okay. And also turns off like the turn inside out value, although you're already kind of good against that, right? You have a lot of exile effects between Hole, March of Otherworldly Light. I don't know. That sounds weaker to me than like even like a Shark Typhoon, where you can make like an instant speed blocker, get a card for your trouble. That seems a little more appealing to me if you're going to go for just like what's the worst thing in your sideboard that's justifiable in the matchup. But I mean, you might have a lot of cards out, right? Like traditionally against aggro, your control decks don't need as many of their haymakers. They don't need as many of their big planeswalkers. Maybe your Narsets are really bad, so like you can reach for some number of like Memory Deluge Narset stuff, probably more so the Narsets because you have to tap out on your main phase for them, and really just rely on your Wandering Emperors plus like a Teferi or two to be your end of game haymakers, and then the rest of your deck could just be removal and counter spells for problematic spells. I think that's kind of where you're going to want to pivot to, and your counter spells are a little bit worse, but they're not that bad. You know, there's a lot of stuff that you want to answer with just counter spells that I think you trim some. Maybe the vetoes are bad, but the No More Lies, for instance, I think are probably just going to stay in. They're great.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see if we can get a look at Fletcher's list real quick and see what he might be bringing against this control deck. Seeing a lot of Thoughtseizes, Ob Nix, the adversary, the bane of every control player's existence.
Strong one.
Screaming Nemesis.
Not bad either, right? Another hasty threat that does some like extra value. I can't hate that one. There's a lot of tools for both of these players. Like you said, the 4 Thoughtseizes. Obviously, we don't want the 3 Fatal Push, but you could bring in the 4 Thoughtseizes, the 2 Obs, probably the 2 Screaming Nemesis. Nemesis. I don't know. And then you have some other stuff left over that I don't know that you want. Your Reckless Rage is pretty bad. Your Heartless Act I don't think is needed. And your Claim to Fame looks good there, but I mean, especially if we're bringing in Rest in Peace, it's not that good. I don't know. That card I don't think is going to be good on average because, once again, they have so many exile effects. No More Lies exiles. You have your March of the Otherworldly Light, your Wandering Emperors. I think that card's kind of bad on average, even though it won game one, they're very masterful. I think that's a card you actually might be looking to cut.
Sure, yeah, I could totally see it. Looks like our players are just about ready for us to hop back down to the feature table as they are drawing their opening hands here. And Sean going to be on the play for this one.
Huge. A play draw obviously matters a lot in these kinds of matchups, especially, where you just need the time in order to get to your supreme verdict. Having your supreme verdict like one turn earlier can matter a lot. Even just removal spells like Detention Sphere that we see in Sean's hand. That's a 3-mana removal spell. You don't want to take 1 billion damage off a creature before finally having to Detention Sphere it. Being on the play contributes a lot to that.
Yeah, I think that's a Thoughtseize, a Heartfire Hero. A lot of options here for Fletcher.
Maybe part of the awkwardness of Thoughtseize is you kind of have to decide, and that is the decision he made. You have to decide between playing a creature and getting to the board or just Thoughtseizing now and getting the best of the bunch. Lots of Narsets, so I was just very wrong about sideboarding. Sean loves it.
Yeah. The Narsets, we got the Sphere, and we've got the Portable Hole. Kind of awkward no matter what.
I like taking the cheap spells. I want to take the portable. Make sure that if Sean's casting anything, it's his entire turn. I like that from the aggro side, especially early like this.
Yeah, it looks like Fletcher looking through his own hand, trying to line up what his game plan is, knowing Sean's cards in hands, and is going to go for the cheap spell. Portable Hole is the choice off of that Thoughtseize.
Yeah, I mean, you took a turn off to play your Thoughtseize that is inherently tempo negative. And so, one way to offset that is by taking cheap spells and making sure that, whatever Sean's plays are expensive. And therefore, you rebuy some of what you had lost. Heartfire Hero. Now
Heartfire
in the clear.
Hero.
Well, not really in the clear, but, in the clear-ish.
Yep, and here comes the Narset.
Yeah. I mean,
see a No More Lies. We see a Deduce. Not sure what the white spell was.
On the play,
taking the
has
Deduce.
time for it, yeah, and time for a Deduce. I mean, this is a signal of strength to me. If you're playing, you're tapping out for your draw spell and finding another draw spell over other options. To me, that is a sign of strength. I think I'm winning this game. I feel good about my spot.
We are going to see Fletcher play the Manifold Mouse. Works very nicely with the Heartfire Hero. That's going to get double strike, a +1/+1 counter, take out the Narset. Clean answer.
Not bad at all. And not the same threat, which matters a lot for the Detention Sphere you know about. So being able to diversify your threats here, big deal.
Absolutely.
What
so we head back on over to Sean. I think that might be a Beza in hand. Not sure. Yeah, that is. And this is devastating for Fletcher.
Yeah, this is.
Although, wait,
haymaker.
Does Fletcher have less life than Sean right now?
Yes, but he does get
because
the
of the Thoughtseize.
So we get the fishes. That's about it.
That's huge. That's huge. When your Thoughtseize also reads, your opponent does not gain 4 life. That's a good deal.
It's not bad. Yeah, it's not bad. You kind of get like a inherent burn spell as a result. I love those fish tokens. It's a pretty artwork there.
It is one of my favorite tokens in Magic.
Yeah, I don't know that I had
incredible artist.
Yeah.
The original painting, she used silver leaf, like actual silver. So like the fish like shimmers in the light. It's so good.
That's actually insane. That is so incredible. I bet that painting's worth a fortune. You see some of these original paintings go for sale. So expensive.
Absolutely. Shout out Rhonda Libby, incredible Magic artist. Did incredible work in Bloomborough. As we are getting our 2 fishes.
Yeah, I think Fletcher is in the tank here. Or just think. Yeah. Which, I mean, fair. There's suddenly a lot of toughness where you don't normally have to deal with that in the control matchup. And, of course, only 2 Beza in Sean's sideboard. So having one here on turn 4, following up all these draw spells, that might be why he felt so confident that he could just take all these turns off. We just had Beza ready to go.
Slick shot show off.
Great way around Beza.
Going to combat, give our Manifold or our Heartfire Hero double strike, swing the team.
I love it. These creatures and the sizes they are means that there's great blocks for Sean, which can only mean one thing. Fletcher's got tricks. So now you have to decide how do you not get blown out by whatever tricks Fletcher has.
Yeah, as we are putting 1 fish on the Manifold Mouse and a fish and a Beza on the Heartfire Hero.
Sean's facial expression, he doesn't even look confident in that. Here comes the rather telegraphed tricks. The question is, is it too bad anyway? Are you getting destroyed by this, even though you know it's coming? Probably. Looks like
This
it.
might, so, I mean, this is so much damage. This might be it. This might be lethal. Yeah.
Oh my god, yeah. Oh my goodness. Burn together as the second main phase. You get to just fling it to the face. And that's lethal.
Yeah. Just an astounding amount of damage. And really the Rakdos Prowess deck showing what it does best, which is hit you for a ton of damage on turn 3 or 4 and then sack the Heartfire hero to end it. Incredible.
Yeah,
Congratulations, Fletcher, taking down our first round of Pioneer.
An incredible display. I mean, I think if you sit down both of those players and ask them how they feel about the matchup, I think Fletcher would feel largely pretty good. A lot of the Pioneer control deck is set up to beat Phoenix, which is a little bit of a slower aggressive deck rather than the Prowess deck. And that's part of the reason to play Prowess. I think that's part of, maybe one of the benefits. You actually have a good matchup there. And overall, it really looked like Sean had his best cards and then died immediately. And that is really just shows the explosiveness of a deck like Rakdos Prowess.
Yeah, I really want to highlight too the skill put on display by Fletcher in that first game. We saw such patient, deliberate play, clearly knew what winning needed to look like, made it happen. It's so cool to get to watch Magic like this at this level.
Well, speaking of Magic at this level, we are not done. We have a backup feature match. That was a very quick round, so I have to imagine we're going to be going in to our backup feature match pretty early. So we'll take a look at that. This one, a very different texture than what we just saw, even though it features, I'm sure, some of the same, I don't know, cards, lands at least, but very different. We're doing a lot more creature stuff. I don't know what the exact composition, but we're talking about Pioneer. There's a lot of red and black cards, and there's no change here. We got Kamari Bulger on Junda Sacrifice versus Frederick Borgaminki. Borgaminki? I'm gonna go Borgaminki. There's no way that you pronounce that E. I don't believe it. And Frederick can beat me up. I'm so bad at pronouncing things. I'm prepared to be beat up as we are going to go here. Yeah, there we go. The top of the round here. Here you go. Junda Sacrifice on the right, Company on the left.
And for Company, we're going to see turn 1 Elf into immediate Fatal Push from Kamari, and then Thalia for our turn 2 play. 2 mana for that oven. That's an expensive oven.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's not normally, I can't imagine Thalia being that good. There's not that many non-creature spells really in this Sacrifice deck, but I guess it's not true now that they play the 4X Scavenger's Talent and 4X Fable. You have a ton of enchantments. So Thalia actually seems like a card that maybe got organically better with the way these Sacrifice decks are being built, or at least how Kamari's building his deck here. He has just a ton of these kind of more expensive enchantments that have a lot of grinding power.
Absolutely. As we are tapping out for a Kellen, I believe.
Yeah, I don't know what the spell version of that is. I believe Journey On, perhaps? Or did we just play?
Yes. I think we might have. It's a little hard to. Given where Thalia is on the board, I'm gonna assume we just did Journey On.
Yeah, lands in front of spells. What are we talking about? We threw the map token across the. Okay, so we did Journey On. That's what I was confused about. Where's the map token? Did we activate it?
Right.
Those kinds of things.
An expensive Journey On.
Thalia hitting both players in what is a shocking twist. 35 creatures in Frederick's deck. Not that many non-creature spells.
Yeah. So you're going to head back over here to Frederick. We see a Llanowar Elf. We see a Brutal Cathar. We're going to crack the map on our Thalia.
Sure.
We have an spell already used for Frederick as well, and that's going to be a land to hand.
Land 5 could come up. You need 5 mana. Your companies are 5 mana now, so
True.
Maybe the last land you want to draw, but not a land you're upset to find, I think.
Yeah.
3.
And we are going to swiftly deal with that Thalia with a Heartless Act.
Yeah, what was perhaps the most telegraphed even interrupter in the universe. We held up all of our mana with all our cards in hand. And that one got plotted.
Yeah, which now the plotted cards are going to cost 2 more, but also because it's a non-creature spell, it's going to be 3 mana again to cast that.
Yeah, it's just the same price. That's kind of messed up, huh?
3 mana Deadly Dispute.
Wow,
Stack the oven.
Chomping through Kamari's mana. This is brutal.
Yeah, we get a treasure token. We're going to use that to play this blood type harvester, make a blood. We're just turning artifacts into other artifacts.
Moving game objects between zones. Super sweet.
Ovens into treasures into blood.
I'm not much of a a recycler. I'm talking about like a tinkerer is what I'm looking for. We turn artifacts to other artifacts, but I don't know how you turn an oven into blood without hurting yourself or others. Anyways, it does represent a removal spell for Thalia that doesn't cost any more mana than it already costs, which, given how much Thalia has really hurt Kamari this game. I was going to talk about how I feel like the Sacrifice deck normally played a bunch of creatures and you're kind of fine. No, this has absolutely decimated Kamari and his ability to spend mana efficiently. And that's not stopping now. Frederick got even more good answers to what's going on the other side of the board.
Yeah, as we are going to see, is it a Skyclave Apparition?
Yup. Skyclave Apparition, Munchin the Blood Tithe Harvester. Got Kellen at it as well. I mean, this is just a big attack force. Ooh. But hey, here's a big blocker. Check this one out. Oh, we got a reader. Yigra.
Eater of all. Yeah, now, we don't have the cat in the yard, right? And we don't have a food token, so we don't have an infinite. It looks like
we made him put the lands behind. Oh, tough crowd, the coverage team. Giggles by all. Love this.
That's tough.
Yeah, so
but I mean, dealing with this Yigra is still not super easy. We do still have Ward Sacrifice. Effectively,
yeah, 6/6. Like he's huge. Even outside any other cat configurations and what have you, it's massive. And so we did sack. Yeah, other creatures are food, so we had to sack one of our creatures here in order to Brutal Cathar it, which we did successfully do.
Yeah, it's going to be a big attack. And we got rid of our Thalia to play another.
We have another one. Oh, yeah. Everything coming up, Frederick, with Kamari at 4 and still under Thalia lock. I can't imagine we're going to see too many more turns. 3-mana Deadly Dispute, not really going to dig you out of this one.
Yeah, Deadly Dispute the blood, turning blood into treasure. And remember, this was a blood that was originally an oven. We've gone oven, treasure, blood, back to treasure.
It's the life
Who knows
cycle.
What that treasure will be?
Oven. If you see ovens at the thrift store, they're just waiting to become blood and enter their next life cycle.
More than anything, I want to see this treasure get cracked to play another oven.
Sure, the
really
cycle begins anew.
The circle. Yeah.
Witch's Oven, artifact, subtype, Phoenix. Begins anew. Okay, we're talking. We got some plays. Oh, it's Heartless Act time, so we can kill the Brutal Cathar, pay 3, go to 1.
Looks like we're calling a judge.
Okay.
Maybe
did we miss
question of
flip?
No, because Brutal Cathar just came down.
I can't get a great look at what's being asked. I mean, we're pointing to all the relevant things going on. So something about this interaction, I don't know if it's how much mana should I pay versus do I have to pay ward or whatever. I'm going to look here at even Interrupter. Nothing crazy going on with this thing, right? It becomes plotted. It can cast as a sorcerer without paying its mana cost. But it costs 2 more, and then it costs 1 more. Yeah, this feels like we did everything right.
Maybe just trying to make sure that the Aven Interrupter exile tax does not affect Yigra re-entering when Brutal Cathar dies. Maybe.
Okay. Brutal Cathar.
Not sure.
Yeah, I'm not clear what's going on here. There's a lot of hand waving, and these players seem to be mostly on the same page. So I'd have to imagine at the end of the day, we're going to see exactly what we'd expect. Ward. There's no ward paid through life because it hasn't flipped. Like I said, I was focused on it flipping, and it has not flipped. So, that's going to die. So we actually do get to stay at 6. We have a treasure and a Yigra versus.
The question might have been: does Yigra get a counter when you kill the Brutal Cathar?
Oh, sure. Yeah, like the rest in peace trick. Well, either way, that appeared to be game one. I don't know.
Yeah,
That was
think,
there at the end. I was very confused, and we're all very confused. But to me, that looks like Frederick won game one. So
yeah, just a lot of damage on board. I assume it's
Ygritte.
got to be a Frederick win there.
Yeah, I don't know. There's no that Ygritte doesn't. I mean, without Cat or whatever, doesn't like kill out of nowhere. So I think that's going to be end of game number one. So we're going to get a quick look then at Kamari's deck, the Jund Sacrifice deck, the Ygritte, and all the fun stuff that we just saw in the last game, and of course, most importantly, the sideboard, which starts things off with the Phoenix Respect, 4 Leyline of the Void, 4 Thoughtseize, 2 Haywire Might, 2 Obnixilis, and 2 Torch the Tower, with of course your Giganta companion. So love this. 4 ofs in the sideboard. You know what you want. You know what you want to beat.
Yeah, and I mean, as far as cards that we might want to be bringing in here, I mean, those Torch the Towers seem pretty valuable, but I mean, what
That's
else
like
really do you think?
Yeah, I think that's like it. I think you could maybe, like, if you feel bad about how that game played out, you maybe can trim on some Fable stuff. I mean, Fable's broken. Everybody knows it's broken, but like, Thalia already eats your lunch. So maybe cutting down on some of your expensive non-creature spells is the direction you want to go. But yeah, I literally just want to bring in the 2 Torch the Towers and cut probably, like I said, either 2 Fables, some non-creature spells. I'm cutting either Fables, Scavenger's Talent if you don't think you're going to have the mana for that. But really simple sideboarding. And honestly, this is a matchup that I don't see a lot of sideboard hate for. And I don't expect it to be a hard matchup for Kamari. I mean, cards like Mayhem Devil and all these things, I would expect to just eat this Slicing Company deck for lunch. Kind of a rare, maybe potentially rare case of Thalia just absolutely destroying Kamari there as we kind of analyze what the sideboard options are. So over to the company deck. Speaking of, we have Frederick's Selesnya Company deck.
Yeah, I mean, effectively 8 Llanowar Elves. Pretty
Sure.
nice
Yeah, the
there.
classic 8 Elves deck. Been a thing since the inception of Pioneer, and kind of the latest implementation. Got another kind of heavy of the same card sideboard: 4 Knight of Autumn, 3 Portable Hull, 2 Brutal Cathar, 2 Elite Spellbinder, 2 Ghost Vacuum, 1 Anointed Peacekeeper, and then of course the Werefox Bodyguard. I guess, how much graveyard hate do we have in the main deck? Because we probably need to check the cat. That seems like one of the more annoying things getting in your way.
Yeah, Ghost Vacuum feels, I think, pretty good here.
Yeah, I think we do want it. I agree with you. I think we want Ghost Vacuum. I mean, I think you do. It's weird because your removal spells matter, but as we saw, they also have a ton of non-creature spells. There's a little bit of a pronged attack. So, like, I like some of the removal spells that do other stuff. Things like the Brutal Cathars, the Werefox Bodyguards, that kind of thing, more so than the Portable Hold direction. Even though Portable Hold does get Witch's Oven, it feels more narrow to me, and more specifically hitting the cards that don't matter as much, versus being able to play to the board, find it off Collected Company, and also still be interacting with your opponent. I think those are your best options in this matchup, and those are the cards I'd reach for first. If you have enough outs, maybe reach for the Portable Holes and stuff like that, but I think on average they're worse than the other options, even though they're cheaper.
Sure. Well, I think our players are ready here for game 2, so we'll get down to that. Looks like they have resolved their hands. Looks like I do see a Fable in Kamari's hand here. Frederick looks like going down to 5, perhaps.
Both players reaching for cards. They both got mulligans here. It looks like. Oh no, that's actually, we're not even putting on the bottom. We just get to keep it. We got 7 cards.
Yeah. Oh, Ghost Vacuum on turn 1.
Not playing any games.
We're gonna play Den of the Bugbear as our second land. Well, we're thinking about it because the cat is coming down immediately.
Well, yeah. I mean, don't think. I guess I should have clarified.
Don't think about the cat dying.
Yeah. Don't even dream about this cat dying. It's not going to happen.
Not going to happen.
Collected Company among the mix. Actually has a ton of like pretty good 3 and 4 mana spells, but needs the lands for them. Does Frederick.
Fable on 3. Very nice for Kamari here.
Yeah, and with kind of Frederick's anemic start, gonna have the time to be very effective, and no 3rd land, that's a big deal. Big deal for Frederick and his creature deck.
Yeah, that is a Voice of Resurgence as the play for Frederick behind the lands again.
Behind the lands again. Yeah, we're so back. We're back.
We're so back.
Creatures
We've
from
never
the
been
back.
more back.
We've never been more back.
The creatures have never been more back.
Yeah,
in
they
a
are
very
as
literal
back
sense.
as you can get them.
Another
Second
fable.
All right. I don't know if Frederick, when he's hitting his land drops, if these would be effective, but I'll tell you what, when Frederick's missing his land drops, these fables are going to be crushing.
Absolutely. As we see, this goblin get in, make a treasure.
I think we bricked again.
Oh.
They've never been more front.
Yeah, the lands have never been more back. As Frederick just going to scoop to this, powerful board like Amari's assembled, we're going to have a game 3, Drake.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. These players understand what's going on. They understand how this is going to play out. And I think that was a pretty clear... the writing was on the wall, even though the game was still very early. The writing was on the wall. So we're going to take a quick moment here as we're kind of shuffling up here for game 3. I don't think I see players making too many adjustments. We're going to take a quick look at these players, and we do have some nice player slides presented. We're going to take a look at Frederick here. Take a look at his 2024 NRG Series accomplishments. Played 5 events, did win 1. And then, of course, that represents his top 8. So, nice. If you're going to make top 8, just win the whole thing.
Yeah, make top 1.
Easy. Top 1, exactly. It should just be adjusted to top 1. And of course, the rest of these from, I believe that's Champaign, Illinois. I'm not familiar with the town. I only lived in Tinley myself, but I'm sure it's fine. Loves cooking, listening to music, and his hot take here. We got universes beyond, more like universes be gone. I think Frederick and I would have a lot in common here.
Frederick, I'm afraid you left your hot take in the freezer. That is ice cold, my man.
Well, not according to Wizards of the Coast. I mean, based on the product.
Well, sure. I guess depending on who
it depends on what you're asking.
Could be a very hot take.
The child development specialist, and of course, he qualified by winning our August Trios Showdown here alongside Charlie Dusterberg and Kamari. So this is a little bit of a teammate show off here. So kind of segues nicely into Kamari. Take a look at him and what he's got done. Qualified alongside Frederick again in that August Trios Showdown, and he played 9 events though. Best finish, of course, was that win alongside his teammate. But did actually have 2 top 8s. You go to Oak Park, Illinois is his hometown, and has Manavault top 8 here. Was a 1K. Manavault actually is a nice shop. Familiar with that shop myself. Quite nice. And he's got a hot take as well. Every 2-for-1 is a hymn to Torok. I mean, it's a hot take because it doesn't make any sense. So I don't know if you get it.
It's deep. It's philosophical. It's brooding. It is, It gets people thinking. That's as a hot take should.
Well, Kamari, I love the smiles. This guy's all smiles. He's got finger guns. He seems like, but this whole team, all these players seem like they'd be great to sit around and have a conversation with. And I really do need to get Kamari aside and talk to him about the every 2-for-1's a hymn to Torok, because there's a lot to unpack there. 2-for-1's are pretty fun. Hymn to Torok is pretty miserable. So bridging the gap here for me is like tough. It's tough.
Exactly. It's a stimulating question.
I feel so stimulated. Anyways, on that note, back down to the match we go between these two players as they're well underway. Not a hymn to Torok, just a lonely Thoughtseize here for Kamari.
Yeah, and looking at, I think, a 2-lander here once again for Frederick. Really powerful sign of a powerful Magic player to lose on a 2-lander where you get screwed, and then next game be like, nah, this time it'll be good. And statistically, you're right.
Yeah, I mean that's the important part. You have to be statistically correct, otherwise you're kind of dealing with the people. What's the definition of insanity? Doing the whole thing over, doing something over and over again, expecting a different result. So I hope for Frederick's sake it is a different result, and the statistics ideally agree with Frederick as well.
As we go back over to Kamari, is going to play a very strong turn of the Talent and the Oven back to back, and we're going to hit a land off the top here for Frederick. And is that a Coco? Was that the other card? I believe
the other card is Collecting Company. And Knight of Autumn here looking great, right? Multiple targets. I mean, not one we highlighted in the sideboarding, but got juicy options here between Oven and the Scavenger's Talent as far as what you can hit and what you might want to hit.
Yeah, it seems really good. I mean, obviously hits a lot of the early things. Also, once Yeager comes down, hits every creature, right?
True. Yeah.
Everyone but Yeager is an artifact.
I guess, I mean, it's not very flavorful. If Jaeger is the eater of all, it too should be food. You want to talk about
are what
hotcakes,
you
there's
eat, I
mine.
suppose.
Yeah, Jaeger should say creatures. All creatures are foods. It's all.
We're gonna
All. You have
play
to use the word all.
tapped Blood Crypt and
Leveled
leveled
up.
up the talent. And we had a Mayhem Devil in hand there, but we know about the Brutal Cathar. We know about the Interrupter. So Kamari clearly setting something up here.
Yeah, that's strange, right? Because like in chapter 2 here, the Scavenger's Talent doesn't seem like something you care that much about. Whenever you sacrifice a permanent target player mills to, like obviously, you know, there's uses and milling is strong for a variety of reasons in Magic. But as far as like the context of this matchup, it doesn't really seem like what this is about. So I mean, obviously, it uses your mana, but I mean, you're facing down pressure. Not really worried about it? I guess not, is Kamari.
It might be a situation of Kamari has something like Yigra in hand and is trying to set up a situation where he can just win the game, and it's more about just getting as many cards into your own graveyard as possible to, you know, eventually do the cat loop shenanigans.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, maybe I am underrating kind of the speed and efficacy of the second chapter of Scavenger's Talent in this particular matchup. Because, like, I mean, from here, it looks like we deployed Mayhem Devil this year. We could have done that last year. We could have done some blocking. And, like, it looks like things got worse. Now, you know, we get to resolve company and all these things that are going on. It's an odd play, but it speaks to, like you just said, it speaks to a plan. And if Jaeger is the plan, that's what you have going on, and you know you're trying to clear the way for that. That would make a lot of sense to me, but it's just not something that is intuitive to me. And to be 100% honest with everybody at home, I legitimately think sacrifice decks are probably the biggest hole in my game. I just don't get them. Whenever you hand me a sacrifice deck, I'm just like, what am I doing with any of this stuff? Like, I'm just blowing my stuff up and hoping it's valuable. So I'd rather just keep my stuff. I don't do them. I can't do it. I can't stomach it.
Well, I was a Racksack gamer for many years, and I can tell you, Drake, let me give you a little bit of expert analysis. That's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage that Kamari is staring down the barrel of. In my experience as a Racksack gamer, I would be scared to be taking this much damage.
You'd be worried about this. This might be problematic for you. Not something you're excited about. Okay, well, Kamari's not excited about it either. It's the two friends and teammates for this qualifying for this event shake hands, and Frederick is going to win. Off the back, hey, like you called out, takes a very talented and sure of themselves gamer to have something spectacularly fail like that on camera, nonetheless, and then immediately run it back, rewarded with a win, and you know. More of it, mastery all the way down from all these players.
Absolutely.
Just mastery.
Yeah, huge congrats to Frederick there, and very well played by both players. But Frederick going to take it down here in the Pioneer with the Coco deck. So very nicely done.
Good choice. Yeah, I mean, not a lot of Selesnya company in the event. I think there's only 2 company decks, I believe. So you know, realistically. A great performance and a great start, and looks like actually we're going to get a chance to talk to Frederick about that company deck here in just a moment as he does get set up. And here we are, Frederick. Congratulations!
Thank you.
So yeah, we were talking a little bit about at the end of that match. You know, obviously you and Kamari qualified together. You know, this is kind of a fun matchup. So you knew what you're on. You knew what you're on anyway. But I want to talk about your deck choice, and specifically your deck choice in context of that matchup. Talk to me about the decision to play company and how you feel about the sacrifice matchup.
Yeah, I love casting collected companies. I love 2-for-1s, and that card hasn't been good enough for Modern for a while, where I used to love playing it and hitting, you know, Eternal Witness. And I wanted a decent Phoenix matchup, so you know that seemed like the natural place to go. The deck just. I couldn't find a Pioneer deck that clicked with me for a really long time. I just don't love the play patterns of the format. But for some reason, when I was playing Selesnya Coco, it was just sort of like that. And yeah, I enjoy it. I played it in Elmhurst and did okay. And yeah, I pretty much locked it like a month ago as the deck I was going to play.
Wow, that's early. So you obviously knew what Kamari's on. Did you prepare for the event with Kamari?
I did, yeah. You know, he's my teammate. We go to the same local game store. We tested like a couple weeknights a week at our LGS, and Kamari has a habit of changing his deck like 6 times a week before the event. So I got to play test against a bunch of stuff that he was sure he was going to play and then didn't, you know, so he Rona Luca a few times. But yeah, we ended up testing this matchup a little bit, and I've felt pretty good about this matchup. I went down on the Elite Spellbinders and Anointed Peacekeepers to put the Knight of Autumns in my sideboard because it's just such a flexible sideboard piece. And honestly, I think my mistake might be not having them in my main board. It just feels like it's so relevant in so many matchups, and I'm really, really happy with how it's performed in this matchup, and I'm bullish on the card. I think I'm losing my train of thought. Ask me another question.
Yeah, I during your match I commented on how I thought it was a sign of a very strong and competent player that in game 2, you got mana screwed on this 2-lander, and then game 3 we saw you keep another 2-lander.
Strong and competent
how
the words I would use.
Well, I was gonna ask, how did that feel, in game 3, knowing it's the last game of the match, seeing another 2-lander fresh off the heels of losing with one? What was kind of going through your head?
So the 2-lander with the second game, I don't know why I bottomed the third land. I should have just put another 3-drop on bottom. And like in my brain I did it, and then my hand just put the land on the bottom of my library. I was telling Kamari in that game, which, not a great thing to have happen. But in the other one, I was like, okay, we get 2 draws to find the third land, and if we do, this whole hand is live, and we have voice otherwise. I do think it might have been correct for him to thought seize the voice rather than the Enduring Innocence. I understand he can't answer the Innocence if it hits the board very well, but I think thought seizing the voice and then hoping I draw a third land might have been a better out to play too. Although I don't know, Kamari's a better Magic player than me, so he probably got it covered.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, Kamari's a better Magic player than you has been called, and obviously, like I said, it looks like you guys had a lot of fun, and this is your first time here at the championship. So I guess I want to talk to you about your thoughts on the event. What do you think of the event, and how do you feel about your preparation at large? You obviously talked about Pioneer. You have obviously 2 other decks that you prepared. Talk to me a little bit through preparing for the event and the event itself from your eyes.
Yeah, so I like to lock in my decks very early. I'm a very cautious person. I locked my decks basically before Foundations came out, and then double check that I didn't want to change much. I love fair decks. Modern, you can't really play a fair deck. So I'm playing Jeskai Dress Down because I like the play patterns. I like having a lot of options throughout the game. I love Dress Down into Null Drifter. Mull Drifter is one of my favorite cards as a big cube head. So that's why I picked that deck. I talked about why I picked Selesnya Company. Golgari midrange just feels like 2016 Jund. And so that's what we're going for. I love 2-for-1s. I'm a simple man. So that was my deck decision. It was influenced to a degree by Kamari and Charlie were doing, I think, a good bit more testing than me because they have MTGO, and I can't use it. And
wow.
So
okay.
they were giving me information, telling me what I needed to practice against. I printed out the Belcher list a couple weeks ago and made my partner learn how to play it. My partner, who is in and out of Magic, and would not like to play Landless Belcher. But like I kind of needed to get that testing in, so I feel like I tested a bunch, and I'm having a great time. The event's super fun.
Is all of your testing done in paper?
I played Standard on Arena, but the rest of my testing was done in paper with Kamari, or like a couple other people at our LGS. Shout out Jess, shout out Michael. Our sort of auxiliary testing team. So I did a ton of paper testing, but it was pretty much only with the same small group of people.
That's incredible.
Yeah, that's amazing. Yeah,
old school.
Really
I love
cool.
it so much.
Yeah,
just
I am
paper only
for sure.
I love it. I mentioned during the player slides that you and your hot take. I mean, Niall called it an ice cold take. I just said, I very much agree with it. So I guess I got a pair of questions left for you, and then
what was my hot take? I don't remember.
Your hot take was universes be gone.
Oh yeah, I absolutely hate it.
Kamari's hot take was that every 2-for-1 is a hymn to Torok. So I have a question for you: is Collected Company a hymn to Torok?
No, because Enduring Innocence draws you another card. But
okay. So Kamari's just wrong.
Might have been a dig at my cube, which had him to Tarak for a very long time, and it was kind of a power outlier. The mob one, I took it out a couple days ago, actually.
It is a very miserable card.
Yeah, he loves to make fun of me for that. So I don't know. That might have been a dig there. But yeah, sure. Every 2-for-1's a him to Tarak. There's a guy at our LGS who, every time a creature has an attack trigger, he says that's literally Flage. And he's a drafter.
Love that.
So shouts out Atlas.
And final question for me personally: how do you correctly pronounce your last name?
You don't.
I fear I may mess it up.
It's Borgamenki, but if you give up halfway through, I can't blame you.
No, I was just struggling with it because I struggle to pronounce things, so I wanted to make sure that I knew, everybody at home knew Borgamenki. Yeah. Thank you.
Not your fault.
Yeah. All right, well, that's all I had. Frederick, congratulations again. You know,
Thank you.
obviously excellent choice, and I love hearing this story. You know, it makes my heart full hearing someone that is so aligned with me still getting it done in today's era.
Well, I'm glad to
Very
hear
much
it.
appreciate it.
All right.
Good luck
Yeah,
in the rest of the
absolutely.
event.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Awesome. So love it so much. And as I expected, Frederick, an awesome person to have a conversation with. I think could have predicted that off the player slide alone, and it was a great experience as well. Love it. All of these people, again, somebody that we haven't seen in the champs too much. First time, looks like he's off to a great start. So that is going to do it here for us. You know, obviously you have 2 more rounds of Pioneer coming up, followed by Standard. You got 4 more rounds, but the show is going to be brought home by other commentators. So appreciate all of you. Remember, if you are here, you're enjoying the show, make sure to click that follow button. There's going to be a whole season next season of Magic, as well as Magic Today and tomorrow. You're going to want to be following the channel for, and as well, one final shout out to Ultimate Guard, and a final shout out to you, Niall. It was a pleasure commentating here with you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. It was a joy to share the booth with you today. We got to watch really cool high level Magic in multiple formats, which, you know, is a real treat to get to watch and commentate on. So, you know, huge thank you to NRG for having us in the booth today. And also huge thank you again to Ultimate Guard for sponsoring the event.
Yeah, awesome stuff. And of course, more coming for you. So that's it for us. You'll have the next round number 5, and that'll be another round of Pioneer coming up very shortly. So don't go anywhere, and the show will be right back.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the NRG Championship Series. I'm Mason Clark. I'm joined by my co-host Devin O'Donnell, better known as Doomwake. And Devin, we're here. It's the back half of day one. We're at the champs. We've been commentating these events all year leading up to this, right? Normally we talk about, we're in St. Louis doing this to get to today, but we're here. The players are playing for thousands of dollars. Pro Tour invite, an invite back next year. There's so much going on. I can't wait to get to these matches.
Absolutely. Yeah. This is kind of the culmination of everything that we've been working towards the entire year. We get to see the best players in the world for the NRG series. That is the best players on the tour throughout the entire season, battling for that elusive championship trophy, $10,000. And can't forget about that Pro Tour invite. And I'm very, very excited to see, specifically with Pioneer, because Pioneer's in a bit of a weird spot. Haven't really had any big events recently. And it'll be interesting to see what these players brought today for Pioneer.
Yeah, right. We had the RCs and there were some results there, but actually one of our competitors today, Andrew Ellenbogen, him and his team actually broke the format, changing Phoenix, sort of a stock deck, right? And kind of added some stuff. We also had some other decks pop up we'll talk about later as we go in here to the metagame. And so we're going to have to see exactly what these players brought, because one of the cool things about this field, Devin, is it's small. You know who these people are, right? You see Max Kowski, in the event. That man loves playing Izzet decks. So okay, Phoenix, I can probably expect it. Andrew Ellenbogen, he's streaming Phoenix, we get some really spicy ones. So let's pull up that Pioneer metagame real quick and take a look at what you're going to see. And that's also why you might see some decks that you don't normally see. Izzet Phoenix is our most represented deck here at 5. Rakdos midrange. Some players are calling it Rakdos Demon these days, is here at 4. Then Jung Sacrifice at 3 along with Rakdos Prowess. Orzhov midrange. That's one of those decks we talked about where our players have kind of gone into the lab, crafted a deck to really beat up on those decks we just talked about, Devin. And so far, it's going pretty well. We'll have to see if we can get them in the feature match area soon. Rakdos Transmogrify, Selesnya Company, 4-Color Company, Azorius Control, Mono White Humans, and Nikachu, Loving Merfolk bring it here as well. So the metagame's pretty diverse, especially when we have such a small field, right? If anyone, like a team of 2 or 3 people bring a deck, it is going to be a larger portion. And even with that in mind, we have a really diverse metagame here.
And even then, when you kind of talk about, people who are working with other competitors in this event, when you talk about such a small field, if you know that, say, you have 2 other teammates and all 3 of you are bringing, deck X, it's a lot easier for you to sort of compensate your sideboard slots. Maybe there's like a 13th or a 14th sideboard slot. You're like, I don't really know what I want to play. Well, now you can kind of metagame against each other in this kind of like weird way. And, shout out to Civic Merfolk. We talk about the one-trick ponies. If anybody in the entire event was basically a lock to play one specific deck in each format, I think we know who that was.
Yep, I agree. And that also opens up some interesting things, right? Well, Nikachu basically said, hey, in our last event that we covered, I'm going to play Merfolk and at least Pioneer and Modern. Do your best, I'm coming in. And he said, I'm going to try and make it work in Standard. We have those rounds later today. But that kind of skews things towards like, well, I don't know what my 15 slots should be. Maybe it should just be like a Lithomantic Barrage, for example, right? Just kills a Merfolk really well. Well, suddenly that has huge implications. Maybe that helps you in the mirror because you can get Ledger Shredder type stuff. So really interesting to see sort of how these players built their decks. And Devin, let's kind of get into this round here as to what the players are playing and everything, because we have a kind of a sick feature match ready.
Absolutely. Not sure if our players are ready to go down there. And there we go. Never mind. I stand myself corrected. We have Fletcher Johnson on the left-hand side of your screen playing Rakdos Prowess, who we saw on camera, actually defeat Sean Gallagher. I don't know if you get a chance to take a look at that game number 1 that Fletcher played against Sean, but a masterclass in the Rakdos Prowess deck. And speaking of masterclass, on the right-hand side of your screen, Andrew Ellenbogen, if anybody in the event was a lock to bring Phoenix, it was probably Ellenbogen.
Yeah, and these are 2 very accomplished players. If you're newer to the NRG series, Fletcher Johnson played in our championship last year. Andrew Ellenbogen, Pro Tour champion, and someone who played 2 years ago back in 2022 and made a top 4 finish there. So I'm excited to see what they do. As we are underway here, Andrew Ellenbogen sleight of handed into making a land drop. Meanwhile, Fletcher led with Commander Face Kakuzan. Got to trigger up to turn 2 and see how we're going to maximize this here. As it looks like we do have a Heartfire hero coming down, sort of a Standard and Pioneer all-star in these aggro decks.
Right, exactly. A Hardfire Hero, just ever since that card was printed into Bloomborough, just an absolute mainstay in multiple formats, like you mentioned, Standard and Pioneer. And what's also sick about it is it just works so well with pump spells, specifically instant speed, because you can trigger it on your turn and trigger it on your opponent's turn. And Fletcher has no shortage of pump spells. We are working with 4 copies of Infuriate, 4 Monstrous Rage, and it appears to be 2 Turn Inside Out. And what's interesting about this matchup is there's this sort of dynamic where Ellenbogen's removal spells are damage based, Fiery Impulse and Lightning Axe, and Fletcher has the ability to pump toughness with stuff like, Valiant Trigger, Monstrous Rage, Infuriate gives 2 toughness. So it kind of like, in this weird way, you kind of have to sequence your pump spells and, in a way around your opponent's kill spells. So it'd be interesting to see how that plays out.
Yeah, you mentioned it there, and I love the fact that Infuriate seeing play +3/+2. All these other ones, they scry, they give some extra bonus, but it turns out that extra toughness matters a ton. If Ellenbogen went to Fiery Impulse here and Fletcher Johnson had Infuriate, his creature would live, Andrew would be down a card, and we would be up a trigger of Valiant. So we see a passing of the turn there from Andrew. After freeing the Fae with Picklock Prankster, we found an opt. We played a land and passed the turn. So Fletcher knows something has to be up. As Screaming Nemesis, a brand new card from Duskborn that's been having huge impacts in all the formats. We even saw some modern top 8s from it here, coming down and attack all from Fletcher.
Yeah, this one is really interesting. There's actually only 1 copy in Fletcher's main deck, and I haven't really seen a ton of this card in the Rakdos Prowess deck. It seems like this is maybe more of a recent inclusion because it is a 3-mana card. The deck is relatively light on lands, wants to play a much lower curve, but it's exceptionally powerful in this matchup because we talked about how Ellenbogen's removal spells are all damage-based. So that means if Ellenbogen has to, dare I say it, Lightning Axe a Screaming Nemesis, you're not going to feel happy about that.
Yeah, and in fact, if Ellenbogen is Lightning Axe Screaming Nemesis, we probably are in an unlosable spot,
Right.
So it's one of those weird spots where it's like, it feels good, but is awkward. Speaking of feeling good but awkward here, we do see the Fiery Impulse coming down on the Heartfire Hero. The little guy there still gets the 2 points across because when it dies, it does damage there. So Fletcher Johnson knocks Andrew Ellenbogen down to 12. Andrew Ellenbogen plays Riverglide Pathway, and it takes a moment to consider his options here with this Phoenix deck, which we talked about earlier. His team, System Magic, really innovated on the Phoenix deck here. Lots of players talked about Artist Talent maybe being a fine one of. They went with the full 4 and has fundamentally changed this deck.
Yeah, like you mentioned, this was kind of the breakout Phoenix deck of the regional championship in DC. And I remember seeing a tweet a little while ago with, stats of like win percentage of Phoenix decks with Artist Talent and win percentage of Phoenix decks without talent. And it was pretty drastic. The numbers, the Artist Talent versions just had such a higher win rate. And, I think at this point, it's sort of become stock where most of the Phoenix that you see, maybe not the full 4, but usually 3 is about stock. But Ellenbogen is sporting the full 4 copies. The flex spot here, we kind of have 1 Prophesydetic Memory, which also works phenomenally with the Artist Talent. Those turns where you're cycling a bunch of cards, triggering the talent, and profs can just kind of pop off.
Yep. During that turn, there was Andrew Ellenbogen. One of the cards that got cut a bunch that used to be a mainstay was Ledger Shredder, but Andrew has 1 and found it here. We Fiery Impulse down the Screaming Nemesis, triggered our Connive, grew it by discarding that Artist Talent because in this spot, it's not really the type of card you want to have. And now Andrew has this 2/4, and this is one of the things, right? Devin, is when we cut Ledger Shredder from our deck, we gained a lot of speed, but we lost a little bit against decks like Rakdos Prowess here. So Andrew being able to find his 1 copy early is actually having massive effects here, as Fletcher now has to sometimes pull the trigger first, as Ellenbogen's going to move right to block on this Emberheart Challenger, and a turn inside out is going to get cast.
Yeah, interesting spot here for Ellenbogen because Fletcher did play the Challenger pre-combat. So an Ellenbogen spot, that you might be interested in not blocking because you expect Fletcher to have a pump spell, but that if you block, Fletcher is basically forced to cast a pump spell, which is going to give you that Connive trigger. So Ellenbogen's sort of, weighing the options of, I'd rather just have this Shredder trigger to dig a little bit closer into my deck, try and find something, and the turn inside out is going to make the Challenger, I believe, into a 5/3, and the 6/3, and the Ledger Shredder will be a 3/5. So that would be a trade, I believe, unless Fletcher maybe has another spell here.
Oh, and we're seeing Andrew Ellenbogen into the Flood Maw, bounce it. That we still get the trigger from the Emberheart Challenger. We're going to get into its Kamano, but now Andrew got his Connive and, relieved a little bit of damage and turned his pump spell into maybe, his bounce spell into sort of a real spell there, where normally, in this kind of matchup, it's fine, but not the greatest thing in the world.
Yeah, and that's just such a blowout because, I don't know if Ellenbogen had the Floodmar, if he drew it off with a Connive, but, if, just being able to force Fletcher to cast that pump spell and, maybe Ellenbogen knowing the whole time is like, well, I got you covered no matter what you do. And yeah, Fletcher's kind of in a tough spot here, 2-2 facing down the 3-5 Ledger Shredder, has that etching of Kumano on chapter 1 with Ellenbogen at 6. We looked to these red decks and see how much burn they have, but Fletcher, because we're playing a bunch of pump spells, doesn't really actually have a ton of burn outside of really just the 3 Callous Cell Swords, but kind of needs to pair that with a pump spell in order to close this game out.
Yep, we're seeing Andrew Ellenbogen for a turn, go Artist Talent into Sleight of Hand, trigger the Artist Talent, rummage away, and then the Connive happened, and now we're resolving the Sleight of Hand here to figure out what we can grab. We have 1 red mana up, no land play for turn, and you're seeing just why this Phoenix deck is so good. See so many of its cards able to sort of always kind of have the first copy of something that it needs, and that sort of consistency is so powerful here. Ooh. As Fletcher Johnson does pick up a Ramanov Ruins. We talked about this deck doesn't play burn spells, and I totally forgot about Ruins despite being in play. Yeah, it's one of the few things we have, and this I think also highlights why this Ledger Shredder was such a good draw from Ellenbogen, right? This Shredder is kind of making it so we can't get across those last few points of damage without having to play a bunch of things, and now you're seeing Fletcher have to tank up on how am I going to navigate this turn.
But what's interesting about this too is that Ellenbogen has gone through what appears to be almost half of his deck at this point, and basically there's no Phoenixes. So in order to play defense, Ellenbogen kind of has to just hold back this 1 Ledger Shredder and can't really afford, he can't put any sort of pressure on Fletcher with a couple of Phoenixes. You imagine if there was 1 or 2 of those in play, maybe, get Fletcher on a bit of a clock here. But now Fletcher just kind of has the ability with that second Raminap Ruins drawn, and go say play land for turn, fire off 1 end step, next turn, fire off 1 end step. And I mean, that's going to put Andrew to 2. Now, there are only 2 copies of Ruins in Fletcher's deck, so it doesn't have the 3rd one to be able to draw. But maybe with something like Soken's-On, you can, Soken's-On, send all 3, get in at least 2 damage. And it looks like that's what Fletcher's going to go for.
Yeah, I'm interested to see this in the main phase. It means he is attacking, right? Like Fletcher, somebody who wouldn't just main phase past this here. So we are going to see these tokens enter and then move to combat. Andrew is, I don't want to, dictate the plays. I assume it's going to block. Probably it's going to.
You sure about that?
Yeah, I'm willing to bet the farm on this one here. And this is, pretty interesting here. Fletcher is kind of like, hey, I want to be able to push some damage, and I have a lot of haste coming down. From hand, I can do a bunch of burn spells. This Commando will flip. And yeah, you see Andrew be like, yeah, I'll block the big one.
And so very interesting sequencing here for Fletcher. So Fletcher basically had the option to either Ruins pass and sack a Ruins end of turn, or channel the Soken's-On while Andrew was, only had 1 mana up. And I actually kind of think this makes more sense because you are effectively forcing through 2 damage when Andrew has less mana untapped and less resources to work with, as opposed to, Ruins, untap Ruins, then Soken's-On as the 3rd option. So you're almost effectively guaranteeing the 2 damage here. And then as long as you can survive 2 more turns, you have 2 Ruins in play.
Yeah. Also, Fletcher has 2 haste creatures in hand, right? So, he is going to, if he does the other line, the 3rd line is I plot, I play the mouse, I attack, right? I still push 2, I develop my mouse, and I kind of use all my mana a different way. But in that world, maybe Andrew thinks, hey, I've got to get a little lucky. Maybe, there's a bunch of pump spells and another land in hand, right? Maybe Andrew's hoping that what you're talking about is the line. And that lets Fletcher maybe get a little sneaky if he draws a pump spell off the top. As we are going to see Treasure Cruise get found off the Free the Fae. Andrew's going to resolve it. Like you said, we have not found a Arclight Phoenix yet, and we do have an Artist Talent trigger. We're tracking what the level on the talent is. That is something that matters. It can reduce the cost of something. It's not like some of the talents where you never really upgrade it. So we are just noting that for the camera. And you're seeing Andrew decide if he actually wants to use Artist Talent or not. It is a May ability, and he does. He wants to discard this land. He feels like he's going to draw some more. Found an Arclight Phoenix on that there, and now we're going to resolve this Ledger Shredder trick. We're going to discard the Arclight Phoenix, and our Ledger Shredder grows again before Treasure Cruise is even resolved. And we picked up a Consider a Free the Fae and 1 other card. We're going to have to see, does Andrew have the mana for it? And Lightning Axe was one of those cards, Devin.
That's a pretty good one. That can also, if a Phoenix was drawn off of the cruise, you can discard that to the Lightning Axe. The other thing we want to, make sure we point out is that etching of Kumano is going to flip next turn. That's going to be an additional haste creature in combination with the mouse and the Slick Shot show off. So Fletcher is potentially representing a lot of burst damage out of nowhere, from next turn, and Ellenbogen has to weigh, it's interesting too because Ellenbogen sees the 2 ruins face up, right? And I don't know if we get the life totals updated. I think Andrew might be at 4. We can get confirmation from production. But with those 2 ruins face up on the battlefield, he knows that he's on the hook for at least 4 damage. So you kind of have to be like, okay, well, I need to try and, to get this game over with in the next couple of turns before I give Fletcher 2 turns with those ruins. But also, there's 4 power on the battlefield. Fletcher might have more creatures in hand. So it's very difficult spot for Andrew to navigate here. As we see, the life total is updated, so Andrew is at 4. This is gonna be a really interesting one.
Yeah, this is very tight spot here. As we're seeing Andrew actually playing a Shivan Reef, gonna cast Consider, gonna get that Rummage off with the Artist Talent here.
The Shivan Reef is so brutal here too, because now that you're at 3, you're also just dead to Spirit plus Raminap Ruins, as opposed to 2 Spirits or 2 Spirits plus a Raminap Ruins. So now Andrew even has to make more blockers here. So I didn't quite get a good look at how. I think it was 2 Phoenixes.
I think there's at least 1. It was a little quick with it, but
it looks like just 1.
Yeah, then maybe there's 1 in hand. I did see a red card. It might also just be some removal spell that was drawn. So we'll have to see here. And it looks like the Phoenix is coming back. Andrew Ellenbogen did definitely have a Lightning Axe in hand. So we know that there is an answer for the Kamado. So Andrew's not dead as far as he knows, but I think if Fletcher pulls the trigger, he might have him.
Right. So you flip Kumano, 2 haste creatures. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 attackers. I guess 5 attackers with 2 blockers and a kill spell only has Andrew taking 2, right?
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, because we have the 1/1s. That's right. So tough spot here for Fletcher. Now, I guess, Fletcher also sees maybe I can just attack. Maybe I don't want to give anything. Oh, we drew the Callous Self Sword.
Okay. Well, that's probably GG, because now you can just go haste creature, send everything. Andrew goes block Etching, block Mouse, kill Slickshot, takes 2, go to 1. And then it just the Callous Cell Sword on the Spirit 1/1 is lethal because Andrew will fall to 1.
Yeah, he can also just attack with everything. And if he knows Andrew has to pull the trigger, when Andrew does post-combat, he just plays the Slickshot Show Off and flings that.
Yep.
And so that as well is like another line for lethal. This is a spot here where Fletcher does need to pull the trigger on it, and these spots can be really tough. But, someone of his caliber, it's less about do I have lethal and more I'm not screwing this up against Pro Tour champion Andrew Ellenbogen, right? I didn't get the win last year. Steven Dykeman won. I won it this year. And we're going to see how he's doing it. Like you said, though, all roads lead to Rome. I even came up with a bonus answer. We just have to start doing it and not have a moment of hesitation. I like this.
There's the Challenger and the Slickshot. Yeah, so even with a kill spell, you block the Etching and the Challenger. You kill the Slickshot, take 2, go to 1. And post-combat, the Cell Sword should be lethal.
Yep. I like this too. Make Andrew Ellenbogen think. Burn away. And we are going to see
little mental energy.
Yeah. Yep. We have to get this attack all. And Fletcher sees it. Now, from Andrew's perspective, he's like, okay, I'm alive. As long as that card in hand isn't a pump spell, it's like another Heartfire hero I can live, etc. And we're going to take a moment here where we know that this is over, but Andrew
doesn't. He has to go through all these permutations of what Fletcher could have. I think the conclusion that Andrew is going to come to is that he's dead to any spell regardless, because even if you go block, kill, you're still dead to any of the pump spells too. So I don't know if there's a 1-mana spell that Fletcher could have that Andrew could beat here. I think everything would be lethal regardless. And I think that's the conclusion that Andrew's going to come to. Can't say, Mason, I can't say I thought we would have Callous Cell Sword targeting a Spirit token for lethal on my Big Go card, but here we are.
Yep. And we saw Fletcher set this up. And Andrew's like, you want to do anything before damage? And Fletcher's like, I think I'd like to kill you. And Andrew's like, all right, I'll cast the spell. And he's saying hey, post-combat, I'm going to fling it at you. Yeah, and Andrew's like, oh, okay, no, you're saying post-combat, my bad. And I know I've been there before too. I know the card, but I'm just like, what's happening as the sorcery? And it's like, oh, you're not trying to slow roll me. Fletcher Johnson up a game. We're going to have to see what these players have in their sideboard because, everyone knew Izzet Phoenix was one of the 2 best decks in this format, if not the best one, right? There's a lot of talk about like, has Artistown pushed deck too far? And like we said before, Andrew Ellenbogen loves this deck. He talks about it with all his content on there with System Magic. And he basically, in my opinion, was face up like, I'm going to play Phoenix or some off-the-wall deck you could never metagame for. So you might as well metagame for Phoenix. We have other players in this field that love it as well, like Connor Mallele. But let's check out the sideboard and see what Andrew Ellenbogen has because he has to build his deck to answer everyone else and the mirror. And in his sideboard, Devin, we have 3 Third Path Iconoclasts, 2 Annul, 2 Negate, 1 Anger of the Gods, 1 Beacon Bolt, 1 Brazen Borrower, 1 Fiery Impulse, 1 Mystical Dispute, 1 Prismari Command, another Prophetic Memory, and a Tormund script. What do you like and why?
So, we mentioned you mentioned rather, Phoenix being one of the 2 best decks in the format. Honestly, Fletcher is probably playing the second best deck or the second most expected deck in Rakdos Prowess. So you would have to assume that Andrew has a very solid plan here. Now, first and foremost, you want to go towards the kill spells. So Anger of the Gods, Fiery Impulse, those are slam dunks. Beacon Bolt is interesting where it is a kill spell, but it is also 3 mana and a sorcery, which not great against the pump spells and just the way that Fletcher's deck the axis that Fletcher's deck sort of operates on. Brazen Borrower can be some instant speed interaction. Specifically, bouncing is a little bit better than killing. As we mentioned, the pump spells, good against the red base removal. So Borrower, Impulse, Anger. I'm not sure if you want to go towards something like Third Path Iconoclast because it lines up pretty poorly against Trample from Rage and Flying from Slickshot. So my guess is I think Andrew doesn't want to go towards those. So really just the kill spells, the Borrower, and I don't think really Andrew has a ton else here.
Yeah, reminder, this event is open deckless, so all our players know what they are playing against and what is available to them. So we might even see some weird things happen where, Andrew thinks some cards are going to happen from Fletcher. Speaking of which, let's check out Fletcher Johnson's sideboard real quick, as we have 4 Thoughtseize, 3 Fatal Push, 2 Obnixilis the Adversary, 2 more of those Screaming Nemesises, 1 Claim Fame, 1 Heartless Act, 1 Reckless Rage, and 1 Jegantha the Wellspring.
Yeah, so personally, I've always had this opinion, and maybe I'm in the minority on this. I've never been a huge fan of Thoughtseize against Phoenix. Their deck, the way that their deck operates, they just have basically an infinite number of cantrips, and whenever you Thoughtseize them, it feels like a lot of the time their hand is just like 2 copies of card A, 2 copies of card B, because their deck is just like 12 cantrips, 10 removal spells, and even if you take, say, the important card, it's like so easy for them to cantrip into another one. So I don't know if Fletcher wants to go towards Thoughtseize. Given that deck lists are face up, Fatal Push not going to be coming in here. Usually, or at least previously before Talon, Fatal Push was a card that these decks would want to go towards to kill something like Shredder, but now that we have faced up deck list, probably doesn't want to go towards those. Screaming Nemesis seems like a slam dunk, again, because we mentioned that most of Ellenbogen's removal spells are damage based, and anytime you get to just trade one of those, you get the guaranteed damage in. So my guess is you probably want those. Claim to Fame seems a third copy of that seems pretty good in sort of these grindy matchups where you expect a lot of your creatures to die. And I think maybe that's it. You could maybe Obnixilis. I don't know how you feel about Obnixilis against Phoenix though.
Yeah, I think Obnixilis is an interesting one. I kind of like it in matchups where I think it's going to go long, which sometimes Phoenix does, but Phoenix really doesn't want it to go too long against you, right? Like they need to kind of end the game. Ideally, they use something like kind of Profs plus a Picklock Prankster that's like a Vigilance big creature that can engage in combat. So I think it's something that you can bring in and would make sense. I think I like it probably better on the play than the draw, just because you can maybe afford to tap out in that way. But it is a very powerful card when people are trying to use a bunch of interaction. So it wouldn't surprise me to see Fletcher Johnson maybe be like, hey, I'm going to, here on the draw, maybe slowly develop some stuff and then try maybe on turn 4 to play off Nixilis with a Heartfire hero and immediately, casualty that, get 2 walkers and hope to blank all your kill spells. It'd be sort of, an innovative way to do it, but something that you could see happen. And one of the things I love about open deck lists is that happens. Speaking of things that I love, Devin, that is the NRG series here. And we have some events lined up for 2025. We already have those first 4 announced as our players are finishing up sideboarding really quickly here. Here are events for the upcoming year. We know the first one, that's what matters here. First and second Chicagoland 2025 Can't wait to see it. The showdown event, one of those will get you here, and then the team trial as well. Can't wait to see it happens there. Madison, Wisconsin, the 15th to the 16th. Once again, showdown events are how you make it through this championship. So you win that event, you're going to be here next year where we can commentate you taking it down potentially. Then May 10th and 11th in Chicagoland, Illinois. Once again, the showdown and the trial. All events for this when it comes to format-wise will be up very soon, by the way. And then the 28th and the 29th of June, we're going to be in Indianapolis for the showdown 10K. And then the team showdown, Devin, on Sunday. That one's pretty close to me. So, if Norm has enough people in the booth, I might need to, I've done a lot of this champ stuff, but I just haven't won one yet. And so I'm thinking maybe I'll do that one. I'll see you all there in Indianapolis, June 28th and the 29th. But let's go down to our feature match area as our players are finishing shuffling up.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see how these players sideboarded. We mentioned Ellenbogen has a couple of cards, but there's some interesting ones like do the third path iconoclast come in? And then for Fletcher's side of things, do the Opnix Liskas come in? So it'll be interesting to see how these players, and you mentioned deck lists are face up, and that is certainly a part of this where, if you expect your opponent to zig and they decide to zag, does that change your sideboarding plans? And there's a lot of different levels that you can be on in an open deck list event, especially with sort of these alternate threats or ways to alter your deck's game plan in post board games. I think overall this matchup is relatively pretty close. It was what's interesting about the game one is that Andrew just didn't really find any Phoenixes. And I feel like if Phoenixes were found, maybe he would have had and more opportunities to close that game out before Fletcher had that lethal turn.
Yeah, even just a turn sooner, right? We saw in that last turn, Andrew had to discard Prosthetic Memory, which was his best way to kind of steal the game because he had to sort of find another thing, right? Where just even one turn sooner, we're up one life from the Sokazen play if it kind of goes that same way, right? And then suddenly, that fling isn't lethal, and maybe Andrew can draw enough cards to combo kill back. I'm interested in what the players are talking about. My guess is they're probably talking about Andrew Ellenbogen's stream system magic with his good friend Greg and Candles, but it could be anything.
I thought they were talking about their lunch.
That's true. What do you think Fletcher Johnson gets for lunch? What do you think his go-to is?
I'm gonna say a grilled chicken Caesar salad.
See, I was thinking Caesar salad, so I like where your head's at. A little panaz. Andrew, it's got to be something with good value. I just don't know what the best Andrew thing is. He's a big food fan. I know that. I've had some dinners with him where one time he ordered something, and it's actually the first time I met Andrew. He ordered something, had a bite, and was like, I don't actually like this. Can I order this instead? And made a different order to the place. So Andrew's someone who I know loves value, but also loves a good meal. So I'm curious to know what he would get. As we are keeping 7 here from Fletcher, it seems Andrew's on a mulligan to 6, figuring out if he wants to keep or go down to 5. And you can see there from Andrew,
he agonizing.
This hand's risky. I can't quite make it out, but he's going to go to 5 and, a deck with as many cantrips and then big card draw engines like Treasure Cruise. You can afford to do this, but it's definitely not free.
Yeah, Phoenix is arguably, maybe not arguably, Phoenix probably is the single deck in the format that mulligans the best because you just have, as I mentioned, a lot of your cards do the same thing. You have 10 to 12 cantrips, 10 to 12 removal spells, and very few specific cards that you want. Like Cruise in your opening hand is maybe not ideal. You'd rather just have imagine a Ellenbogen just most of a hand of 2 lands and 3 cantrips, or even 1 land and 4 cantrips. That hand's totally fine. You can, depending on how the game progresses, and you can use the cantrips to kind of fix your draws. So Phoenix does mulligan a lot better than most decks in the format.
Yep.
I was thinking, you said value, so I wonder if Ellenbogen would be a Little Caesars guy.
No, the food isn't good enough. It's fine.
It's pretty bad, but
yeah. Well, so it's serviceable. That's my stance on it. But I just think per the reordering food thing, the part of the story, I feel like Andrew would sooner go to some local mom and pop place that has a good deal.
I see.
Hey, we're in Chicago. We can do it. Anyways, we're going to see land go from both players along with Kamana faces Kakuzan as Fletcher Johnson ticks up to 2 and decides what creature am I going to play and grow. It's a really interesting decision here as we are going to see him sort of line up Monastery Swift Spear first. That's a great one into Fiery Impulse and Torch the Tower, 2 removal spells Andrew has as it enters as a 2/3. No chance to respond here. As does Fletcher maybe have a 1-lander? Oh, no, there is a second land, but it's one of Blood Crypt. It looked like the Restless Vents from Standard. I thought it was a tap land. I was like,
he's kind of look similar. No, there's no vents. No vents here. What's interesting about this, you mentioned the kill spells, even with something like a Lightning Axe, right? The Swiss Spear currently has 3 toughness, if Fletcher Johnson had Infuriate, that would give +2 toughness to make it 5. The Prowess Trigger would get the 6. So Andrew, with the Lightning Axe, still would not be able to kill that Monster Swiss Spear if Fletcher did have an Infuriate. And interesting, you see Fletcher cast the Swiss Spear and passed the turn and went to pick up his creatures, assuming that Ellenbogen had the anger. But thankfully for Fletcher, that did not occur.
Yep. And you kind of see it here. Fletcher's hand is like kind of creature heavy too, so it's only going to get worse if he has the anger. It's one of those things where he's happy Andrew doesn't have it, but also it's kind of getting worse for him every turn unless he kills Andrew first. As we are going to see another Monastery Spear for a different art come down, and you're going to see Andrew do a little math, figure out what's going to happen here. Currently, he's taking 6. He says no effects. Fletcher says sounds good to me.
Yeah, there's that stare down where it's like, okay, I pass priority. Blockers, damage, and it's like neither player wants to make the first move. But yeah, it makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense for Fletcher not to make a move because he's already far ahead on the board. Doesn't really have to do anything. Andrew's the one who has to commit spells to the stack to sort of answer what Fletcher has going on. And Fletcher's like, you didn't have the anger the first turn. You didn't have it the last turn. You definitely won't draw it at this point. So Fletcher's just, committing everything. I couldn't tell if Fletcher had a pump spell in hand.
He does. He has a Monstrous Rage, which is, I actually really like this play, Devin, because now you just say nothing. Fletcher says nothing. Take 8. And even if Andrew draws anger, we just
save 2 creatures. Yep.
Exactly. And we have lethal in hand. So Andrew Ellenbogen in a tough spot here. This mulligan to 5 has not worked out well for him so far, but we do have a Free the Fae. We found a Fiery Impulse, a Brazen Borrower, and a Consider all his options. And you see Andrew, he's picking up. He knows he's lost. Congratulations to Fletcher Johnson moving on to 3-2. Not over for Andrew Ellenbogen yet. Our tournament is a little unique. You're going to play against all the different competitors because this is an invitational style event. And that's what you're also noticing. We're featuring 2-2. We've pre-picked all our feature matches so we can get everyone on camera there. So both players still live for day 2 and for that Pro Tour qualification, which, Andrew already has one. So he kind of playing the villain here, maybe trying to get 2, a little greedy there, but we love to see it either way.
Yeah, you mentioned the interesting sort of structure for our event. The way that it works is that players who accumulate 8 wins are automatically qualified for the top 8, and players who accumulate 6 losses are eliminated from the event. So basically, you got to get to 8 before you lose 6. And we'll have to see exactly who, we got. Take a look at standings here. I don't know if we have standings available for you guys at home, but if we have, we can get that on the screen. But we do have an interesting backup feature match here for you, where that Orzhov Demons deck that we saw on our Pioneer metagame breakdown perhaps might be in our feature match area this round.
Yeah, I think we have it. It's a little bit of a spicy brew from some of our competitors. They work together. It looks like they really, kind of tried to metagame what's going on with sort of the metagame at large, and is playing some cool cards there. And it looks like the backup match is ready. So let's head on down to it and see this deck in action. On your left, you're going to see Bob Culp playing Rakdos Prowess. On your right, Garrick Alford with Orzhov midrange.
Yeah, I wanted to mention, I don't know if the folks at home are looking at the deck lists on the NRG Series page. Garrick's deck list is labeled as Gruul Prowess. I can assure you there are no Gruul lands or Gruul cards in Garrick's deck. This is just Orzhov Demons, where Garrick is deciding to play 4 copies of Blade of the Oni. That's sort of this interesting new tech that I think first appeared in the regional championship in DC in sort of the Rakdos Demons deck, where because Unholy Annex is such a powerful card, you kind of wanted to find a reasonable 2-mana demon to curve into that. And, it's a 3/1 for 2 mana, not the most impressive card, but Menace early on, a little hard to block. And just that curve of Blade into Annex puts so much pressure on your opponent.
Yeah, and a matchup like this makes Annex not as bad a card, right? You play a 3/1, you could potentially block, then maybe don't have a removal spell, right? A lot of pump spells, suddenly you're draining, which means you're gaining, right? And that might even give you time to get to another one. As we are going to see here, turn 1-2 from Bob, which is play 1 drops, hit you. Garrick went tap land. And, we're just seeing Bob do the same thing that we saw from Fletcher last round. Hey, I'm going to just sort of attack, no use of my mana, I'm down to hit you. And then I'm going to pick up Gigantha. End of turn, Garrick here, our player of the year, is going to Fatal Push down the Heartfire Hero and take 1 from it, and should be dropped, I believe, to 14 here. As we're going to see another Godless Shrine. Love that art on the Godless Shrine.
Yeah, and
its turn.
Bob playing the Prowess deck, very similar to what Fletcher was on. I believe it might even be the same list, maybe a couple of cards different in the sideboard, but also has, still has the 1 Screaming Nemesis, the 4 Infuriate, the 4 Monstrous Rage, 2 Claim to Fame. and very, very similar to what we saw last match. And yeah, Bob's hand looks like there's an Infuriate there. I think I saw Monstrous Rage, got a Manifold Mouse that we're kicking. Bob seems to be firing on all cylinders here. And, you know, you want to take a look at what the black deck has to offer here in terms of kill spells. Garrick's got 4 Fatal Push, 1 Go for the Throat, 1 Heartless Act, and an interesting card here, which is, I think, maybe one of the bigger reasons to play white, 4 copies of Vanishing Verse. And what I like about that card in this particular matchup is specifically Heartfire Hero triggers when it goes to the graveyard. But if you have a card that exiles the hero, you don't actually take any damage from it.
Yeah, I have to agree. We saw a Go for Third on the Heartfire Hero after the Manifold Mouse was off-springed before we got the trigger on that. Then we just saw Monstrous Despair attack. Yep, and Garrick is down to 12, and we have a bunch of pump spells in hand. And Devin, we have 2 different double striking mouses if we want it. We could give Trample as well, be a little weird with no creatures on board, but with 2 different +3 pump spells in hand, Garrick's life total is a lot lower than it looks.
Yeah, I think Bob, with 2 pump spells in hand, actually just has guaranteed lethal through a Fatal Push, right? Because you go double strike both, attack with everything, pump 1 on each. They're both 4 power double strikers with the Swiss Spear is 3. You know, Garrick kills one of them. That's still 11 damage coming through.
Yeah, and it looks like Bob has decided not to, and it's just going to play Land Gigantha, get the 5/5 down. This might also be a situation where sometimes, especially for these time-shifted matches, our life totals get a little off. It might just be a situation where Garrick has 1 more life than we're talking about here. But even, you know, with that, this Gigantha is a massive body. And this is, you know, the spot where I think Gigantha's at its best. Pioneer, you just sometimes flood out a little bit. And the 5/5 is very real, especially in your pump spell deck, you know, and the ones that give Trample. As we're seeing Garrick try to figure out, what am I going to do? Because, Devin, this Annex is also ticking down and making us lose life. We can make a 6/6 demon, but we're just dead on board if there's any pump spell. And yeah, we're moving the dice and we're putting on 6 here while we get the actual demon token. But that is going to put Garrick up to 7 and draw a card, assuming our left totals here are correct. And, you know, like we talked about before, we had lethal last turn. There's mana tapped out now. It's going to be game over here for Garrick as long as Bob decides to cast the card. But maybe he wants a little camera time.
It is possible we maybe misunderstood what Bob had in hand. Now there's Infuriate and Rage. So yeah, Bob's going to go with an Etching here. That's going to put Garrick down to 5. And yeah, double strike, block Gigantha. I believe that is still taking 5, even without a pump spell. So that should be good enough here. And
yeah, Garrick is at 7 due to the Annex draining with that demon dice we had going on. Looks like we had a devil going on there, but that's going to do the job.
Not quite.
So Bob up a game, showing why this Rakdos Prowess deck was one of the most feared decks going into the RC season, especially for us here in the United States with DC. A lot of players had a lot of anxiety about that in blue-white, and you know this deck has really stood the test of time. Speaking of standing the test of time, let's see how this new deck to the format, Orzhov Midrange, kind of can hold up with its sideboard, because you know Garrick's somebody here who's coming in playing this deck and taking a big risk. And in our sideboard, we have 3 Rest in Peace, 2 Archfiend of the Dross, 2 Extinction Events, 2 Fracture, 2 Liliana of the Veil, 2 Pest Control. The 4th Duress is here on the sideboard, but only 1 there, and the Path to Peril. Devin, obviously, this is sort of, you know, a brew, like we talked about, sort of potentially a new player here in Pioneer. What do you like against the Rakdos deck and why?
So before we go to the sideboard, I just wanted to highlight real quick that Garrick is featuring no copies of Archfiend of the Dross in the main deck. That's usually a card you have frequently seen in these demon decks, really just leaning on Blade of the Oni and Mutavault to kind of get that online. But as far as the sideboard is concerned, you think to look at a lot like when you look at a sideboard like this, you kind of say, okay, what are the removal spells? What are the sweepers? So Garrick has 2 Extinction Event and 2 Pest Control. Those seem to be slam dunks, along with the 1 copy of Path of Peril. So those 5 probably coming in. Not sure if there's enough targets for Fracture. Likely not. Liliana seems a little bit slow. Archfiend, maybe, because it's like a sticky threat that gains you, or gives you a demon for Unholy Annex. It all kind of depends on what Garrick wants to cut. Presumably the Thoughtseizes come out, maybe some number of Blade of the Onis come out. Maybe Elenda's too slow, doesn't line up that well against pump spells. But yeah, Garrick has, like I said, looks like the Extinction Events, the Pest Controls, and the Path of Peril seem to be the slam dunks.
Awesome. Well, let's check out this Rakdos Prowess deck from Bob and what we could potentially have going on here in our sideboard. I think it's pretty similar, like you had mentioned before, to the one we saw a second ago from Fletcher Johnson, as we pull it up on screen. It has 4 Thoughtseize, 2 Claim Fame, 2 Feed the Swarm, 2 Hazoret, 2 Screaming Nemesis, a Fatal Push, and a Reckless Rage. So while our main deck is pretty similar, we're having a bit more Claim to Fame in the main and another one in the sideboard and having some of these extra cards. Do any of these line up well to you at a glance? Because obviously one of the advantages we have going on here for Garrick is no one's ready for your Orzhov mid-range deck. This is a, teched out deck for this event. What might you do here this first time playing against it?
Yeah, and you mentioned, maybe you're not used to playing against the Orzhov mid-range deck. You probably can use at least a decent number of the principles that, like, if you've tested a bunch against the Rakdos Demons deck, you can probably transfer a lot of that into, the post-porting of that matchup. So stuff like Thoughtseize to take their sweepers could be interesting. The one thing I will mention, specifically against Garrick's deck, because he is playing Orzhov and the 4 Vanishing Verses, Hazoret, a card that's usually good against Rakdos, I don't know if you even want it against those 4 verses, Mason.
Yeah, I don't know either. We'll have to see how this wants to play out here. I wish we had Obnixilis, I know that card would be good here, but we decided to play Hazoret, and the Vanishing Verse is really paying off against Hazoret, like you mentioned. But our game 2 is ready. Let's head on down to the feature match area and see, can our player of the year, Garrick, do it here? I kind of thought Garrick might be on the Azorius Humans deck. We saw Garrick play it in our last Pioneer event of the year and has been doing very well on Magic Online, but decided to take this little bit of a chance here with the Brew, and I really like it. Sort of saying like, hey, I'm going to shoot for the fences when it comes to this. And when you have a deck like this, when we get to our top 8, not to get ahead of ourselves, this can be something that really skews it, as we do have a unique top 8 format that we'll get into tomorrow. But meanwhile, in this game, we had a tap line from Garrick into Monastery Swift Spear. Garrick's going to play Thoughtseize here. Might surprise people, but makes sense when you think about the Rakdos Prowess deck as a combo deck. In the hand, though, we have 2 Heartfire Heroes, 1 Slickshot Show Off, 1 Sulphurous Pit, Claim Fame, and Feed the Swarm. It looks like that one came in here. Devin, what are you thinking about while Garrick's doing this?
I think if you're Garrick, you kind of have to take the Claim to Fame, because if you take any of the creatures, Bob can just use the Claim to Fame to sort of put that creature into play. So if you take a creature, you're almost just putting it into play for Bob. And then Bob still has the Claim to Fame as the backup. Feed the Swarm could be interesting if your plan is Annex, but I think Garrick is going to lean towards taking the Claim to Fame, and that's maybe what he's thinking about doing.
It looks like he's thinking about the Slick Shot, which I think is because he has a Fatal Push in hand, Devin. So okay. I think he's thinking, if I take this Slick Shot, Bob, if he doesn't think about it, will obviously spend 1 mana on the card he normally spends 2 on, right? But if I do it, will Bob just strangle my mana like we saw in game 1? And so we're going to see what he goes for. He decides to take the Slick Shot Show Off, has a black land, and passes the turn.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, with Fatal Push, this does make a little bit more sense. And what's interesting there is if you're thinking about taking a creature, right, you could decide between the Slick Shot or the Heartfire Hero. But because Bob has 2 Heartfire Heroes in hand, it doesn't really make sense to take one of those. So if maybe Bob's turn, Bob's like, okay, well, I have a pretty clean turn here. I could just get back the Slick Shot play and then play a Heartfire Hero. Well, Garrick has a good target for Fatal Push now. Or maybe even Garrick has one of those sweepers in hand too. Looks like that's not the case. See Fatal Push. I think I saw Vanishing Verse, an Unholy Annex, might have been a 3rd land. I couldn't quite get a good look at the rest of what Garrick is working with though.
Yep, and Bob picked up the 3rd Heartfire Hero. So you're going to see he decides to say like, hey, call. I'm going to bring back this Slick-Shot Show Off, see how it goes. It gets Fatal Push, pushes 1 damage against Garrick, and then takes a point, plays the Heartfire Hero, and sort of is just on Heartfire Heroes and a removal spell. Meanwhile, Garrick has a Mutable in hand and an Annex. The board isn't totally stabilized. Looks like he's maybe wanting to ask a judge question on how an interaction might work. But, Bob doesn't have a ton of pressure right now, but does have the Fame side of Claim Fame, I guess. So if you draw a land from Bob, you can play another Heartfire Hero, Fame it up, and push a bunch, get a Valiant trigger. So we're going to have to see how Garrick wants to play here. Looks like it was a situation of getting Oracle text on a card to make sure we knew exactly how it works. As Lily on the Veil is going to come down and immediately get minus. Bob is going to sacrifice the Heartfire Hero and deal 1 to Garrick.
Yeah, and I think if you're Bob, you're kind of okay with this, because then you can just, Monastery Swift Spirit to clear out the Liliana. You have a hero in hand. It looks like he picked up, I think it might have been a Nemesis for turn. So Liliana's going to get cleared. And yeah, this is actually picked up a 3rd Heartfire Hero as well. So Bob is just kind of firing on all cylinders here. And, Garrick does have the ability to go land for Annex, Animate Mutavault to get the drain for 2, but that's his whole turn, doesn't get to hold up any kill spells, and maybe is at risk of Bob just having, doesn't even have land for Mason.
Yeah.
That's brutal.
It's brutal. I think that's what Garrick was trying to set up there. I think Garrick's hand's a little clunky and was hoping the Liliana could like maybe sponge up a little damage for him, try and get, that planes off the top or something and get the activation. But instead, we're going to go down to 12. Now, we know Bob's hand is Feed the Swarm, Monstrous Rage, unknown card. So that's a lot of damage here potentially because you can Monstrous Rage your own Heartfire hero and then Feed the Swarm it to deal damage to Garrick. I believe it says kill, not exile. I could be mistaken, but it looks like we're a mana short of having that be the line. So instead, we're going to kill the Culling Annex and attack for 3. Excuse me, 4 from Prowess.
Right. Now, Mason, I forget this. I might be asking a stupid question, but the Unholy Annex, the mana value is equal to the unlocked rooms, right?
Correct.
So because only the Annex was unlocked, that mean Bob would take 3, not the full 8, because that would be
Correct.
a little rough.
Yes, if both doors were unlocked, he would take an 8. But Devin, Alondra, Saint of the Dusk, has hit the battlefield. This is a card players might not be used to. They haven't been playing Standard and playing Standard with some brews. This card is very strong. It's a 4/4 with lifelink and protection from Black Instants. And if your life total is higher than your starting, you get a nice big buff here. So sort of a mirror breaker here for Garrick and a card that's going to make combat very challenging for Bob.
Well, what's really funny about this is you mentioned protection from instants. Feed the Swarm, Mason, that's not an instant. So Garrick actually knew about, or I don't know, Garrick didn't know about the Feed the Swarm.
No,
but,
he did.
He did. Okay, yeah, that was in the hand. Okay, from the Thoughtseize, right. So Garrick actually, now sort of like maybe played the Annex as bait, or I guess didn't have any other options that turn, but actually, baited out the Feed the Swarm with the Annex, and now Bob doesn't have a clean answer than Elenda.
Yep. Bob also played the land for turn, so Garrick knows it's just a few cards that he didn't really know about, and we're trying to figure out, can we have lethal? If I like Monstrous Rage the mouse that you block with Elenda, does that lethal, or can I afford not to? We also have the Swift Spear in hand. If I like play Swift Spear and I attack with everything, and I Monstrous Rage, let's say you block Swift Spear, then my Monstrous Rage, is that bad for me? And we're running the numbers here, and I think it's a little shy of lethal. You could attack with just the Heartfire hero in order to kind of force the sort of trade, but it looks like what we're going to do is we're going to Fame, targeting one of the Heartfire heroes. That's going to trigger Valiant.
Yeah, that Claim to Fame should be exiled.
I think it's sort of a little sloppy moment here where I think Bob maybe thinks he has lethal. He's trying to put it aside and just got messed up there. Yeah.
So right now, that the Heartfire hero is currently a 4/2. So if Garrick were to block the 4/2, the Rage would then make it at 7 power, right? So trample over for 3. That would mean Garrick would go to 3, gain 4 up to 7. Then you would take 3 more or actually 4 more because of the 2 prowess triggers from the Swift Spear, and then the Heartfire hero trading would still be lethal. So yeah, I think, is there a way that Garrick can survive on blocks?
So if you block the Swift Spear and you Monstrous Rage the Heartfire hero without Valiant, you push 9 damage, and then there's 4 life gained from
what if you pump the Swift Spear?
If you pump the Swift Spear, you are going to trample over, I believe, for 1. And you are going to lose your Swift Spear as well, I believe, because prowess and everything does. You will actually keep your Swift Spear because it has the prowess trigger. Pardon me.
From the Claim to Fame, yep.
Exactly, yeah. So that's actually push an extra 2, which I believe does not put Garrick dead, because Garrick will gain 4 life, I believe, from the Alondra. I might be misremembering the exact text on that card.
3, 7. I think Garrick's going to 3 because the Swift Spear is initially 2, right? Prowess up to 3, roll up to 4, Rage up to 6. 6 minus 4, Garrick's taking 2 but gaining 4. So up to 10 minus 2 is 8, and then 5 more damage from the 4/2 and the 1/1. So yeah, Garrick should be at 3.
Yep. Yeah, and that's well put there from Bob. I missed the prowess trigger on that, and that made that attack just... Garrick found the only way he didn't die, but even without dying, things are rough here. And unless you have something like Extinction Event to name ones, we're in a really bad spot, as Bob has multiple lethal attackers.
Yeah, I think Garrick still has a Vanishing Verse from a couple of turns ago, but that's realistically not enough here because you Vanishing Verse the hero that has a counter on it, and that still is 3 damage coming through. Maybe 2 kill spells. The second Swift Spear should maybe seal things up, even if there is no pump spell here from Bob, but we will see what Garrick does. Yeah. Maybe a block with a Mutavault. So you block the 1/2 Swift Spear and you exile the 2/2 hero.
Yeah, I think that has to probably be the line. Looks like we're blocking the 2. Yeah, you have to block the 2.
Oh, you chump there. Yep.
Yeah, because otherwise you're going to take the extra one from the monster roll. That does stay around. Vanishing Verse cleans it up. Bob's last card in hand is a land. Now, notably, it's a Blood Crypt, so we can shock it and pick up that Gigantha from our zone. And this is why Giganta, I think, is actually such a real card here in Pioneer. This just comes up a lot as Shieldred comes down, but
not quite enough.
Doesn't gain any life, and all Bob has to do is turn the card sideways. Bob just says, "You're at 1, right?" Garrick's like, "Sounds about right." And we're going to see an attack here as we have a Ramen Runes as well. And we're going to see an extension of the hand there. Congratulations to Bob. Moving on to 3 and 2. Garrick down to 2 and 3. But like we mentioned earlier, Devin, these players are not eliminated. They still have multiple losses to give. You need to get to 6 losses before you're out of our tournament, 8 to lock up the top 8. One step closer there. We're going to take a quick break, though, before we get into round number 6 of Pioneer here. We'll see you all very soon. Hello and welcome back to the NRG Championship Series. We're here, Devin, round number 6. I'm your host, Mason Clark, joined by my co-host, Devin O'Donnell, better known as Doomwake, and we have just watched some exciting games of Magic, but we have one more round of Pioneer to bring you, and then we're going to hit the standard as we are getting dangerously close to players getting eliminated. But let's look at what they're playing for real quick, because there's a lot on the line here today. This is our prize pool for this tournament. First place is $10,000 plus a Pro Tour invite, plus an invite to next year's champs. That means like our player from last year, Steven Dykeman, who won, he immediately gets to play again at this event and try and run back that PTQ. Second place, $5,000. Fourth place and third place both get $2,500. Top 8 get $1,000, and 9th through 24th get $400 plus, Devin, $50 a win, which might seem awkward, but basically you're always live for something here. You should play every round you can until you are eliminated. And that $50 is nothing to scoff at. You know, like there is, you know, you might miss top 8 or whatever, which could suck, but you might have a record that's good enough for $800 still in the event. You maybe just lose out on breakers, which is not shabby at all. So that's what these players are battling out. Thank you so much for Ultimate Guard for helping sponsor the coverage of this event here today as well. But Devin, let's head down to our feature match area as we have two pretty exciting decks when it comes to the top of the metagame battling it out here. We have May French on your left with Rakdos Demons versus Max Kowski on your right with Izzet Phoenix. In my opinion, this is sort of like the two fair decks of the format that are at the top doing their best and battling it out.
Yeah, the players said both had orange sleeves. I wasn't sure if they were like not 100% positive which deck is which, or if they had the wrong deck. But yeah, Max on Izzet Phoenix. You mentioned, we mentioned before the last round, players who not necessarily like the one trick ponies, or like you expect these people to be playing specific decks. And Max is certainly an absolute master of the Phoenix deck. And I'm sure a lot of people going in, seeing Max on the event list probably expected him to be playing Phoenix, and May piloting the Rakdos Demons deck. So a little bit similar to what we saw from Garrick in the previous round, although deciding to play red for, the powerful Fable the Mirror Breaker, Fear of Missing Out, Blood Tithe Harvester, instead of that white splash. Now I will say May does actually have the Archfiend of the Drosses in her main deck. We saw those in the sideboard for Garrick, so a little bit of a dynamic shift. And I think one that's very important in this matchup, because we mentioned the Phoenix deck has a lot of red-based removal, Fiery Impulse, Lightning Axe, doesn't really have a clean one-for-one answer to something like Archfiend. So if you expected a lot of Phoenix, you would presume that Archfiend seems like a pretty good main deck card against them.
Yeah, and Thoughtseize here is going to take Artist Talent to hand here, a bunch of cantrips, Prophetic Memory, and Fire Impulse, and an island. So no way to cast those removal spells just yet here. But like you mentioned, May has that Dross, which is going to be a hard answer card. Maybe something she was thinking about is, do I want to fight over that later? Also has Shieldred in hand. Very powerful one, along with Fable, the Mirror Breaker. As Max is going to start off with Sleight of Hand here. Max really, got sort of known at first for success here on the NRG series, but also for Modern Murktide, a deck he loves and is something that he's sort of a master of. Qualified for the Pro Tour in Denver at the RC there, playing that deck. And the Max is like, hey, accidentally revealed the Spiral of Canal, and I'm gonna probably be playing that next turn. Little smile there, little dexterity error, but also it's not really gonna change May's play, even if she knew it, right? She's not gonna be like, oh dang, Max hit a land drop.
Yeah,
we are gonna see the Blackcliff Cliffs and a passing of the turn, mutable in hand here. Maywell, the third land rolled up. The Spiral of Canal that was dropped gets played. And we did pick up a Free the Fae here on our draw step.
Yeah, and just wanted to point out, Max is playing what appears to be almost identical. I think Max, there's maybe one card different than Ellenbogen's list, but most importantly, is sporting 4 copies of four Artist Talents here in the main deck. So it seems like both of these players who are registered Phoenix are really into just leaning on that rather than the Ledger Shredders. And we see a Consider response to a Fable, maybe looking for something like a Spell Pierce.
Yep. And that seems to be the case here. Otherwise, Free the Fae fills up your graveyard a little better. So Max does seem to be a little worried about this Fable, and should be worried about the rest of May's hand, as she is just 4-drop central. We talked about Max is sort of, known for these sort of things. May has been practicing for this event a lot on Magic Online and has actually top 8'd or won a challenge with every deck she brought today. She even tweeted, if you're playing against me in Champs, it's probably pretty hard to figure out what I'm playing, because she's just sort of been winning a bunch with all of her decks and is a little unbothered by the situation, as it does look like at the end of turn here, we are going to Fire Impulse down this Goblin Shaman. Max knows the Mace deck list is full of powerful 4s because it is open deck list and wants to fight over that. And
I mean, there's definitely some powerful 4s in May's hand. You probably couldn't draw it up any better having this sort of start against Phoenix, where Thoughtseize into Fable and then your hand is just all bangers. It's going to be really hard for Max to answer all of these. Now the question for May is, which one does she decide to play first, Archfiend or Shieldred? I'm guessing maybe you want to go with the Archfiend first to kind of try and bait out some removal spells from Max, because we mentioned that one does require 2 kill spells. But you could also go with the Shieldred first if you expect Max to have more cantrips. But that one actually does trade 1-for-1 with Lightning Axe. So it'll be interesting what she decides to go with here.
Yeah, I think if Max had tapped out for a card like maybe Artist Talent, we might have saw May play Shieldred early, right? It does trade the Lightning Axe, but that would at least make it so Artist Talent has some real cost. But like you mentioned before earlier, we do need 2 for the draw. So I imagine we're going to see draws here, but I do like this mode of just double checking, right? Like, first off, I want to discard anything to this Fable. We picked up Go for the Throat for the turn. a solid card in these sort of spots, especially with Dross, because sometimes your opponent will try and chump block you out before the Ula counters kill you. And she decides to keep it and then plays Archfiend of the Dross and the Free the Fae in the response, picks up the Lightning Axe. So well played there from May, because if that had been shielded, Max would definitely be picking up this axe.
Yeah, axe and cruise here for Max. So you have to decide between one of those. Picking up the axe here, which is interesting because that might signify that maybe he already has a cruise in hand, or is just maybe wants to prioritize finding kill spells. Picked up a fiery impulse. So now Max could go, axe, discard Phoenix, fiery impulse, the Dross, in addition to this cruise. That might be a pretty good turn here for Max, killing the demon, getting a Phoenix into play. It's kind of exactly where you want to be.
Yep, Max picks up Free the Fae, unknown as the 3. Potentially a land in there, but like we talked about, did also drew the Shivan Reef. Okay, great. So we have the land drop there from Max, and you're seeing why these cantripping hands can be so powerful. As May picks up her card, she's like, I know there's a Lightning Axe in there. You could potentially discard a Phoenix, and then I'm going to get hit. And Max is just double checking, like, is this what I'm going to do? Decides, yep, discard the Phoenix, Fiery Impulse it, bring back the Phoenix here and attack for 3, dropping May down to 14. Max still at 20.
It has land for turn as well, and I believe the leftovers, I think there might have been another red removal spell. I couldn't quite tell if it was an axe or an impulse here. Max playing a little bit close to the chest, so it's hard to see what we have left over. May still has the decision to play Archfiend or Shieldred. Now, the question is, which one does she want to deploy now? You've traded the Archfiend for 2 kill spells. You saw the Lightning Axe that was revealed off of the Picklock Prankster get cast to, take care of the Archfiend. Is this the time to deploy the Shieldred? My guess is I think maybe you still want to go for the Archfiend before the Shieldred, but it's not clear.
Yeah, it's tough too, right? Because what's going to happen with that dynamic is Max can then hold back the Phoenix, because Archfiend of the Dross forces you to attack. Now, we know May has 2 kill spells that can answer that Phoenix, but if Max has, maybe one of the Brazen Bars or something, this might be a little awkward of turns, and the Phoenix can just block the Dross and then force the hand in combat. So we're going to see Max, in response to this Shieldred, I think, cast this op here. He's going to lose 1 life to the Shivan Reef. So, Shieldred, I guess, forced a little bit of damage. Max likes the card on top. And the passing of the turn, May's just saying, hey, I'm remembering my Shieldred trigger if you're going to the draw step. And Max did have a Lightning Axe, So he maybe will take the knowledge. You could trade 2 life here in order to try and find a Phoenix. You are at 19, so it's not the end of the world. But Max decides, nah, I'm going to Lightning Axe here and preserve my life total. Discarding Picklock Prankster, that's a very powerful refuel card. So May did get to trade some premium resources there. And Prophetic Memory is drawn for the turn, gets played, draws a card. That's going to be at least 1 counter on this Phoenix that can't wait to turn sideways. It's already there. Didn't get untapped from the last turn.
Yep, so Max does have an untapped land here. So wonder if there's maybe something like Cruise plus Cantrip. Now we have an Artist Talent. The Phoenix was already ready to go to the red zone, remain tapped. But yeah, counter on the Phoenix. That's going to put May down to 10. I believe, yeah, May's at 10. So now, if May deploys the Archfiend, looks like Archfiend and 3 kill spells in hand. I think May really wanted to find a land that turn, so May she could go Archfiend, copy, hit for 6, hold back the other one, get a little bit of pressure on Max. But without that land, it's gonna be a little tough here for May. Do you kill the Phoenix with a counter on it? Do you hold up a kill spell in case Max pops off with profs for a turn? She's in a really tough spot.
She's in a tough spot, and Devin, one of her kill spells is Heartless Act. It cannot kill a creature as a +1 counter on it.
Yep.
And so now May is having a very awkward moment of, well, this can maybe kill something else in the future, but it maybe has to be on shrinking duty. She's going to figure this out right now. And like you mentioned, she was really kind of hoping for a land there. And as I think sizing up her options, I know, talked to some of these competitors before the event, and May French felt like her game 1 against Phoenix wasn't great. She was kind of hoping to get a little bit lucky in that regard. Kind of have a start like we talked about at the beginning of this game, and then the opponent maybe whiff on the cruise, right? And then game 2 and 3, she feels a lot better about her deck's configuration. Looks like there's just a confirming of life totals here. There have been some pain lands. Very easy to be like, oh, I thought Max is at 18. No, I'm at 17. And a little bit of tanking.
Yeah, and then, like I mentioned for May, you also kind of have to be careful of what if, because Max has that Wombo combo of Profs plus Talent in play, like you could be facing down a lethal Arclight Phoenix next turn. It's not completely outside of the realm of possibility. Max chaining cantrips and all these things. So May does have to consider that, but it looks like she's lining up that Archfiend, and I kind of like this play. You figure, you figure that you're far enough behind right now that you need a lot to go right for you, and maybe you just kind of have to assume that Max's hand is the leftovers are air, but as Max's hand is definitely not air. It looks like there was a picklock and a fiery impulse. Those are some pretty good leftovers here for Max.
Yeah, I like this line from May in part 2 just because it's like it presents lethal, right? She has these kill spells that aren't doing much. So the dross, if you make a copy, that's going to deal 4 damage. And then, if Max attacks, then all right, cool, there's no blocker, and that's lethal. So we are going to free the Fae into Treasure Cruise. That's going to be a really powerful one here.
So we got to try it. Let's see if, I guess there's already a die on there. I was going to say if we can keep track of the props, but there's already, May already put the die there. So we didn't have to do that. So 4 right now. 5, right? Because it's two talent triggers in the cruise. So 5, that would be 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So any other spell is going to make the Phoenix lethal. There's the spell. It's going to go up to 7. And from here, does Max have a way Max does have 1 copy of Into the Flood Maw. So if he is able to find that can bounce the Archfiend and then come over for a lethal attack. And I believe Max hasn't played a land yet either, so could also go Red Source double kill spell on the Archfiend.
Very true. We also, might even see just something like Fire Impulse down this Fable, trying to find the Into the Flood Maw like you talked about, right? Like if we don't have spells, we probably have lands. And we do have this Phoenix in our graveyard too, so real problem here for May is that she is on chump blocking duty. A Stormcarved Coast is going to come down, and it's another Treasure Cruise. It's going to be up to 10 counters here from the Rummaging, which we see discards a land, and then Treasure Cruise draw 3. Up to 11, it seems like maybe we missed one there. Our bad. Treasure Cruise resolves.
I've lost track. I already can't keep track.
Yeah, lots of good draws here from Max. And this is what May talked about, right? Like she was really close to sort of lethal-ish there. She needed to fade on sort of one of these Treasure Cruises. Obviously, this Phoenix deck is built to find Treasure Cruise, so it's a hard ask to get, but we're going to see a discarding of the Arclight Phoenix and then consider will resolve after we've rummaged with the talent we've been considered to consider.
Yeah, May is going to get a turn, but having to chump block the Phoenix with the Archfiend, I'm not really sure if she has any outs.
Yeah, the real problem I think for May is that she can't really win the game, and Max isn't close enough to decking, right? That's sometimes a weird part of this dynamic is like the Phoenix players get unlucky, like we saw with Andrew Ellenbogen, and they don't draw the Phoenixes for a bit, and you can sometimes just like fatal push down the threats that you get grown, and you're drawing so many cards that you do just deck. But it is a very unlikely thing, and you see, May very much kind of like, all right, let me get my draw step and make sure there's nothing in my deck I didn't forget about. It looks like, what's happening is Max is figuring out how many creatures he wants to attack with. There's obviously the one Phoenix. And
she already put the Archfiend in the graveyard, but Max was like, I want to figure out what to attack with, and pick up a Duress. So I think her hand is now 3 kill spells and a Duress. I can't imagine that is going to really do anything to this battlefield. I guess you can buy a turn by killing the 2 biggest things, taking 3 going to 4. But it's tough. Like we mentioned, it's like even there, like what can she even draw to potentially get out of this? Maybe some combination of like Archfiend plus copy with Reflection, but with only 4 mana and no Archfiend in play or in hand, that's not realistic either.
Artist Talent 2 comes down. You get the rummage from the first one. Opt, double talent.
Max, just don't deck yourself.
Yeah,
that's all you have to do that's all we have to do. Don't drop too many. Don't go too
get a little low. But one of the things too is May is at 7, right? We've gotten in a couple of chip attacks, so it doesn't take much for Max to cross the finish line. Now May does have 2 kill spells. We can Heartless Act the one that Prosthetic Memory targets that isn't the super large one, and I think it's a fair bet to say Max isn't going to make his other Phoenix a 2020. He's fine with his 16-5. Yeah, it's hard to know.
What if he wants to go for high score?
Yeah, Heartless Act is going to respond there. Max like, okay, and this is a slot too where if Max has found one of the spell pierces,
that won't super.
Yeah. because now May will be dead to all the Phoenixes, even though she has another kill spell. So Max moving on to 1-0 here. We're going to head to our sideboards to see what these players have to potentially combat one another, as these are two very much expected decks coming to this field. May here has 3 Hidetsu Consumes All, 3 Invoke Despair, 2 Anger the Gods, 2 Go Blanks, 2 Unlicensed Hearse, an Anoint with Affliction, Duress, and Feed the Swarm.
Yeah, so from May's side of things, you want to take a look and see what sort of graveyard hate she has access to. So 2 Unlicensed Hearse, 2 Go Blanks, those seem to be slam dunks. Past that, I mean, I've considered Hidetsugu Consumes All, but the problem is I feel like sometimes it lines up kind of awkwardly, where the graveyard hate being on suspend for a turn gives them an opportunity to like cruise before you play the Consumes All. So I don't know if I necessarily like that one as much. Besides the Go Blanks and the Hearses, I don't think she wants to do a ton else. Like Invoke Despair doesn't line up super well against Spell Pierce. So yeah, it just seems to be the blanks and the Hearses. But yeah, other than that, not really a ton else.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if she wants to bring in Feed the Swarm to fight over Artist Talent and Prosthetic Memory as well. That is sort of the hidden mode on that card as well. But we'll have to see how May wants to fight those fights. Meanwhile, for Max and his sideboard, we have quite a number of cards. You know, these Phoenix players love to have diverse sideboards. And here we have 3 Negate, 2 Third Path Iconoclast, 1 Beacon Bolt, 2 Anger the Gods, 2 Annuls, 2 Brazen Borrowers, the Fiery Impulse, a Prismari Command, and another Prof. Devin, what do you like here and why?
So deck lists are face up, as you see. You know, we can see on the backup cam players are looking at deck lists, and this is an open deck list event. So Max, knows exactly how much graveyard hate that May has access to. Maybe wants to go towards something like the other Prof's Eidetic Memory, because that card can help a little bit against graveyard hate if you can combine that with talents and cantrips. It's sort of gives you this additional angle of attack that doesn't utilize the graveyard. Similarly with Third Path Iconoclast, just plus a bunch of cantrips that can make a pretty wide battlefield. The Brazen Borrowers seem pretty good to me because as we talked about, Max's deck is very good at killing small creatures, but not the best at killing 6/6 demons. So maybe he wants to use the Borrower to sort of buy a turn of reprieve from something like that. And then in addition to that, maybe the Beacon Bolt as well to kill larger creatures.
Makes sense. Let's check out these player cards really quick for our 2 players today, as they are still sideboarding. We can sort of still see them in the corner of our screen. And we're kind of go over their accomplishment and sort of what got them here today. Looks like we're going to start with May French here. So main events played 11. Best finish, she got first and won the showdown, the actual last MH2 tournament, playing at Living In for her. She has that 1 top 8 as well. And then a list of her accomplishments there. She's from Indianapolis. Let's check out Max over here and see what he has as a huge flex going on for Max in multiple regards, as it's pulled up on the screen here. So first off, we're flexing. Then we have all of our events. We have main events played 6. We had a win. Number of top 8s 2, sort of going crazy. We got San Francisco hometown. But also when we look at our sort of free times, what's Max doing? I love to flex on hanging out with my girlfriend. We love a wholesome king. So a little bit behind the scenes on these players and sort of how they made it. The showdown has really sort of changed the dynamic here. We still have a lot of leaderboard spots, and we saw players, like Zoe Riederman and Connor Mallele make our event doing that, but also a lot of sort of best finishes first, and you're not seeing much more from them because we gave them a one and done invite situation here. So Max got his invite very early, focused on life stuff, and now gets to come out and play some high stakes competitive Magic. We love to see it. And we love to see you at some of our upcoming events, which we'll show you real quick here, as our first 4 events of 2025 have already been decided and laid out. These are on screen here for you. February 1st and the 2nd in Chicagoland. We have a showdown on Saturday. Showdown, by the way, just because our terminology here, maybe you're not used to the NRG series. Showdowns are what you win. You go straight to champs here. Basically, you win your invite. And we also give out leaderboard points. So we reward consistent results. Team trial is sort of as it sounds, just sort of a 10K with your friends. It's going to be a great time. Can't wait to cover that event. March 15th and the 16th, we're going to go to Madison, Wisconsin. We're going to do another showdown and another trial. May 10th and 11th, we're going to go to Chicagoland for a showdown and a trial. And then June 20th to the 29th, Indianapolis, we're going to have the end of season 1 of the half of the year, where it's going to be the 10K showdown and the Sunday team 10K showdown there as well. So that means you and your friends can win that event with the showdown, and all 3 of you will pop up here like we saw from Frederick earlier today. As our players are ready, let's go down to the feature match area as they're dealing up their 7-card hands.
Yeah, we saw on Max's player card, he has the, shout out to Max, he has a Murktide Patreon. Would you say, Mason, that Izzet Phoenix is the Murktide of Pioneer? It feels
Lizard
pretty
Phoenix
similar,
is so
right?
much better than Murktide. So it's a sort of like,
that is
I
also
feel,
true.
yeah, they kind of, related, but it's sort of, the failing order they tell you not to worry about. Speaking of not to worry about, Thoughtseize on turn 1 here. We have Consider, Opt, Free the Fae, 2 Treasure Cruises, and an Arclight Phoenix, along with a Riverglide Pathway. What are you thinking, Devin?
Presumably, I mean, it kind of makes sense to take the Free the Fae. If you take a cruise, there's still a second copy, and Free the Fae is the card that allows Max to dig the deepest or put the most amount of cards in the graveyard for something like the cruise. So maybe it's like maybe May's thinking about trying to mana screw Max. You take one of the 1 mana cantrips and hope that he doesn't find a land. And I also, when she fanned through her hand, I saw a copy of her. So you kind of already have the cruises covered. So yeah, it seems to me that you would probably want to take the Free the Fae, but we'll see exactly what she decides to go with.
I think May wants to take the Phoenix, Devin. I think she wants the Phoenix and then Hurst. And I think she's thinking, if he draws a null, how mad will I be? Because right, like the Phoenix is going to cover that Free the Fae. Excuse me, the Hurst going to cover the Free the Fae there and check the Phoenix, but decides to take the Consider. It's just going to try and maybe hope Max gets a little bit mana screwed here, as we are going to have our second land lined up here from May. She gets to play her Pathway on the red side. Urborg, everyone's got black mana this game. As Unlicensed Hurst comes down, did Max draw? And he did the annul. You see it from May. Yeah. And that's going to be a tough spot as Opt is played here.
Yeah, that shout out to the annuls, by the way. That's actually a card that I didn't even notice was when we were looking at the sideboards, I hadn't really registered that was a card that you would bring in here. But now that I think about it, it does make a lot of sense with like good against Hearst, good against Annex, and that was a brutal draw step here for Max.
Yeah, that may sort of made a bet on Max is going to get mana screwed and not have time to find a null. This Hearst will go the distance. As Fable the Mirror Breaker comes down, another reason to maybe consider having a null. Worst case scenario, trade Fable.
Yep. We
see a little bit how May sideboard there too, by the way. She has all her tokens in her sideboard. So check out some of the Fatal pushes. Fable's down and Max has 2 mana, and we know a Free the Fae and a Treasure Cruise is in hand. And you're seeing May sort of make a little joke and laugh there, maybe say something, did you know? You find another answer to all my cards. As Max is tanking on how he wants to navigate his way here, because has a lot of the right tools to win, just needs to make sure we execute on it correctly.
Yeah, and I think I saw a copy of Artist Talent in Max's hand that we're actually deciding to not cast here, instead holding up some mana. Now, May knows about the Free the Fae. Obviously, Free the Fae can't find land, so there's no reason for Max to cast it main phase. But I wonder if not casting the talent means he drew something like a Spell Pierce here, and maybe is thinking about holding that up, potentially for a copy of Annex, or maybe another Fable the Mirror Breaker. And looks like May is thinking about what to discard here. I think she was lining up discarding 2 Fables.
No,
or sorry, 2 Fears.
Out.
2 Fears, yeah,
yep.
2 Fears. So that is going to go to the graveyard. Interesting. Found
the go blank, Devin.
Well, that one's pretty good. Although, if you expect, I guess you can play on Spell Pierce with attack and then have the meet of close combat.
Yeah, and you're seeing May sort of being like, okay, how many cards are in hand? All right, I knew these cards. I want to move to combat. I had this Goblin Shaman. I like the fear of missing out discard, because not only is it a card that doesn't line up super great here, but if he annuls that, you're going to be on full life tilt. So you play around it, and you just discard the enchantment creature.
Well, maybe there's only 2 annuls, right? Like, what are the odds?
What are the odds? Is you're seeing, okay, so it looks like May decided to sideboard out her Blood Tithe Harvesters and Fatal Pushes. Gets her treasure token. We are going to see probably this mutable in phase 2 and the go blank. It isn't as great as you would love, but May also knows there's a Free the Fae coming down into potentially a Treasure Cruise. We could see her do something like Annex. She could play that for 5 mana and hope that Spell Pierce wasn't drawn along with the annul. That would put a 6/6 flyer into play, and she could try and save her go blank, in a world where maybe Max's mana is tied up a little bit. But
well, it's also rough here, because if you don't cast the go blank, Max goes end of turn Free the Fae, finds a spell, puts 3 in the graveyard. That means there's 6 in the grave plus 2 lands in play. You already know the cruise is in hand for Max. So if you don't fire off the go blank this turn, guaranteed that Max can resolve the cruise next turn. So she's in kind of a rough spot. I think she maybe just has to cast the go blank here, unless she just says, okay, I'm going to resolve my Annex through your Spell Pierce and just let you cruise and fight through it.
Yeah, I think she's trying to basically get this down as her big threat. And
Yeah.
then, like you're saying, set it up later. So now she only loses to a null here when it comes to counter magic. And she's going to lose a little bit of life, but put the trigger on the stack. Not going to activate the mutable in response. Doesn't want to lose a land to a fiery impulse. But it is sort of a tight play you can do if the mana gets tapped out earlier, which makes Max.
It's kind of an interesting spot there, because if you animate the Mutavault, right? Max didn't play a land last turn. So if you animate the Mutavault and Max goes for Fiery Impulse on Mutavault instead of casting Free the Fae, then I don't think he can resolve Cruise next turn. So it's possible that maybe May wanted to at least consider activating the Mutavault, but she decides not to do that. Maybe the 2 damage probably doesn't matter too much here.
Yeah, I think it's a spot where May really wants the demon in play, and this guarantees the demon if she doesn't activate due to the treasure. Now, obviously, Into the Flood Maw was just added, so that's awful for May. You know, had she gone for the demon here, it would be unsummoned immediately. But Max has the land for turn, and notably there, Devin has an Arclight Phoenix in the graveyard, so can't fully delve without losing the Phoenix to make things a little more awkward, but does have Artist Talent and is going to deploy that. And has the Spell Pierce. Yeah, so May rewarded for playing around it. And as this drags on a little bit, her Go Blank's getting better, Devin, as Fabled Motivator flips over.
I think she really wants to find an untapped land here, because I saw a copy of Thoughtseize, and I think for her ideal turn, yeah, we're getting a read on Into the Floodmaw. I think her ideal turn would be Thoughtseize the Floodmaw and then just go land, fire up the Annex. But you could also maybe go like Thoughtseize, then Go Blank, pay for Spell Pierce, and she did draw the Mutavault. So a lot of options here for May. You also have the treasure from the Goblin Shaman token too, so you have plenty of mana here to pay for the Spell Pierce. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see if she decides to go for the Go Blank or the Annex. Presumably, you want to go for the Go Blank because you do know about the 2 cruises in hand.
Yeah, so she's going to lead on the Thoughtseize. Once again, she has those treasures. The Go Blank will resolve through a Spell Pierce, but we're going to go on Thoughtseize first. She's wanting to make sure she gets the card out of hand. And Devin, I think she might be targeting the Arclight Phoenix in her mind. Obviously, she'll adjust when she gets there. But if she hits the Phoenix, Max only has 1 mana up. There's no card in his deck. We all know all the cards. Max won't be able to beat this Go Blank. And May can discard the Phoenix, then Go Blank. And that removes 2 of the more annoying threats out of the game.
Yeah, and I think Max doing a little bit of posturing here, maybe thinking about using the Floodmaw on the Shaman token first. You could also Floodmaw the Annex, but May does have 6 mana, so then she can go Blank, replay the Annex. You could bounce the Fable to reset that if you're worried about the flip Fable next turn. A lot of options here for Max. And, he has to kind of think about, the presence of Go Blank, at least have that on his radar, as a potential option this turn. So we are going to go for the Floodmaw here, and thinking about what the target is.
Yeah, I think Max is basically like, I think May wants to use this, wants to take my Floodmaw, excuse me. Because why would you ever take Phoenix, right?
Yeah, because the Annex is also up too.
Exactly, yeah, but it's just going to remove the Goblin and then get a Rummage, discards the Spell Pierce and says, hey, that's not going to be good enough. And we have Sleight of Hand, Arclight Phoenix, 2 Treasure Cruises here. And, from May's perspective, there's only going to be 1 card left behind. So she kind of gets to, maybe make a little bit of a choice here. She could, for example...
I think what you said makes sense too. I think she's going to take this Phoenix, and the look on Max's face when she says "take your Arclight Phoenix" is going to be just this look of pure horror.
Yeah, she might keep it just because she does have that Torch the Tower as her last card, but I think that it makes a lot of sense too to just go like take your Sleight of Hand and then cast Go Blank, right? And then Max probably discards the Treasure Cruise. Yeah. And you see May here. She's trying to line up this Torch the Tower as Go Blank's going to make Max discard 2 cards of his choice, then exile the graveyard. So we know at least 1 Treasure Cruise is going. So the real question for Max is, do I try and top deck out of this and use a Treasure Cruise? Or do I hope to draw a land and hope my Phoenix goes the distance? I already am losing 1. And you see Max say, hey, I'm going to keep the Phoenix. And if you're a May French fan, you love to see it as Torch the Tower is the last card. Last spell in May's hand before this Annex trigger. We're going to activate our Mutavault here and then get a drain off the Culling Annex. And this is what we talked about. May said, game 1, I kind of have to fight through these Treasure Cruises, but game 2 and 3, I'm feeling a lot better as here comes the Arclight Phoenix. And May can trade a treasure in order to kill this now and exile it, or she can wait to not trade a treasure. And it looks like she's going to take a second to think about it.
Yeah, she's already down to 12 life, so maybe wants to prioritize or buffer her life total just a little bit here. So we'll have to see what she decides to do. As far as mana is concerned, which I think she's thinking about doing next turn is go flip Annex and then use the Fable to copy the Demon. But even if she uses a treasure here, she still has 5 lands plus the treasure left over, which is enough mana to do that. She drew an untapped land anyways, so plenty of mana to do that. And I think maybe we can also fire up a Mutavault here. 3, 4, 5. I guess we don't have enough to go Demon, animate Mutavault, and copy the Demon. So presumably just go, Demon here, copy that hit for 6, and then keep on trucking from there.
Yeah, you know what? We're just gonna hit Max for 6 here, and then get the Drain 2 off the Annex and pop Max down to 6. And then, you have a lethal attacker and you've got more spells coming, and Max has nothing. Let's be realistic about this. The Phoenix deck is very good at coming back from these sort of spots if the life total is high and you have a bit of a graveyard. Max doesn't have this thing, so May French is going to tie it up, and we're going to go to game number 3 here.
Yeah, really just, excellent display. That was a very interesting game to watch, too, where May had the information of Max's hand, knew exactly what was going on, set up the play to go for that unlicensed Urse, and Max is ripping that a null. But at the end, it wasn't good enough, set up the go blank perfectly, and we'll have to see what happens in game 3.
Yep, and I really also love how, we talked about this is a perfect moment to go blank, But May was like, no, I've got to fight over the things that actually matter. I need to have threats. I need to develop this now. And then is rewarded for that sort of tight play, by both going for the Culling Annex instead of the Demon because the Pierce was in hand, and also, sort of being like, hey, even if you resolve a Treasure Cruise, that's okay because I can just go blank to kind of clean up what's left over. And moves on to game number 3 here. Speaking of moving on, let's take a look really quick here. I think we have our standings going into this round ready for you all, so we can take a look at where the players were at before this round's over. Maybe a little mistaken there, but I do think we have it. So taking a look here, this is where players are at. So really quickly, how the system works is you get to 8 wins. Congratulations, you're in our top 8. You get to 6 losses. Congratulations, you get to hang out with everyone. You are eliminated from the tournament. So we don't have anyone eliminated yet, but we do have a couple players who are in prime position. And, if you were a betting person, these are 2 of the names you would have expected. Dominic Harvey and Theo Jung are only 4-1 players as this round is starting off here. These are both Pro Tour caliber and consistent players. I mean, Dom Harvey played every Pro Tour and Worlds for the last 2 years, top 8 one of them, someone who you probably see on the coverage with us and in the past with past events. Theo Jung, a very similar spot here. But we have a lot of players at 3 and 2 just due to how our system works here. You can see them on your screen, and no one eliminated yet. Camry and Zoe are in the worst position at 1 and 4, but still can win out and make it very easily. Our players are ready. Let's head back to the feature match area.
Yeah, and worth noting, we did mention at the sort of the top when we took over the broadcast, players need to get to 8 wins in order to secure up a top 8 spot. And with 8 rounds of coverage today, with players no remaining players are undefeated, which means we will not be locking up any top 8 spots today. But we're sure to lock up at least 8 of them tomorrow, as we see a duress here. Max has got 2 Phoenixes in hand along with 2 cantrips, so. Maybe not the best hand if you are a Max Komanowski enjoyer. As far as which cantrip May is looking to take, is there a difference? I don't know if there is.
Sleight of hand gives you more information up front. Op lets you wait longer for that information.
Mm-hmm.
Op's worse against. Opt is worse against Shieldred. Slight's better. So I imagine you just take the sleight because imagine this, right? Max sees an okay spell. Maybe he keeps it, but if he has both, he might find artist talent. And so it isn't huge, and Max is probably going to, have a lot of information that doesn't really matter in these next couple turns. He's going to have to fire them off, or he's going to top deck certain cards and just slam his mana that way. And we're seeing that here with the Opt as the draw. Opt for a draw.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, Max really wants to try and find that artist talent. That's kind of what sort of gets this Phoenix deck going and makes it start to click on all cylinders and just hit all of your land drops and smooth out your draws, fill up your graveyard for crews, discard those Phoenixes in hand. So Max really wanting to find one of those artist talents. As we see May's hand, she's got a couple of Fear of Missing Outs, and that's all I saw when I looked at her hand. I didn't quite get a good look. Blightstep Pathway hitting the graveyard. But yeah, this is going to be interesting to see how Max develops from here.
And notice, May holds on the duress because from her perspective, right, obviously Max's deck is full of instants and sorceries, but she has plenty of things that she can use as duress to clear the way for, right? We saw how her Null was so backbreaking, Spell Pierce was annoying. May can hold that second duress until, Max is either drawing a ton of cards with Treasure Cruise, or she can use it sort of as like a, hey, let me clear the way for maybe some big spell like Fable or Shieldred. And in this situation, May actually has this Anger in hand, Devin, with Max having 2 Phoenixes. May might be able to get Max to just hard cast these Phoenixes if he's drawing a little land heavy, and she might have a huge blowout.
Yeah, just absolutely get him. And I wonder if she's thinking about not deploying. I mean, you would still probably deploy the Fable, but at least like that is, consideration for her trying to like make sure she can sequence in a way to get max value out of this Anger. And it'll be interesting to see if that is something that's even on Max's radar. Is that something that he would assume that she would board in, or if he's something he's going to play around? And, if he may not have the ability to play around it, we'll have to see how this game plays out. But presumably May is going to go for a Fable here, and I don't really know if there's anything left in Max's hand that he can even do this turn. Any cantrips or maybe a Spell Pierce that was picked up. I can't quite get a good look.
I saw Island, and we have those 2 Phoenixes we knew about, and I think there's a Treasure Cruise, but I'm not sold on the Treasure Cruise here. And so, yeah, I do like this Fable here from May because, what's the best way to get Max to maybe cast something like the Arclight Phoenix 7, right? Put some pressure on board and turn that into a kill spell. From Max's perspective, it's good for a jump block, right? It comes back later. This will help May do that, and it's also her best way to maybe curve out. Maybe May wants to discard the Anger, right? You do want to apply a lot of pressure. Sure, this gives her that kind of option as Max is going to into the Flood Maw, that Goblin Shaman token. Saw how powerful that was in game number 2 at providing extra mana. Doesn't want that to happen here.
Yeah, and then, for May's side of things, you're kind of just throwing out these creatures. You don't really care if any of them die because you have that Anger. You actually probably want them to die. Max is going to go for a Cruise here. And, it looks like there were 6 in the grave, so 2 mana Cruise. And, so Max not deploying the Phoenixes here, which is, May would have certainly preferred that if you were on her side of things. But maybe can find something like a Lightning Axe to discard 1. And over the course of the next couple of turns, if Max puts 2 of those Phoenixes into play, that Anger could be backbreaking. We'll see if she wants to discard it here. That'll be the question. Knowing that there's 2 Phoenixes in hand, I would assume she's going to keep it, but it'll be a tough call.
Yeah, and this is one of the nice things about putting cards like Fable and Fear of Missing Out in your deck. Sometimes you can put in these cards that are situationally backbreaking, sometimes awkward, and you just discard them in these spots, right? May wants to fight to this fight, but let's say, Max was maybe having some stuff that forced me to find a specific card. Well, she can just discard it to Fable and it becomes a much lower risk situation. Very similar to Thoughtseize against these kind of decks, right? Sometimes you'd want to maybe sideboard them out against your opponent who draws a ton of cards or is kind of resilient to it. But you can just have them good early and then redraws late. As Fear of Missing Out does have Delirium, so it's going to attack for 2 and then attack again.
Yep, it's going to come across for 4. And presumably May, post-combat, maybe wants to go Duress into Fear of Missing Out. We'll get a good look at Max's hand. I think there's a 3rd Phoenix. Okay.
Oh, it's 3rd Phoenix, Spell Pierce, Treasure Cruise, land. I mean,
a good hand.
It's a good hand, but the Treasure Cruise we talked about, right? May, a lot of her game plan for game 1, hope the Treasure Cruise doesn't come very timely, apply pressure, and unless there's something in hand she really wants to resolve this turn with the Spell Pierce, she could take the Treasure Cruise now and just dodge it. Now also Max doesn't have a lot of refuel cards, so if May thinks the Spell Pierce is going to be a huge issue over the next couple of turns, she could take that. Her hand,
I don't know. She's got 2 more lands, a Fear of Missing Out, and the Anger of the Gods, so she can kind of play through the Pierce, even just getting to 5 mana. Looks like we're lining up the Fear here. And I wonder, is she going to discard the land or the Anger? With the 3rd Phoenix, presumably the land? Yeah, okay.
Yep. She's discarding that drawing. And remember, both these Fear of Missing Outs are Delirious. So they're going to be attacking for 8 next turn if Max doesn't play something. Now, obviously, Anger would not be the greatest thing here in the world for May. But it is something that, she has available to her and she can push a bunch of damage. And if she draws some other creature, they could get Fear of Missing Out in.
Yeah, and Max can't even really attack here because he's trading 3 damage for 8. So it's not really a good attack. Maybe next turn, if you deploy the 2nd Phoenix, you can attack with 1 and leave 1 back. But this race doesn't necessarily favor Max at all, given he's already at 14. Yeah, and then even the Fable the Mirror Breaker, there's this interesting line where, say May gets to untap with the Fable next turn. Fable plus Fear of Missing Out, you can go kind of crazy with that. It's not actually infinite because you are gated on mana because you need to activate the reflection every single time. But she can get quite a lot of damage in next turn if she's allowed to untap with those 2 cards.
Yeah, and just to clarify for those at home, what's going to happen is she'll use a Fear of Missing Out to give the Fable an untap, and then she'll make a copy, right? Yep. Sort of what Devin is describing there. She also, Fear of Missing Out is just a way that she keeps drawing, lands, whatever. She can play them. Fear doesn't need to discard to draw. If your hand's empty, you still draw. So even if May can't go for that sort of like crazy sort of kill you line, she's just going to start drawing 2 cards a turn. Right. And that's what Max is about. He's like, hey, that's what I do. I play these blue cards for that. May has that available to her. Her hand is a little awkward right now. We have Anger, tap land, untap land. Not sort of the greatest spot to be.
Yeah, I'm not even really sure if this Anger is on the radar anymore. Now that we're just, lining up this potential kill. Ooh, we're just getting in there. Interesting. Okay.
So yeah, I think the way this works too is this additional combat step. So May can still attack with the other Fear of Missing Out, if I remember correctly. I would need to read the card to.
You're correct. Yeah. So it's untap target creature, and you get there's an additional combat phase after this one. So now May has 1 combat phase lined up. Max is going to take 2. On the next combat phase, she can go Fear, attack, untap something, and that's still 4 more damage coming through. Yeah, so this is going to put effectively 6 damage through, and May's going to get to keep both of the Fear of Missing Out.
I don't think it's infinite. I'm pretty sure it's not infinite.
No, it's not infinite.
Yeah, it's just an additional. So May can give the other one untap and have it attack again, or give it to itself.
Yeah, the text on Fear of Missing Out is if it's the first time this creature has attacked this turn.
Yeah, and I think that's what the players were confirming there. Less about it being infinite and more about like, hey, how does this work here? So I think Max maybe thought May potentially missed the window. But either way, that play makes the most sense for Max. That Meteor Volt's going to hit you at least one more time. Might as well kill it first. And you're seeing from Max's side here, he picked up a land. This Phoenix deck we've watched a couple times now. It does some really powerful stuff, but sometimes it also flounders as a free to play. Finds a Treasure Cruise and a kill spell and a Consider.
Yeah, this is interesting for Max. It's like you really want to take the kill spell, but you don't have a lot of gas left over. The question is, can Max cruise with enough left over to even cast a kill spell? And also, is a kill spell even good enough? Because if you kill the reflection, May still just has 2 fears, which is 8 damage. So I guess maybe kill spell plus getting back a Phoenix would maybe be enough, but I'm not sure that Max has the ability to do that. So maybe just has to take the cruise, exile the Phoenix, spend 2 for the cruise. This is a really
Max does have the Picklock Prankster that he can play, right?
Yeah.
So he, no matter what, it's from his perspective, is not dead, right? Because he can Fire Impulse down the Fable like we talked about, and then just block the FOMO. And you'll lose your Picklock Prankster, but you'll only take 4 with what's known information. So sure. I think it does come down to, do I consider to try and bring back these Phoenixes with another kill spell, or do I take this, the guaranteed thing? Because his hand's spell pierce and stuff. Artist talent gets pinned.
He still has 2 Phoenixes in hand too, right?
Yeah, he still has the 2 Phoenixes. Drew a Consider, plays land for turn, uses it to cast Consider, wants to leave his red mana available to him, makes sense. Needs to hit a spell here if he wants to bring back the Phoenix, which would be huge.
Landing Axe would be massive because you could Axe kill the Fable and then have 2 Phoenixes on defense.
Oh, excuse me, but the Free the Fae was cast, so that we already had the Phoenix guaranteed. So we're gonna play the Picklock Prankster. My mistake there, chat. But we're tapped out, and like Devin said, things get weird with Fable the Mirror Breaker in this spot.
Okay, so let's try to figure this out. So May can go Reflection, copy Fear of Missing Out, attack with 2 of them, and then one of them untap itself, one of them untap the Reflection. You have 2 fears attacking. Max can trade for one of them, put the Picklock on the other one. Before the second combat phase, the Reflection copies the other Fear of Missing Out. May still has 2 of them. You then attack with those 2. You get 2 more untaps because that's the first time that those 2 have attacked. I'm already confused.
I think she's just doing it in the main. I think because also we're tapped out, so May May's sort of just talking through, and she also knows the window is tightening, or the window is getting shut here, as it looks like what's happening. Yeah, so she's actually just mathing it out now. She's like, okay, I make a copy of the first one. These all will attack you. I'll untap. I'll make a copy with the Fable. I'll do it again, and I'll do it again, and I'll do it again. And so really she gets to push a good amount of damage here, and Max doesn't have anything he can do about it. Now, the real question is it lethal? I believe it is, because I think every land represents 2 damage. Yep. And Max trades with the first one, and then the Picklock Prankster dies to the second Fear of Missing Out. And so that means each land basically represents a shock here from May French.
And all the loots or the rummages off of all these Fear of Missing Outs. She might even find a kill spell at some point through all this chains.
Yeah.
Yes, that's tapped.
I guess she gets to attack with the copy one first too, which I don't know if that matters too much to this, but it's very powerful. And you're seeing this is part of the reason why May has, a couple Fear of Missing Outs in her deck. It's a great curve card, but also gives you this late game draw and combo-ish potential. You also see she has one Unstoppable Slasher, kind of the same thing, sort of hedging her bets here on how she wants to, wombo combo people, as we are going to see Fable make a copy of Fear of Missing Out, untap the Fable.
Yeah, so basically she can go through this a bunch of times, eventually run Max out of blockers, and then once Max runs out of blockers, then the other 2 can get attacks, and that's additional combat phases. So Max is going to take 2, and then 1 more combat phase. We're going to copy again. That's going to attack, untap the Reflection. If Max takes it, goes to 4. That one's tapped, can make 2 more. So he's eventually going to have to block, and then there's still 2 more fears. And this should be extremely
lethal. As long as we don't mess it up, I believe. Also, notably, May has just drawn like 5 lands in a row. So she definitely needed this window here. Yeah. Otherwise, she was just going to flood out and lose this game. You see Max fall to floor. We're doing it again. And like you mentioned here, those original Fear Missing Outs all have their attack step too.
Mason, would you say this is Splendid Twin?
It's esque. I mean, this is sort of what we've seen from Fable the Mirror Breaker. Sometimes it acts in really weird ways with cards. Okay, now we see the Free the Fae dies on its chump block. May's like, okay, 5th verse, same as the 4th. Make another Fletcher Johnson copy. Attack, untap. And then also, we haven't really mentioned it. Fable can just attack. It hasn't gone to combat. It can just get in there too. Obviously, this is lethal. You see Max smiling here as May is going to attack and untap this Fable the Mirror Breaker and extend the fist bump. Congratulations to May French here. Moving on to 3-3. Max falling into 2-4. Not dead yet. There's still 2 rounds of Magic left. And Max wins either one of those today. He will still be around for day number 2 tomorrow. So an exciting moment there for Max. And May can breathe a little sigh of relief. She is not dead here in the tournament, even if she loses her 2 rounds of standard. So we're going to have an interview with our winner of that round, May French, here in just a second while she de-sideboards really quickly. But Devin, that was a sick round, and I love how quickly you saw 4 turns in the future. You're like, May French, Fear of Missing Out, win the game, and it came out that way. What an awesome round.
Yeah, it's crazy to see the interaction between Fable the Mirror Breaker and Fear of Missing Out. It doesn't happen too often because a lot of times they just end up killing your Fable once it flips immediately. But the games where you get to do it, it is kind of it provides this sort of unique end game that just gives you a ton of inevitability. It's just like more ways for this Rakdos Demons deck to kind of attack you from these different angles. And glad to see. Really fun to see May pull it off there.
Yep, and it was really hard fought. All those games were very back and forth. We saw in game number 2 where Max rips the annul, has the answer for the hearse, which could have gone the distance, but we still battled through it. And I think really shows how this Rakdos Demons deck has a lot of grind to it, right? This is a deck that can definitely, fight through these sort of things. And when it picks its battles, it can win them. Now, classic mid-range deck sometimes has battles it can't win, but does have this advantage that these other decks don't, right? Things like 2 Fables going crazy like that. Fear of Missing Out going like that. Unstoppable Slasher is a card that we see, circulate from 1 to 4 copies in this deck. And sometimes you just discard spell your opponent twice, Devin, and they're on Lotus Field, and you hit them for 10, and they die. So, it's a really impressive deck. I'm really excited to see how Pioneer sort of evolves in the coming months. Obviously, a lot of the organized play from Wizards of the Coast is sort of putting Pioneer on the back burner for the next couple of months, but I'm sure Pioneer is going to come back, and be a big part of the format here and just, a matter of time, right? Magic's a forever game. We're going to be around for a while. Pioneer's clearly the format they support. They just got up on Arena. So I'm excited to see what it looks like in some time here. And speaking of excited, looks like May French might be ready to talk to us here. And let's jump on down to talk to May. May, congratulations
Oh, thank you, Mason.
Yeah. So, how does it feel? You've locked up day number 2, no matter what, right? You're going to be back here at the NRG store tomorrow. How are you feeling, especially after that null in game number 2 top deck?
Yeah, I mean, that was interesting. So it was weird. I didn't know my opponent had 1 or 2 annuls, which is a weird thing to say, but I think Max and Dom are sharing 3 annuls between their 4. So a little unlucky there, but it didn't seem to affect the rest of the matches. I drew pretty well out of it, so that was nice. But yeah, locked up day 2, locked up another free lunch. That's really what we're here for, nothing else. And yeah, happy to come back in game tomorrow.
Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, that annul top deck was pretty crazy. As far as the deck list that you brought here for Pioneer, I know that there's kind of been a little bit of discussion, a little bit of debating on. I've seen some versions of Demons that have the 3/1 Blade of the Oni, some versions that move the Archfiends to the sideboard. You decided to play the Archfiends in the main, no Blade of the Onis. Talk to me about that decision.
Yeah, so that was a decision that I talked with a lot of people, and we've all decided that the weird creature slot in Rakdos is generically bad. So we tried Unstoppable Slashers, and then I ended up keeping 1 because it was good in it's good in some matchups. It's nice to have an open deck list. And then Blade of the Oni is bad because it's just a 3/1 menace that doesn't have any words on it. It's nice when you get to play it early, but it's still mostly irrelevant against decks that aren't combo. And some people are running Graveyard Trespasser in that spot, but me and my testing partner Zeritaman, we ended up going with Fear Missing Out, which if you saw that last match, it was pretty good, at least to close out the game there. So yeah, that's what we sort of ended up with. It's weird. You don't want too many 3-drops, and Unstoppable Slasher is kind of the worst 3-drop you can run, and Blade of the Oni is kind of useless. And people keep having the round 1 of the Pioneer, I had to board out all my demons because my opponent had, I forgot what the card is. It's 2 Heartless Acts in their deck, and I'm just I just can't play this ever because I could just die, which is not fun. And I mean, I have a Heartless Act too, so I guess we're all kind of all aware of that at this point. But yeah, I mean, creature slot's definitely interesting, but Fear Missing Out is what we ended up landing on, and it's pretty good, at least in this instance.
So, you're into day 2 no matter what. How are you feeling about everything, right? We saw you earlier in the day. You had a little bit of a rocky start, against Theo. You had a little bit of mana troubles. How is your head at going into, these sort of rounds where you're still very much live for the top 8 of this event?
Yeah, yeah, it sucks that Theo's kind of whitelisted. I know he has the whole Pro Tour player bonus, so he got to draw pretty well. So a little unfortunate there. But yeah, 3/3 is definitely very live. I'm most confident in my starter deck, so I'm glad I've locked up the ability to at least play all my starter rounds. And if I don't win out with my starter rounds and drop out of the tournament, which is unlikely because my deck is good, at least I'll be happy that I got to play all the formats and got to play probably the arguably best deck I brought all weekend. So happy to do that at least.
Perfect.
Yeah, feeling good.
Well,
that's
yeah,
what the
that's
question
awesome.
was.
So, May, you mentioned the most important part about getting to day 2 is getting that free lunch break. My question is, what's for lunch?
It's pizza. I don't actually like pizza. That was a joke. I don't really care about the free lunch. I just wanted, I just want to give people the content, Free lunch. Someone else can have my free lunch. It's fine. It's not a big deal.
So wait, hang on. If you're not getting the pizza, what are you doing? Because we were talking earlier about some of our competitors and what they might be getting for lunch. What's the May French go-to right now?
The May French go-to? That depends. There's a Burger King over there, but I don't really like Burger King, so I might just eat 4 granola bars and just suck it up. Might just be that game plan. But yeah, I mean, I showed up for the tournament to collect my free jacket, so really, I'm here. I got the jacket. Really no reason for me to be here. I'm just here for fun. So yeah.
All right, well, you've heard that here first. For Fun Gamer, May French, happy to be here. Maybe she'll have some fun in the top 8 tomorrow. We're going to have to see how that goes, but we're going to take a quick break here. Let's come back to the match area, or booth, excuse me. And we're going to take a quick break. We're getting into standard very quickly here. This match was sort of one of the last ones going on, so we're going to very quickly set that up and be ready for you all in just a couple minutes. Welcome back to the NRG Championship Series Champs end of the year. I'm your host, Mason Clark, joined by my co-host, Devin O'Donnell, better known as Doomwake. And it's time for Standard, Devin. We have 2 rounds left today. We're going to take a look at our metagame breakdown. As we saw earlier, some players like May French are resting easy, knowing that they're at least live for top 8 still tomorrow, and they're not going to be eliminated. Other ones on the chopping block. Very quickly, though, let's check and see what our players have brought this weekend to the Standard metagame here. And we have 8 Dimir midrange, 4 Golgari midrange, 4 mono white caretaker talent, 2 Gruul prowess, 2 Temur floodcaller, 2 Zur domain, 1 mono red aggro, and 1 Simic merfolk. Devin, what are you thinking about this?
I'm thinking about who's that merfolk player. No, anyways, yeah, midrange is kind of the king of standard right now. 12 of our competitors have brought in black midrange in some form, whether it be Dimir or Golgari, which, maybe a little bit more than what you would expect, but that is what I'm a little bit surprised to see is only 3 total red decks, 2 Gruul, 1 mono red. I was kind of assuming that the dynamic would be a little bit more balanced between number of players who bought mid-range, number of players who bought red aggro. That's a little surprising to see, but I'm really curious to see how Nikachu does in this field.
Yeah, the Simic Merfolk, it's going to be interesting to see how he breaks down in that regard, bringing Merfolk in all 3 of the formats today for this event. And yeah, it is interesting. In my mind, Gruul Prowess is sort of like the best deck. I know a lot of people love Dimir, but the Prowess deck just sort of grinds harder and kills faster. But maybe there's some worry. We have a lot of players here from Team Flex Slot who love their control decks. And maybe there's just a worry they're going to bring mono white caretakers and you can't beat them. And who have to know? We'll have to talk to some of our players. Speaking of talking to some of our players, they're ready in the future match area. So let's head on down for the first round of the standard action here at NRG Champs.
Yeah, and we're going to be having Matthew Hoey on the left-hand side of your screen, not playing Izzet Phoenix. Matthew is going to be on Dimir mid-range, and Grayson on the right-hand side of your screen is going to be playing this Zur domain deck. So as far as the matchup is concerned, it's really going to be like a question of how many counter spells does Matthew Hoey have in his main deck to be able to stop, some of the bigger plays that Grayson has. Although that dynamic shifts a little bit too, because Grayson is sporting 4 copies of Cavern of Souls, and Cavern on Avatar can sort of push through the Overlords, and Grayson has 10 Overlords to pair with the 4 copies of Zur Eternal Schemer. So that specific dynamic is really something, like, it really is going to depend on how this matchup progresses.
Yeah, I mean, Tashana's Tidebinder is sort of the counter spell against the Zur deck, right? And Hoey has 2 of those in the sideboard. So clearly has some stuff here, but it's going to be interesting to see sort of as this plays out. If you've watched our championships over the years, Matthew Hoey is a name you're definitely going to recognize. Has played in every champs, Devin, except for one, the 2022 year. Some people call it one of the hardest champs we've ever had. That's the only one Hoey missed, and only by a hair. He's here and would like to get another win. Grayson, also someone who's done very well at a lot of our events, and both these players still very live for top 8. We talked about this before, and we've seen, some of you comment who are just joining us here. It's 3-3. Why are we checking these players out? Well, they're still incredibly live for top 8. Our best record, someone is only X-1. Pod play makes it look a little different than your traditional Magic tournament, and also really test your mental. You can go like 0-6, Devin, or 0-5 and rattle back and still top 8 our event. You're not dead until you get that 6th loss here at Champs, and that really allows these players to, even if you had some bad luck, let's prove it. How strong are you? And these players, both very strong, both very live, as Hoey is mulliganing down to 6.
Yeah, so Holy Mulligan to 6, and an interesting part of this matchup as well that I didn't bring up into beginning is Up the Beanstalk. That is an extremely powerful card, especially in combination with your Overlords and other like Sunfalls and a bunch of ways that Grayson can trigger those Up the Beanstalks. Now, Matthew does have a good card against Up the Beanstalk in Fairy Mastermind, and there just so happens to be 3 copies of Fairy Mastermind in Hoey's hand. So if Grayson were to deploy an Up the Beanstalk next turn, that's kind of exactly where Matthew wants this game to go, given the 3 masterminds at hand.
Yep, and we're seeing here Grayson went Surveiller and Surveiller Land. It kept everything on top. Is playing Cavern. We'll get in a second to know what that is here. We'll probably know too, depending on what's played. And it does look like it's pointing out, and it is going to be on Avatar as the green Overlord of the Hauntwoods comes down, makes an everywhere token. That is a land with all the land types you haven't seen it before, and Fairy Mastermind get played here. And Zur is in hand, and this is sort of one of the stronger draws this deck can have, is sort of Zur into activating on your Overlord, specifically the green one. The question is, will we have the mana? As it looks like we do have a Hushwood Verge.
Yeah, this is going to be brutal. Now, Matthew does have 2 copies of Spell Stutter in the main, and Zur is not an avatar. So, Spell Stutter is counter unless you pay 2, plus an additional 1 for each fairy you control, and Mastermind is a fairy. So, if Matthew did pick up a copy of Spell Stutter, can stop this Zur from entering the battlefield, but does not look like that is the case. Matthew's hand looks like a couple of Masterminds and a cut down, and this is going to be a really brutal swing here. It's, Grayson's going to be able to gain a bunch of life, get another Everywhere token. Sure, Matthew can kill the Zur with a cut down, but even after that is the case, still going to be left, a little bit over. I guess there is. I couldn't tell what the last card in Matthew's saying. If it's a Flood Pits Drowner, you could actually go cut down the Zur and then tap the Overlord because it would lose Hexproof after the Zur dies.
Yep. And we're seeing, it looks like Matthew here is down to let the attack trigger happen. We're going to then cut down. Might be a moment where maybe Hoey wants to develop this Fairy Mastermind to make up the Beanstalk, sort of a bad draw, right? A lot of times this Zur deck tries to use what we just saw to overpower the opponent and then use Beanstalk to either run away with the game on turn 2 or refill in the later turns. So Hoey down to let 1 mana happen and sort of get hit for 5. The impending trigger still goes down, not that it really matters, but that is true. As Kaito, Bane of Nightmares, was picked up from Hoey, one of the main reasons players are playing this blue-black deck. We are going to see Hoey take a second to figure out how he wants to play this here. Fountain Port is his colorless land of choice this weekend. We've seen some players use Soulstone Sanctuary to be a little bit more aggressive, and some use Fountain Port for a little bit more grinding. And
yeah, what's interesting here is you don't typically see, I mean, in a general sense, a card like Kaito, it's a legendary card, it's a little expensive. You may be surprised to see that these Dimir decks are sporting 4 copies, but it's just so powerful. And the card lends itself to sort of like you kind of need to get it off the battlefield ASAP. And even you can even set up situations where you say, put in Kaito -2 on one of your creatures, then the next turn -2, set up another Kaito. As we see this Overlord's got quite a few dice on it, representing 3 different things here, which is pretty hilarious.
Yeah, maybe we can get coverage to clean that up a little bit here. Basically, the impending dice are on it, which don't really matter, and we have 2, which going down to 1, and there's the 5 dice because it is sort of, there we go. It is a 5/5. Lots of different ways to do that. At home, personally, I just pull my guy out of the sleeve a little bit. I'm like, hey, it's been Zerd, because it never goes away and never regains its power. The impending dice don't matter a ton.
Too many dice. Oh god, what's going on? now I'm confused. It's got 2. Okay, 2.
Yeah, so the black dice is the stun, the white is the impending, and green is just representing power toughness here. And speaking of power toughness, we have a lot of it in hand with Herd Migration as a card that Grayson could deploy this turn. Hoey only with a Fountain Port up and a couple cards in hand, we might just see the whole herd come down. As here it comes, 5 3/3s on the battlefield. You saw Hoey deploy this Kaito, hoping it'd run away with the game, tap down this Overlord of the Hauntwood so that Grayson couldn't stabilize, but it's in a really bad place now.
Yeah, Kaito really good against your opponent deploying 1 creature at a time, but when they make 5 creatures, it's a little bit harder to stun all 5 of those 3/3s. So Grayson kind of with the perfect follow-up to that Kaito, as we see the Overlord. Eventually, it will lose some of these dice. And yeah, Matthew really in a tough spot because doesn't really have a clean way to answer these. Bunch of kill spells, Anoint with Affliction, go for the throat, but doesn't really have anything like a Maelstrom Pulse or any sort of way to clean up these tokens. And at 15 life, it's just going to be really hard for Matthew to race this.
Loves this. It looks like
quintuple block.
Yeah, he's just going to block with everything. It's just like, I don't want to get God. I don't need to double, and then maybe something weird happens. Let's block with the whole team. And Hoey does get in for 2 with the Fairy Mastermind and has 2 more in hand with a Flood Pit Drowner. So can sort of tap down a little bit and sort of get into a bit of a racing situation. But the biggest problem here, Devin, is we have the 2 colorless lands in our deck. The only ones, we drew them both and we only have 1 blue source. So we only have 1 spell a turn here. So this could be a very close race and still might be if something like Kaito comes off the top. But we'll have to see how it goes here.
Yeah, and the other unfortunate part for Matthew is he drew a cut down and not a go for the throat. So if that was go for the throat, you could like tap down one with the drowner, go for the throat, another one, take 6. But yeah, just everything kind of everything is the worst possible scenario here for Matthew. Just can only play one spell, as you mentioned, and with Grayson at 11, doesn't really have the ability to race all of these 3/3s. You see a shake of the head here for Matthew, and even if the Kaido comes off the top, yeah, you attack with hit for 5, but that's not even close to enough, and that is going to be Grayson taking down game number 1.
Yep. And Hoey there sort of just got a little bit unlucky with the mana and sort of, had the Zur draw happen to them. But that's sort of why you played the Zur deck, right? It has this ability to play this controlling game. It has this ability to go way over the top and has these sort of fast kills that it can get if it gets, sort of Green Overlord into Zur. Let's check out the sideboard seer and see what Hoey has available to fight over this deck. We have 2 Duress, 2 Ghost Vacuum, 2 Negate, 2 Tashaya's Tidebinder, Anoint Affliction, Blot Out, Disdainful Stroke, Fey Bloom Trick, Gix Command, Go for the Throat, and Shieldred the Apocalypse. Devin, what do you like and why?
So there is a good amount of non-creature spells here for Grayson. Up the Beanstalk, Sunfall, Leyline Binding. So Duresses and Negates, those you probably want to go towards. Negate lines up a little bit awkwardly because it doesn't counter any of the Overlord impendings, even though they're not creatures in the battlefield, so keep that in mind. You mentioned Tashaya's Tidebinder when we were discussing before the match. That one is quite good, being able to stop. It's particularly good against Zur because you not only counter the Zur trigger, the Zur activation, but you also make Zur into a 1/4 vanilla. Something like Blot Out you could maybe go towards, where you let Grayson activate the Zur and then make Grayson sacrifice the big Overlord. You could do something like Fey Bloom Trick, which is an instant that's reasonable, that lines up well against Sunfall, is just something to hold up post Sunfall, and the Shieldred as well. Grayson does draw quite a bit of extra cards.
Awesome. Well, let's check out what Grayson has in his sideboard for this Dimir matchup, as we have 3 Authority of the Consuls, 3 Elspeth Smite, 3 Paw Patch Formation, 2 Doppelgang, 2 Rest in Peace, 2 Vivian Reed.
So personally, I am a pretty big fan of Elspeth Smite against Dimir, especially because these Dimir decks are a lot more focused around Kaido, and being able to smite their, like if they have 1 attacker on turn 3 and they clearly have 3 mana they're representing a Kaido, you can smite the creature before blocks to make it so they can't set up the Kaido that turn. So I think Grayson's going to want to go towards these smites. Paw Patch is interesting, where yes, there are a bunch of flyers in the blue-black deck, but in terms of mana efficiency, it doesn't line up super well, where, there's no Archfiends or any 4 or 5 mana flyers. It's mostly just 2 drops. So I don't know if Grayson wants to go towards those. And sort of same thing with Vivian Reed. I just don't think that's kind of the exchange you want to be making against Dimir. In my experience, you just want to kind of be lowering the curve as much as possible and interacting with their cheap creatures as early as often as you can.
Yeah, and you see here from Grayson, we also have some spicy ones in our deck, like Thalia and the Gitrog monster, where some players are playing extra copies of Analyze the Pollen to sort of be more copies of our Overlords and our Zurs. We just have a kind of another grindy mid-rangey card. So it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out and exactly how these players want to sideboard. But they are shuffling up and getting ready in our feature match area. So really quickly here, let's show the prize pool of what these players are playing for as they get a couple good last shuffles in, as there's a lot on the line. We're not going to break it all down for you here, but what really matters here is first place, $10,000 plus Pro Tour invite, plus an invite back to next year's champs. That's a lot on the line. And we want to also give a shout out to our sponsor, Ultimate Guard, for coverage this weekend as well. Thank you, Ultimate Guard, for helping make this paper magic happen. We love paper magic, and we're glad that you can help us bring it all to everyone at home. So you're going to bring it on. Let's bring it on down to the feature match area to see these players as they've resolved. It looks like they both kept 7s, and we see a Gloomvage and a Path and a Meticulous Archive and a Surveil and a Keep on Top. Grayson never bends. Might as well just play a tap land.
I know. What's the point? What's the Tranquil Cove, I think, is the ETB tapped one, as we see a mismatched archive here. Bin's a smite, and I did see a smite in Grayson's hand. So it's interesting here for Matthew. It's funny where you see the smite in the graveyard, and you kind of assume that maybe that means that Grayson already has one, or maybe he's digging for lands. Now, Matthew doesn't really have the luxury of playing around it. But yeah, this is kind of exactly what you want the smite for. You want to make sure you can kill the creature before your opponent gets to put that Kaido into play.
Yep. And we're going to see Hoey follow up with a Spyglass Siren, The little 1-drop, Thraben Inspector Air, as it were, brings a little piece along with it, a map in this case. Still is a fairy mastermind up in case something like the Beanstalk comes down here. But Grayson sort of showing one of the awkward parts of this deck. Your mana is not good.
Oh,
as we see a blue-white Verge come down, fairy mastermind here. Now, this deck does try to build itself to be much more, a green-white deck splashing the other colors. And with the green Overlord, like saw in game 1, it's not a huge issue. But it's coming up this game.
Grayson's hand is just, I think it was Overlord, the 2 green Overlords, and a Vivian Reed with no green sources in sight. So this one might be a quick runaway here. And that's the 3rd copy of Smite. I think it is.
Yeah, it is. And that Grayson had access to them all, but Kaito still, comes on in and gets exchanged there.
Yeah, so I mean, look, Smite took care of the first creature and bought sort of Grayson a turn, but Matthew with the double creature follow up is is still able to deploy that Kaito, and that is going to be just an absolute menace. I don't know if we can get Kaito up on the screen for people who have not seen it yet, but this card is absolutely fantastic. It just kind of does everything where it is it's a creature. It's hard to interact with on your turn because the turns that it's a creature, it also has hexproof. It stuns creatures for a couple of turns. It draws you cards. It can also grow itself. It just kind of does everything, and really the backbone behind these Dimir decks.
Yep, sort of a huge reason to be Dimir, along with other factors, but we're going to see a green-white Surveyor land here for Grayson. Then we're going to Leyline Binding down that Kaito, Bane of Nightmares, get it off the battlefield. And that's one of the things about these Dimir decks is they play a lot of cards to enable cards like Kaito, like Enduring Curiosity. And if you can fight over those cards and keep them off the battlefield, the deck's still good, but loses a lot of punch here. So you've seen Grayson really prioritize that, even though something like Curiosity could come down here once it removes the Kaito. And it looks like we are surveilling, and we've got a sideboard card, it looks like to me, like potentially a blot out here.
Yeah, what's that card on top, Mason? I was going to ask you.
That's actually the go for the third. Excuse me. It looks a bit like
Warhammer, right? The Warhammer.
Yes, the Warhammer one.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, there's also a very interesting moment for Matthew here of, do I want land? Do I want to dig? Or do I want the counter? Because Matthew could have left it on top and then binned it the second time just to push that extra damage. Decides to kind of move to the deck, look for maybe some more important cards, but kind of a cool point of interest to think about when you're using your map tokens. As we're going to pass back to Grayson here, and I think we just drew Cavern of Souls, which means we could deploy one of these Overlords finally.
Yeah, so normally you'd want to play them for 3, but with 5 mana, might as well just run it out there as the 5 mana creature. Going to go ahead and get it everywhere, and I think I saw there was a Vivian as well, so that's going to be available to Grayson next turn. Flood Pit's going to tap that for a couple of turns. Now Grayson on 15, Matthew having 4 power in play, plus the Reef, so you could animate the Reef, hit for 8, and that could put Grayson on a 2-turn clock. We'll see if Hoey wants to go about doing that, because I think I got a good glimpse of Hoey's hand. I think it might just be all lands. Plus, there's a blue card that he drew this turn. I think that might be a negate.
It is negate, yeah. So he's on straight lands negate.
So it's interesting here. Do you want to use the Reef to put Grayson on a 2-turn clock and go shields down and negate? Or do you want to just, slow the clock a little bit and hold up negate? And I guess the question you have to ask yourself is, what are you negating this turn? Because you might actually be okay with Grayson slamming a Sunfall because it exiles his own Overlord. But it looks like Hoey is going to decide to hold it negate. I like that too, because you can Fountain Port as well. So you can just, negate plus make a fish token.
Yeah, and this turn you can activate your Flood Pit Drowner and get rid of that Overlord.
That too, yep.
So now you have to negate up. So, obviously something like Herd Migration that dominated us in game number 1, we have that answered. And like you were just saying there, Devin, the Fountain Port will let us have a mana sink here. So, hey, 1 life and 4 mana for a 1/1 isn't the greatest deal ever, but you kind of get it on the house here while you hold up your negate, as Hoey smiles as he's like, I'm not out of the woods yet.
Yeah, tricky game to navigate. And we'll see what Grayson wants to do as well, because, we do know he has access to that Vivian Reed. It looks like there's a Zur, and a Get Lost has been picked up as well. So those are 3 of the cards in Grace's hand. And I think the 4th might be, if it's a white card, it might be a Binding or a Sunfall.
Yeah, I mean, really the huge thing here is for Hoey, the Zur is going to probably come down, activate on that Binding, and it's going to be big trouble if Grayson wants to sort of go that route. Decides to maybe make the game about the Vivian Reed first, wants to maybe remove the 1 threat in the way. Hoey's going to take a second to think, do I want to negate this? Now, we know Hoey's almost assuredly going to negate it. But he has to think about, there are other cards that could come down that are bigger worries, and decides, you know what? I've got to fight this fight. Also bluffs a little bit of maybe having some choices, right? maybe I have something like a Spell Stutter or a Phantom Interference.
I'm actually a little surprised there that Grayson just didn't decide to go for the Zur, because with face-up deck list, Grayson knows that the only counter spells that Matthew has access to are Spell Stutter, which you can pay for, and then Disdainful Stroke Negate, neither of which hits Zur. So,
But
Grayson
Tidebinder does.
That's true. Tidebinder, okay. So
So-
maybe baiting out a Tidebinder.
Yeah, and if you play that there, Tidebinder isn't the greatest, but it would stop the minus on the
Right.
Siren and then put you in a spot. We're going to see a milling of 4, 2 Overlords, a Zur, and a land. And Grayson's going to take 6 there. And sort of on the back foot here, Hoey has 2 mana up. Cavern of Souls is the draw. That definitely helps with any sort of worries about counter spells. No mana up for Tidebinder. Grayson has to know the coast is basically clear. Almost assuredly naming Wizard, as Zur is a wizard.
Right. So now for Grayson, you can go Zur, activate, gain 6, go to 11. And then think also, because you have 4 mana, so you can actually go animate the binding attack and then still hold up the get losses. And we're getting a word from coverage. It looks like human was named. I believe Zur is also a human.
Zur is a human wizard and the only human in the deck. So looks like Grayson didn't want to attack. Interesting.
No attacks.
Here. Yeah, he could have animated the binding. It also has, in response, animate again. So maybe
that's surprising, because I don't know if you'd want to trade the binding for the reef, because then Hoey would get back the Kaido.
Yeah, I think maybe Grayson might be trying to trick Hoey into going for this, because Grayson has the get lost. So you can, before blocks, get lost this reef. And depending on like how Hoey responds, you either animate because you have to. You can also animate and jump with the Zur and theoretically behind the binding. And it looks like that's what he was doing.
Yeah, so basically Grayson knew that he didn't want to make the trade of binding for reef, and Hoey also, Grayson can probably assume that Hoey knows that Grayson ideally doesn't want to make that trade. So if Hoey is more incentivized to go for the reef because he doesn't want to make that trade, then that kind of makes the get lost a little bit better for Grayson. So yeah, pretty heads up play there. And Hoey does have the second reef, which makes things a little bit awkward here for Grayson. And leftovers of Fairy Mastermind as well.
Yep, we're going to activate that Leyline Binding here at the end of the turn. It's a 6/6 now. Lifelink and Death Touch and Hexproof, all thanks to Zur. Kind of wish we had done that after the get lost, so we couldn't get Tidebinder potentially. But hey, that's life.
Yeah. So you were saying that when you play with Zur in paper, you take the card halfway out of the sleeve to represent this?
Yeah. I do it like old Glorybringer kind of, if you played back then, you're exerting it.
Yeah.
Just because it's so much easier personally, but everyone does what bets for them. And we're going to see a Fairy Mastermind come down in a turn here. And Hoey had Grayson on death's doorstep, Devin, but now has drawn too many lands in a row as another one off the top and is falling behind. Now, Fairy Mastermind does give you a lot of card draw, but it's a tough spot to be.
I mean, the other sick thing about the Zur is that not only does it provide you this, outrageously large lifelink death touch body, it also is a 1/4 flyer, and it just happens to, line up perfectly against Hoey's battlefield as well. And now we see more huge lifelink hexproof death touch creatures coming into the battlefield. This is going to be really tough for Hoey to come back from.
Yep. And you're seeing Hoey wait. He has the Restless Reef, which he can animate to block the Leyline Binding, which would be great for him as he get that Kaido back and that threat off the board. But also has Fountain Port and Fairy Mastermind. So can either activate the port or potentially use the Mastermind. I'm going to use the Fountain Port to draw a card via sacrificing the map. Still could activate Mastermind. Would draw 2 cards here as Grayson has drawn for turn. And yeah, when you're floating out in spots like this, sometimes you just have to take that risk. As Spell Stutter and Kaido, Bane of Nightmares were drawn. Those are good ones.
Kaido down the Zur, that only gets in for 4 damage. You can't Kaido either the Binding or the Overlord because both of those have Hexproof. I think Hoey really needs to find some way to kill this Zur. Right? If you start off by killing the Zur, then you can interact with the enchantment creatures as you see fit. But until the Zur leaves the battlefield, the Hexproof is just going to be really hard for Hoey to kind of do anything. 2 counter spells and a Kaido. Those counter spells maybe would have been, I guess they probably wouldn't have been good enough earlier because, Grayson just has 2 caverns as well.
Yep. Disdainful Stroke in hand here for Hoey. He can still answer stuff like Leyline Binding and Sunfall, but That's about it. Decides to leave up the ability to activate things like Fairy Mastermind, like the Restless Reefus. We're going to see a Green Overlord come on in here, the Haunt Woods, making another land for Grayson.
Does give Hoey the opportunity to trade if Hoey so chooses. Maybe Grayson's fine with that, because then if Hoey trades the Reef for the Overlord, maybe that unlocks the Leyline Binding to start attacking. We saw Grayson not attack with the Binding the past couple of turns. Likely doesn't want to trade. Is that 2 Reefs for Hoey?
Yep.
I think there's 2. Okay.
2 Reefs, yeah. Hoey drew a lot of lands this game, but 3 of them were Reefs, so could have been worse. So we are going to see Reef. It looks like he's siding up, do I really want to do this, or do I want to draw a bunch of cards this turn? Makes sense, too, for Grayson, right? Like you're mentioning, the Binding's too risky to throw away, but also if we just sit here, Hoey's drawing like 3 cards, with all his mana. I'm not really getting much of it except a single card. I've got to try and close the door on this game. As the Zer deck can play a controlling role, but also can, play this sort of aggressive-y, combo-y beatdown plan of just, hey, really quickly do a bunch of damage and kill you.
So it looks like trade is going to happen. Again, Hoey leftovers, 2 counterspells and a Kaido. Looks like I think Grayson's working with 2 Sunfalls and something else. I couldn't quite get a good look at what the last card is. And I mean, it's a situation here. It's like, we've been talking about the past couple of turns. How does Hoey get back in this game? As we see another counterspell picked up, it's definitely not with that. I think it really all starts with finding a kill spell for this Zer, because the longer this Zer stays in play, Hoey's cards just don't really work.
Yeah, and we're seeing Hoey, slowly develop more and more flyers, has, the ability to keep using this mana, as he jokes about there, like, wow, powerful. And we're at a standstill. Yeah, Grayson's drawing a lot of lands here. Has a swamp, has a forest, has a Sunfall in hand. Gonna play that forest and just pass the turn. And Hoey, gets to activate the Fountain Port, draw a card. Figure out, does he want to use the Fairy Mastermind to draw another card afterwards? If he draws Enduring Curiosity, he could play that as a thing.
Oh,
Takes
God.
a second.
Mason, is that a whiteboard at Underground River?
I think it is.
Oh, no.
We play with what we can around here.
We won't talk about that.
8 players playing Dimir mid-range. It's hard to borrow the good ones, let's just say.
That is true.
And
look,
notably,
all I'm saying is there's got to be 4 Ice Age Underground Rivers among all 8 competitors playing Dimir mid-range. There has to be
potentially. Maybe that's Hoey's first card. Who knows? He's been playing for a long time. Also, big note there, Devin. Hoey said, I feel kind of good about it. Like, I don't want to give you a card right now. I could draw 2 here in exchange for you getting 1, but I'm feeling like things are getting close. As we see the double Spyglass Siren, obviously the Kaido's coming in on the other one.
Okay. So now that you have the Kaido in play, does this give you an opportunity? So the other Siren's going to die. Does this give you an opportunity to start making inroads in the battlefield? You can, like, maybe... I mean, I assume Matthew just wants to draw a card. Yes, we're going to surveil 2. Ooh, I think I saw a Shieldred there.
Yeah, I think we had a Shieldred and a Go for the Throat, and we kept the Throat, which... makes sense. You maybe don't want to play into like a Sunfall right now, and then you can just go for the Throat, the Zer down, next turn, tap down the Binding, or second kill spell if you find one, and then Shieldred to kind of finish the game off here. As another Leyline Binding in hand from Grayson. We might see that come down.
Yeah, I mean, I got to be honest with you. I thought Grayson was going to run away with this game, but the patience from Matthew here is just shown very, very well. Really just kind of taking his time, getting a couple of cards here and there, and then once he found that spot to find the kill spell, now it's kind of all going to crumble here for Grayson. Now, this Binding is interesting. Probably want to fight over this, as the stroke is going to be cast.
Yep, getting a chance to convert that into a real card. Grayson does have a Surveil land in hand. Can use that to try to hopefully not draw any more lands off the tizzy, as the kids say. The kids are saying it, by the way. I know some people.
I don't know if the kids say that.
I feel like, why would I say it if they don't say it? You know what I mean? Like, it makes you think.
Sure.
As we're going to see a Leyline Binding attack, I think it is going after the Kaido here.
So now Hoey can probably just go kill the Zer, chump the Binding. You could also just make a fish and chump the Binding and just let Grayson have the 6 life.
Yeah, I kind of like letting Grayson have the 6 life, because from Hoey's perspective, there's a lot of like spells in hand from Grayson, right? Like, Grayson wasn't playing lands for a couple of those turns. Like, maybe he can think one's a bluff, but he's like, I don't want to let you, do something with the Zer. I'll wait until I'm kind of ready. Because he does have double spell stutter, which, if it was a card like what's it called, Herd Migration, you could use the 2 to cancel that out. And you're seeing how we think about it.
Yeah, so now Hoey has the option to Fountain Port here. A couple of options. You can go for the throat with a counterspell up. You can Fountain Port. You can also do nothing, which Hoey looks like maybe we're letting that up. Potentially just wants to make sure he has counterspells at all times available, which does make sense. Picked up a Curiosity. So now we go... Ooh,
this is so much a sign of strength. I love this here.
Love it.
Like you just said, we didn't do anything. That's strength. We're gonna make ourselves a Kaito ninja emblem, and we're getting the beatdowns on Devin. Who cares that this Leyline Binding gains 6 life? My Kaito's never leaving the battlefield, and it's gonna hit you a bunch this game.
Yeah, we did keep go for the throw, right? I wasn't imagining that. We did. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure. It's potentially possible that we missaw it here, but that would be the thing that makes the most sense. And Enduring Curiosity was definitely the draw for turn, though.
Yes. So now you could even go for the throat, the Zur, cast the Curiosity, and still, I think, have double counterspell up. Man, Matthew is playing this incredibly patiently. I don't know if I would have taken this patient of a line, but he feels very safe here, and for good reason. His hand is pretty good.
Yeah, I actually really like this from Hoey. It's a little on the risky side because Grayson does have some good top decks, but the other thing to look at is Grayson only has like those 10 to 12, and we drew one of them, Overlord and Miss Morse. But, it's not game over. Like, we do think we got that go for the third in the hand. Hoey is just like, hey, I don't need to take any risks. I think I can beat you. And this is the thing that does happen with the Dimir deck is like, if it can stabilize against Zur and Zur draws, one too many lands, you can run away with the game. We saw Mae French mention how she thinks she brought the best deck of, to the format here, and that was Dimir. Let's see if Hoey can maybe prove her right. As Enduring Curiosity can also get in and just double block this ley line and then clear that up. Now you'll get a Kaito that you maybe don't even really want, but
yeah, how are we thinking about that? Still thinking about maybe go for the throning the Zur here. You could also just go Curiosity Chump Block to keep the enchantment in play, protect it against Sunfall. Because getting back that Kaito is kind of awkward here.
Yeah, I think I kind of like either Curiosity Chump Block or like no block.
Siren, maybe.
Yeah, you can maybe do that. Maybe even make a fish or something, like trade a life and 3 mana or 4, for the Fountain Port itself. But I think there's a lot of different ways to play this here. And Hoey also probably is thinking about what makes sense to be in Grayson's hand, right? He hasn't done anything. The card Sunfall is the one that makes total sense, right? That could be why Hoey is not activating his Go for the Throats, using his Go for the Throats, because he doesn't want to make Grayson feel better about using Sunfall.
All right, so trade's going to happen here. That's going to bring a Kaito back. Kaito's going to go to the graveyard. And now Matthew is in a spot where we've sort of answered everything, still has Disdainful Stroke up in case there's a Sunfall. But, the bad news for Hoey here is we see that's the top deck here for Grayson. And now this is kind of brutal because can't counter it, which is the Cavern. Can't really target it because, again, you have to kill the Zur first. So this one's going to be tough for Hoey to slog through.
It's also really interesting too because Grayson didn't impending it and then activate on it, right? He's playing around the kill spell because you could have played it for 4, right? And then activate on it, make it 7, which is 1 bigger, not huge.
But then Hoey could respond and go for the throw.
Exactly. So great play here from Grayson. You could be addicted to value, but he's like, wait, I just need to make sure I've got this thing in play. Here's that go for the throw. Zur can still react now and turn it into a 7/7. So that's going to give us that extra +1/+1. Great play there from Grayson. Knows that, I could play around having more mana up or whatever and represent things. No reason to get got by that, though, as it passes over to Hoey.
Man, and that lifelink too. Hoey did have a couple of opportunities to kill the Zur. I think there might have been 1 or 2 attacks from that binding that got in that 6 life. And if Grayson was at a little bit lower than 22, you could say Kaito down the Overlord. I guess the 2/1 moths are a little bit to fight through too, because your creatures aren't super well at attacking through them. The emblem does allow Matt to attack into the 2/2/1s because double block would mean the Kaito's currently a 4/5, so can't really line up a double block here with the 2 moths. So this is a heads up play here from Matthew, leaving back the Fairy Mastermind. But yeah, this is going to be really interesting to see how this plays out, because we've also traded all those reefs away. Those reefs are kind of what were allowing us to have some sort of a semblance of a clock before, but because we traded all 3 of those away, now we don't have those in play anymore.
Yeah. We also have the 2 spell stutters and another fairy mastermind in hand, Devin. So cards like Sunfall, despite having 1,000,000 mana for Grayson, I think are dangerously close to being countered, because it costs 5 and then it would be 8 if Hoey did both of them, assuming you don't have a kill spell for a mastermind. But just something to like potentially keep in mind there, as the Enduring Curiosity is going to come down. That's going to get some draws here, and we're seeing the patience from Hoey really paying off.
So spell stutter is counter unless you pay 2 + 1 for each other fairy, right?
Yes.
So 1 fairy in play, which means double stutter would make the Sunfall cost 11.
Yep, and we have another one in hand, so we have another mastermind. So you can maybe even get Grayson to pay
mastermind double stutter.
Yeah, exactly.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, great. I think Grayson has 12 mana.
Yep. And Grayson, trying to figure out how am I going to get out of this.
I gotta say, this game has been wild, Mason. We had, early on, Grayson looked like he was going to run away with it, with like the early Zur, the binding on the Kaido, set up a good spot for Zur plus binding, and Matt's just kind of been chugging away over here. Really, whittling down Grayson's battlefield. Took a couple of efficient trades or profitable trades with the Restless Reefs, and now we've kind of gotten to this weird point in the game where the Zur's no longer in play. Grayson doesn't have a ton of threats left over, and Matt's just kind of chilling. I think Grayson's lining up the Sunfall. It's not going to work out for him.
Yeah, I mean, it will resolve now, right? Because the Fairy Mastermind is gone.
Oh, the Mastermind traded. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, but it is awkward. I mean, we're trading Curiosity and the Spyglass Siren for the Moth and the Overlord. You got to do what you got to do, but the Kaido stays around. It's a Planeswalker right now. So definitely a spot where Grayson is in an awkward position moving forward.
Now, is it possible that this incubator races the Kaido? Presumably not, because I think Hoey has another Mastermind. Yeah, so you go Mastermind end of turn, untap, you can go... so the Kaido can actually make an emblem, and then it'll be a 5/6. So 5, 6, 7 gets Grayson down to 10. Can play the Spyglass Siren, which was in hand, I believe. So that could maybe change the math a little bit, I think.
And
the race is looking pretty
fish.
Good for Hoey. Yeah, the fish too.
Yep, double land here with the Duress Cavern Island. But yeah, I think you're right. I think the race fair is Hoey, however he wants to use his Kaito, can tick up to shorten the clock a little. Also can just wait to connect and draw some more cards. And remember this game too, Devin? This is a game where Hoey drew like 6 lands in a row during the most important stage of the developing turns and still navigated this. And you can see why players would play a deck like this Dimir and be our most popular deck with the capability to play these kind of games.
Yeah, this game has been absolutely wild. We're just like this. It feels like this game has sort of been happening in different stages, where you had like stage 1, Matthew had a little bit of early pressure. Stage 2, Grayson kind of set up the Zur Overlord, or the Zur binding, big attacks there. Then there was like trading with Restless Reef. There's just been so much going on this game, and it's been fascinating to watch. And I believe that's the 4th copy of Restless Reef.
I do believe it's the 4th. And also, I'm a little curious on what deck sizes are like, specifically for Hoey. We've drawn so many cards. We've got to get into that 20 spot, maybe a little lower. I doubt this game comes to decking, but it is funny just to think about how many cards Hoey's drawn. So
yeah, I think Hoey got in 2. I can't remember if it was this game or last game, but there were 2 reef attacks that happened. And those 8 cards, you never know. It could matter.
Yep. And Grayson attacks the Kaito. Spyglass Siren chumps, and yeah, we have herd migration with I think 6 mana left over. So
7.
Enough to pay.
Yeah, so yeah, is that 6? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it looks like there's 6.
Yeah, it looked like an everywhere and 2 copies of that, and then 3 Surveilling lands. The first 3 we had. Remember, our mana was really awkward at the start of this game. We went
3
blue white land, blue white land, blue white land.
It's crazy to think that's how this game started. So let's see. So Hoey can go. What if you just tap out Grayson? Can you? No, you definitely can't win through the 5 blockers. I think Hoey looked like he sacked a map to Fountain Port to try and find a hard counter. Did not find it. So what do we line it up here?
Looks like we have a blot out to kill the 4-4, which is awkward, right? You see Hoey thinking about it. It's like the 4-4 kind of matters because I'm getting attacked a bunch, and if I don't do it now, it's going to kill a 3-3. But if you draw an Overlord, it's pretty bad for me. But he is going to just exchange the blot out to, remove the 4-4 before they'll all be equal mana values. And passing the turn back to himself.
5 3-3s. Hoey did beat the 5, or no, Hoey did not beat the 5 3-3s in game 1, rather. So the opposite. Hoey lost to the 5 3-3s in game 1. So we're going to try and see if Hoey can change that fate this time. And doesn't really have a good attack with Kaido here. The Mastermind can go ahead and put Grayson down to 9. But yeah, those spell stutters not doing a ton here. Okay, we're surveilling. Let's take a peek.
Found a Tidebinder.
Yeah, it's not bad, but I feel like it's a little too late.
Yeah, it's an awkward one, right? Like if another Overlord comes down, you're going to really want it. Or another Zerth, the game goes really long. But these turns, it's not really what's up. And I think I was trying to figure out, like, okay, I activate my Fountain Port. I go to 13. I make a fish. I jump. I go to 1. Okay. My Kaido is going to attack for 4 here. Put Grayson to 7. Can I sneak across lethal? And it looks like Hoey
the same block as game 1.
Yeah.
Love it.
Gonna kill the Kaito. And this is maybe it was actually what Hoey was wanting. Because now Hoey's not getting cracked back for lethal. Right? Yeah. Obviously the fish would get in the way, but any sort of kill spell on the fish there. As it looks like Hoey's hand is just lands and counterspells.
There's still a reef too, right? So the reef can check one of the beast tokens.
No, the reef. Oh no, there it is. Excuse me. I thought I got
one reef left.
Excuse me. Yeah, so that does matter.
It's been a long game, but yeah, we got one reef left, so we can go reef plus fish. You don't even need to block at this point. You can just go to 2, I guess, and then the fish puts you to 1, and then you have that 7 damage. What fish? Yeah, fish reef plus mastermind is 7, but Grayson at 9. It's a really tricky spot here. What did we draw, Grayson? Drew. Okay. Random. Overlord here. So that, I mean, it blocks the Restless Reef, which is important for Grayson.
I'm not sure why we're playing it right now. I feel like I'm missing something. Maybe Grayson isn't going to attack. Feels like the attack's good. Put Hoey down to 5. You have a 6-5 and a bunch of 3-3s.
You send everything. Hoey blocks 1. Yeah. And then you still have a block. You don't even need a blocker, yeah, because the Hoey only can produce 7 damage here. So it looks like we're gonna go with Mastermind in response. Maybe trying to find some sort of counterspell or a kill spell. That's fine. Go for the throat. I guess the counterspell is no good because of the cavern. So now,
I think this is the end of the turn.
Okay, Grayson no attacks.
Yeah, I think Grayson was just trying to hold back. Didn't want to get maybe counterattacked by a reef and an enduring curiosity, as the Fountain Port's going to make a fish.
Yeah, so Hoey really wants to try and find some flyers here. Presumably, Drowner is not bad. That does tap down one of the beast tokens. So now you got Grayson falling to 7. You can Drowner to tap 1. Yeah, it's like another question is, does Grayson even want to attack here? Now that you're at 7, the attack gets a little bit more awkward because now you actually are facing lethal damage down because of that Restless Reef. So now Grayson probably can't even attack. I wonder if he was supposed to attack last turn.
Yeah, I think this is a classic spot where so often in Magic, when you look back on your games, you should have attacked 1 turn sooner than you did. And I think this is that spot as Hoey's pulling away with it. It makes sense though, right? Grayson was worried about enduring curiosity. Is a card that often is a 4 of in this deck, and Hoey's seen 1 and drawn a stack. We see it get picked up right now. That would have been a potentially very punishing play as it comes down here now for Hoey, and you're seeing Hoey start to pick up the pace a little. He knows he's kind of stalling the game out with the flyers and can win this.
There's just so many flash threats too, right? There's Mastermind, Curiosity, Flood Pits, Drowner. Hoey could have any number of those, and if you make the attack that one turn before, and Hoey has any of those cards, then you do end up facing down lethal damage. So yeah, tricky spot here for Grayson, but I mean, it looks like Hoey is gonna take this one. This has been a marathon affair. And the other thing that we have to think about, Mason, is time for game 3. I don't know exactly how much time there is. Maybe we can get a call from production, but I can't imagine there's a lot left.
Yeah, I don't know. And the Curiosity attack there, I love that. It trades off the 3/3. The way you die is you get attacked back. So might as well, force Grayson to trade. Grayson does go with a quadruple block. We are going to see a Mockingbird copying this Fairy Mastermind. That makes cards like Up the Beanstalk a lot worse. Could also copy the Beast in order to have lethal. Might be a sign that Hoey has a Flash Flyer in hand. 18 minutes still in this round, so plenty of time. I think game 1 was just like a 4-minute game,
Yeah.
So we had a very close one here. As the Green Overlord's coming down, you see Hoey sort of like, sure, I bend my Tidebinder. I knew this could happen. It's all right. It's not the white one.
So do we have lethal? We have Curiosity plus Flood Pits, tap 1 blocker, plus Fish. I think you have enough to do all of that. So yeah, Curiosity, Flood Pits, Fish. You tap 1 blocker. There's 3 blockers remaining for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 attackers. So you block the Curiosity, the Flood Pits, and the Reef, and I believe that's still 5 coming through.
Yeah, I think so too. Now, you might not want to do that just because it's something like Leyline Binding stopping it, but if Hoey draws, maybe like an extra kill spell, we'll probably see the attack come through as Grayson only has 1 card in hand. Hoey's someone who's not going to miss lethal. Loves to play Rhinos back in the MH2 metagame. Definitely was someone that can beat down and play these kind of tempo-y decks. Looks like Matthew Hoey. It's got to go for the throat.
I found it go for the throat too. So now you even have lethal through a kill spell, I believe.
Yeah, and he has lethal without even animating the land. So we're going to move on to game number 3 here. Wow, what a marathon affair! Like you were saying there, Devin. That was an unreal game. That was amazing to watch.
That was really fun to watch. And just the progression of all of those games, just to watch and see like the different stages of when, it felt like Grayson was winning for a while, had that Zur attack. Hoey was so patient that game with waiting as long as possible to kill the Zur with the go for the throat. Just a phenomenal game to go back and watch.
I can't wait to watch it again in the future. But while we're waiting for this game number 3 to start up here, let's check out the player sides real quick and see a little bit about our competitors today. Matthew Hoey, like we talked about, someone who, if you've been watching the NRG series for a while, this face, been around since the first champs, only missing 1. 2024 year, though, we only played 2 main events, but that's okay because we won one of them. And we had the 1 top 8 there as well. And, has lots of Magic accomplishments outside of this. 13 SCG Open top 8s from back in the day and a Grand Prix finalist and a peddler of fine cardboard. I wonder what that could mean. I know where I find all my fine cardboard is Nerd Rage Gaming and their great championship series. But let's check out our other competitor with their slide here, Grayson Nimitz. And we have 11 main events played with 1 win and number of top 8s 2. A non-series accomplishments, 2023 RC Atlanta top 32. I believe that qualifies you for the Pro Tour, so congratulations there. We're a PhD student. So pretty soon we're going to be talking about Dr. Grayson in the future match area.
Yeah, and Grayson ended up taking down the modern event with the Mono Blue Belcher deck, and that was a very fun event to watch. So, yeah, we'll have to see how this plays out in game 3. Just a very, very interesting game where Hoey had the spell stutters, didn't really get a ton of value out of those. As far as sideboarding is concerned, there's what's interesting to note is Grayson saw a lot of cards that game, and there were no copies of Up the Beanstalk. Now, with the presence of Fairy Mastermind, is there ever a consideration where you would board something like Up the Beanstalk out? There might be.
I'll say this, on the draw, it at least makes more sense to me, right? On the play, I'm a little harder because even though it has to be turn 2, you can sometimes sneak it under a Mastermind. I think I would be hard pressed to remove it totally. But yeah, on the draw, that would be the time where it at least makes the most sense to me, right? It's like, okay, this is going to maybe line up a little poorly. They don't have this transformational sideboard type thing. And so maybe Grayson has a plan like that. But, I would be hard pressed to completely cut my beans.
That's fair. Yeah, just the game goes too long. You have enough answers to Fairy Mastermind. You can feel like you can probably and eventually just take care of them. And looks like Hoey's on a mold the 6. I think I saw a Siren, a Go for the Throat, and Kaido.
Kaito.
Yeah, looks like Kaido. So pretty good hand here for Hoey. Although mana's a little awkward. We have turn 1 Siren, and then I believe the other 2 lanes we have are Restless Reef and Found Port, which does not provide us with black. Well, we can just go Reef on 2, and then yeah, that's fine. Picked up a Verge too.
Yep, Verge coming down, attack for 1. Speaking of Verge, Grayson also played 1. Has the ability to cast the Green Overlord with this Cavern of Souls here. Overload the Hauntwoods coming down. That's an everywhere token. As we're setting up that very powerful turn 4 play Zur, activate Zur line for Grayson with the Zur in hand, Devin. So we're going to have to see how we're going to want to play it here. As I imagine Kaito is going to probably be coming in. Bane of Nightmares.
Yeah, and this is both players firing on all cylinders, right? These are the best draws that these players can have. I guess Grayson didn't have the turn 2 Beanstalk, but it'll be interesting to see who comes out ahead if this turn 3 Kaido versus the turn 4 Zur activate the Overlord. Presumably, Matthew Hoey does have the ability to chump block the Overlord to protect the Zur for a turn, if he does so choose so, which presumably he does. Blotout picked up here, which can take care of. Blotout is highest mana value, right?
Correct. Yeah, so that will get the Overlord. Yeah. Of note here too, Bend the Curiosity. Hoey feels pretty good about what's going on in the hand. As we're going to see the Green Overlord come in. That's going to make an everywhere token from the attack trigger. Zur, the Eternal Schemer. And you played against this deck, you know how different it is when they have this card on turn 4 versus any other turn. But Hoey's not out of it yet. Still has his Kaido, has the Blowout like you talked about.
Yeah, I mean, Grayson basically had this draw in game 2, and Hoey seemed very unfazed. So we'll have to see, if Hoey can pull out a miracle like that last game. As we see, looks like Kaido's going to tick up and get in there for 4. Didn't quite get a good look. I think there might be a go for the throat in Matthew's hand. So that can at least take care of the Zur, as well as that Blowout that we discussed.
Yep. And it looks like there's also a Fairy Mastermind, but we're just holding up that instant speed Blowout. Another Zur in hand for Grayson. Cool. So if Hoey does decide to fight over the life linking part of things, looks like at the beginning of combat, we are going to blot out. That's going to get rid of that Overlord. Zur can attack. If you want to get that 1 point in, that does matter.
So Zur coming in, and what does Grayson as a follow-up? So we do have a binding. It's going to take care of the Kaido, and Matthew does currently have a Restless Reef, so there's a little bit of pressure. I think there is a Curiosity, a Siren. No Curiosity. Yeah. Mastermind, Siren, and some lands.
Yep. Found Port and Reef in hand, notably when it comes to those lands as well. So they're not weak ones. As Hoey, this Leyline Binding is definitely a problem, but not out of the woods is Grayson, as Hoey can very easily, stabilize this, and you draw 1 too many lands. It can go poorly. Hoey attacking Grayson's deck with his hand there. Hoping it goes out better for him. Gets an island off the top. He's going to play the Reef for turn. Wants to have that available on a future turn. Clear his mana and passes back. Has Fairy Mastermind and Go for the Throat available. We're going to see Leyline Binding get turned into a creature here on the end of turn 6/6.
So now it'll be very curious to see if Hoey wants to save the Go for the Throat, because you remember last game he kind of held it for a while. We're going to fire it off now. And that is going to be 6 coming across. Matt's going to fall down to 13. And yeah, from here, it's if we have something like a Kaido off the top, Kaido can lock down the binding for a turn. Well, not in the face of that second Zur. That's going to be pretty tough here for Matthew.
Yeah, Matthew going to bin the Elspeth Smite. You see him kind of tank on it for a second there. It's not the worst card in the world, but decides, hey, I need to hit some fatty cards, as we're going to untap after a land go from Hoey.
Yeah, Two Mastermind's pretty good, but you're not really going to be racing a Zur here. Is there any sort of triple block? I mean, I guess the Reefs, right? Yeah, okay. This is something we saw last game where Grayson doesn't really want to attack into those Restless Reefs. So Hoey gets to it's interesting where Hoey gets to not play any spells, hold up his mana to hold up the Reef blocking the Leyline Binding, but then Grayson's just not going to play into it, and then Hoey gets to use his mana on some other stuff. This is kind of exactly how that last game played out.
Yeah, and the more I watch this Dimir versus Zur matchup, the more I think, these Zur players have some really strong draws that maybe, completely run away with the games, but it's not as good as maybe they think it is, right? Hoey has not had did not have a particularly good draw in game 2 and stalled it out. Had a good draw this game, but was on the back foot, and Grayson almost had the perfect draw. So, I think there's a lot of play to this matchup. And also, you just can't control the fact that you're playing, 26 lands in your Zur deck. You need to play them all, and you're just going to have some games where you draw one too many lands. It's a tough place to be.
And honestly, Mason, the card that, this is going to sound a little weird, but the card that has looked the most impressive to me from Matthew's side of things is actually Restless Reef, where it's really kind of difficult for the domain deck to kill that card at instant speed because binding doesn't hit it. And it's also difficult for them to make some sort of inroads in any sort of attack with these big enchantment creatures because the Reef can just threaten the trade for them.
Devin, we drawn 2 up the beanstalks. I think we're trying to throw away our Leyline binding so that we can Sunfall, kill those fairy masterminds, and then play the beans.
And then the beans, okay.
We're about to see. It looks like we're going to have Enduring Curiosity, and this is tough.
Double block.
Grayson might be a little happy because he will get one of those fairy masterminds gone, but it was definitely not the trade he was looking for. I think he wanted that creature land gone as Kaito is back on the battlefield here. But Grayson does have a lot of beanstalks he can go up, a little adventure.
And Hoey does not have a counter spell, right? I think we're looking with a Mockingbird and a Mastermind.
So this will give a redraw to both players. It will be Grayson's second card drawn this turn.
So choosing not to go for the Sunfall first. Maybe Grayson's okay with there being 1 copy of Mastermind on the battlefield.
Yeah, 1 is so much different than 2, right?
Right.
I think that's what kind of where Grayson's coming from. And also maybe has, redrawn into some things where it's actually, I kind of just need more gas, right? If you drew some lands there, Sunfall, now we're going to draw 2. And, Hoey does have the Kaito, does have the creature lands in the Restless Reefs, but Grayson's at 21, we're getting a lot of cards, and this is going to undo that drawing so many lands thing we talked about.
Right, and the Curiosity got the chump block, or not chump block, but the Curiosity traded for the binding, so that Curiosity didn't get swept up in the Sunfall. And yeah, look at this. Matthew still has end of turn Mastermind, has the ability to attack with Mastermind, Kaito, and the Restless Reef to draw 3 more cards, and this is after a Sunfall.
Yeah, it just shows just how much power there is in both of these decks here. As we're gonna have to see what Grayson's gonna want to do. Has a lot of lands in hand and a Vivian. That Vivian could come in handy here.
There was one interesting moment last turn that I kind of wanted to point out where Grayson played the Beanstalk and Matthew could have played the second Mastermind in response, but very heads up play for Matthew. Didn't want to expose that other Mastermind into a potential Sunfall.
Expect nothing less from Matthew Hoey. We're going to see just an attack here with these 2 creatures. Draw 2 cards from Curiosity. That means we're probably going to see a 0 here from Kaito. None of their own possibilities that you just plus afterwards when you draw some good cards, but most likely Hoey's going to want to just surveil and set up the draws a bit more and make sure we don't draw too many lands. It looks like we're going to probably start with a Mockingbird here on this Fairy Mastermind. Now that means if the Beans gets triggered even with another Wrath, we'll get a couple cards out of it. Maybe I missed when the Kaito was activated. Oh, it looks like Hoey was maybe saying, what am I going to do with this Kaito? And is going to just 0, bends a Kaito, bends a land, draws a Duress. That's a good one. Let's see what you got going on, Grayson. You just drew 6 cards. We see some of our competitors watching. This might be the last match.
Oh, no, the glare.
Here.
The glare, I can't see it.
And land and Zur and 1 unknown card because of the glare there. Don't worry, Devin. I got you. 5 minutes left in the round here as these players are going to start picking up the pace. They do not want to get a draw.
I would recommend Matthew take the glare, because the glare seems to be the most important card. He does go with the glare.
It was a Sunfall. Okay. So that was probably the best one to take there.
Call.
Yeah. And that Vivian read, it can kill the Mastermind, which is kind of nice here for Grayson, but will draw Hoey some cards because it will trigger the Beans. As we're seeing, Theo, Dom, other competitors, they want to see what's going on in this feature match area just like us. Grayson plays land for turn and looks to be lining up this Vivian. Get some redraws here. Oh, picked up the Overlord of the Hauntwoods.
So the Vivian can take care of the Curiosity. It's going to be a lot more cards here for Matthew, though, because we have 2 Masterminds in play. Matthew just has his own Beanstalks.
That's true, yeah. I mean, the Vivian can also kill the Fairy Masterminds, right? It kills creatures with flying as well.
Yeah, that's true.
So that's kind of like fighting over the Curiosity. I think Grayson just needs to turn off those masterminds. One of the things I think about Standard a lot is like who's got their card engines going, and the beans can beat a lot of things. But when your beans are, like you just said, drawing Hoey cards too, they become a lot worse. And it looks like he is going to fight over that Curiosity. Makes me think maybe a Sunfall got picked up or something of that nature. As we are going to tap
cards.
4 mana. Oh, White Overlord. Okay, that's something that
okay.
sort of fights through the...
Yeah, I mean, the Overlord's pretty good against these Masterminds. You can also maybe just chump block the Kaido for a little bit. You're also at 21. You can take a couple of hits from the Kaido. I think there's only one emblem currently for Matthew, so, doesn't have to worry too much about that. Yeah, Overlord, really good blockers against the Masterminds. And, I mean, Grayson, just now going to pass the turn with 7 cards in hand. And this is, I'm not positive this game will finish.
Well...
It's going to be close, right?
Yeah, I think the only way I imagine it's really finishing is sort of, Grayson just overruns Hoey with some Zuri type stuff. It's possible, Hoey can just like fire off enough kill spells to push the distance. We might also see some stuff going on here. Remember, we did the sudden death rule in Champs.
Right.
So we actually don't have draws happening here. That is my bad. I forgot about that. I believe it's highest life total. Production will let me know here in a second.
I thought it was first player to take damage.
Is it first player to take damage?
We can double check with production.
If it's first player to take damage, then Matthew Hoey is in
a commanding position.
Yeah, a good spot.
Right.
Now, Grayson does have these flyer, like flying a lot of little creatures and weird things. They could Zur and activate a bunch of beans, but we'll have to see exactly what plays out here. It might also just be, Grayson can run away with this here. A lot to think about, a lot of options here. Is Hoey's going to start by attacking with everything. And I believe, we started this here with a tick up of the Kaito, so that Kaito's quite big.
Yep, so we have two emblems here. So if Grayson decides to trade for both Masterminds, we have this too, right? I forgot about that. So that can trade there. You trade, so you're taking 5, putting Grayson down to 16. And then the Curiosity comes back as an enchantment. Matt's going to pick up 1 more card off of the Curiosity. Matt always just has too many cards in hand. Doesn't even know what to do with them.
Flip Pit Drowner was the pickup. Spyglass Siren coming down.
But I got to say, Mason, all right, so it looks like we're getting word from production. They play 5 turns, and then the higher life total wins. That is our sudden death rule for this evening. Now, I didn't think we'd get to see any sudden death, but we might be approaching that now, Mason.
Yeah, I mean, we still have a couple minutes left on the clock. It was 5 minutes a few minutes ago. Vivian's going to tick up, find the Overlord of the Flood Pits. That's a good way to sort of, smooth out your draw here in the late game. It's going to draw cards off beans and draw cards off the siphon. We also have a Zur in hand. That's pretty powerful.
I wonder, now that we know it's 5 turns and higher life total wins, I wonder who that favors. I think it's... I mean, if it's higher life total after 5 turns... Yeah, Grayson should have taken 5 last turn, I believe. But Grayson does have the ability to gain a little bit of extra life too. If something like Herd Migration were to come off the top, that could be some life. Sunfall to buy some time, but then Hoey also has the Restless Reef. This is going to get really interesting.
Yep.
Zur too is something we got to think about.
Yeah, here comes another Overlord of the Mistmoors. Draw 2. We've fought through these fairy masterminds. We've got these moths going, and I think we're just trying to set up, play a Zur, and just activate, swing a bunch, and actually win this game.
Gain like 20 life or whatever, and then just be like, "Hey, Matthew, could you do me 40 damage in 2 turns?"
I think he'll just win. I think he will win because of the sudden death rules, but I think he's just gonna get a bunch of moths. I mean, these Overlords are just Grave Titan in a lot of ways, right? How many Grave Titan swings can you live through? I personally, not many. As we are going to see the Zur come down, activate immediately on the White Overlord. No Tashani's Tidebinder. That's huge.
Yeah, I think Hoey's hand is 2 more Kaidos, a Flood Pit Drowner, and 3 lands. So not really exactly where you want to be. But yeah, this turn is huge for Grayson. Even as you mentioned, I mean, Grayson has a chance to just win the game with all these flyers. But even if Grayson can't deal lethal, just the huge life swing plus 4 bodies to block, it's going to be nearly impossible for Hoey to get, to have a higher life total at the end of the next 5 turns, assuming that we're close to time.
Yep. And Grayson still has things like activate my Zur again, all these sort of things. We have Flood Pit Drowner coming down. That's going to tap down the Zur. That's going to clear the air. We can get some more Curiosity triggers. As I think our players are about to hit turds, we'll put a dice on the screen for you when that does happen ASAP there. As speak of the devil.
I see a die at the top.
Production, tell them to push it down a little more.
Just a little bit.
Yeah,
Just
we can't see it. As these players are thinking here, we're going to see a little bit of a slowdown now. Now that we're in turns,
okay.
Take a second.
So now let's think about this. I don't think we have Grayson's life total updated from the the life he gained last turn. Because I'm trying to think of like, how does Hoey really get out of this? Because Hoey does have the 1 extra attack step, right? If he's turned 1, he gets 1, 3, and 5. So I mean, there like if you get a thing, so you kill the Zur, and we can animate that in response, and then you can like Kaido down a Moth token. You can try to set up a turn where you go, Kaido a Moth, play another Kaido, Kaido a Moth, play another Kaido. It's going to be tough, Mason.
It's going to be very tough. We're going to see exactly what's going on here as we're answering some of our things. We're tapping down some stuff with Kaido. Zur's gone, so they've lost Hexproof Lifelink.
Oh, God. So there's, 2 stun counters, 4 impending, and then the 7 to represent that it's a 7/7. Okay. Look, I will say this, Mason. I appreciate that the dice are different colors.
Yep, that's helpful. Very helpful. As we're seeing an attack here with everything, the Moths are in the way.
So you just go 1 on each. Ooh, we're getting word from production that life totals are currently correct. Okay, so this gets a little bit more interesting now. Because Grayson's got to be a little bit careful. With only 17.
Really wants to fight over this Kaito. Could risk a kill spell getting in the way, but remember that Kaido is extra big from those 2 emblems next to Enduring Curiosity. And Hoey's thinking, do I maybe ninjutsu on one of these Flood Pit Drowners, get the damage in with the Kaito? Sudden death changes things a little bit. Decides against it, it's just going to kill all the Moths.
Yeah, so the thing about that is if you ninjutsu Kaido off of either the Siren or the Drowner, then the other Kaido doesn't deal damage to the Moths. So you get in 3 extra damage, but then Grayson just attacks you back for 8. So it's like that doesn't line up too well. So damage coming across.
Well, I think Hoey can still ninjutsu though, right? Because isn't there a step after?
At end of combat? Yes, that is correct.
And so he gets his triggers from the Curiosity, and then now if he wants to, can pick up the Flood Pit Drowner and save a mana on this Kaito.
There was a Shieldred picked up as well, especially with those 2 Beanstalks in play. That might actually just be it for Hoey. Yeah,
I mean the Shieldred will push Grayson down, and then all your best cards are a lot of mana.
Right. And the only ways that Grayson has to answer it are Sunfall. Well, I guess outside of Get Lost. If it's Sunfall or Binding, then you're on the hook for at least 4 damage off the Binding. Or off the Beanstalks, rather, excuse me. So, yeah, that Shieldred is a huge pickup here and can also shuffle the Overlord away. So now Grayson's got nothing on the battlefield. Hoey does technically has to get 1 more damage in, but presumably can do that with the Shieldred.
Yeah,
or 2 more damage in, rather.
You get 2 more. There's also multiple turns too, right? We're on turn 1 of turns. So
2 more attack steps.
Yeah, this is definitely not the end of things yet, as we're going to see a swamp into that Shieldred. Come on down.
Okay, now what is Grayson working with? I saw a Zur, but only up the Beanstalk in play, which makes things kind of awkward. Although maybe 4 life is all you need for Grayson.
Yeah, I was going to say, if Grayson can draw like a Get Lost here, answer the Shieldred, play the Zur, gain some life, play some Overlords. Remember, we're on turn 2. Grayson might just be able to actually, once again, win the game with the Zur the last turn of turns.
Looks like it was a Smite. So Smite, Overlord of the Flood Pits, Hauntwoods, Zur, Beanstalk, and then I think lands. That's not what Grayson's looking for.
Yep, and we'll just go digging with Vivian, see if we can find something that we do want. Yeah, we see we got the blue Overlord. It's not exactly what we want because of the Shieldred, but if we're going to win this game, we maybe need to take some Beanstalk triggers to find an actual kill spell.
Well, it's weird because if you Overlord to trigger the beanstalks. I guess they happen one at a time.
They
so
do,
if you
yeah.
find the get lost off of the first bean trigger, you can kill the shieldred before the second bean trigger, which would have you going to 10. And then you can go Zur, activate, go back to 14.
You can also attack with the beans, like as Zerg creatures, and if Shieldred blocks, they trade, and you know that's nice too because they have Death Touch. So you can gain a little bit of life beforehand, so you don't just like die to maybe a Mastermind type thing in the next turn.
Because I think ideally what Grayson wants to do is just like set up a bunch this turn, play a couple Overlords, and then hope that next turn Zur activate gains him enough life. But the big issue is that Shieldred. I think without that Shieldred, Grayson would have been in a pretty reasonable spot.
Ooh, and we just drew them
Grayson
both.
picking
up 4.
Yeah. Not sure if it mattered. Didn't know if there was the get lost in the first card, but yeah, not resolving those one at a time is.
Yeah, even a binding too, right? Because you'll save yourself at least the 2 life from the second one if it was the first. Looks like we did draw the binding.
Well, you ended up taking 4 more, right?
Well, you do, but you could respond to the first beans if it's the first card.
Sure. Okay, that's what you're saying.
Yeah, little things, they do matter. And, Hoey, yeah, he's kind of like, whatever. I've got this Kaito. I've got these creature lands. What do you have?
And now the other thing you have to consider is, well, Grayson, first of all, Grayson at 4, Hoey can just, reef or what have you. But also deck size, because Grayson still maybe has to commit a little bit more to the battlefield to make sure he has enough stuff to attack with next turn. So that is something to consider as well, because if he, say, casts 2 more Overlords, I can't quite tell how many cards are left, but I can assure you there's not a lot.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's something to think about. I think maybe Grayson's best route to victory here is play Zur. And you see everyone's talking to the people in the bathroom and always like, yeah, it's a crazy game. But, we play Zur, we activate on something like the Beanstalk. We get in, we buffer our life total a little bit, and then we just hold, right? We just hold up. We got this Elf's Smite. We've got the Flyer covered. We've got activate on another Beanstalk. We got that covered, Then on the following turn, activate everything and get this huge life swing.
Did Grayson pick up another Overlord of the Mistmoors? Because having 2 blockers would be huge here.
Yeah, he has 2 because he picked up one a few turns ago and then picked up one this turn.
Yeah, that's massive.
Yeah. And drew a get loss as well. That is big. That's going to make it so that creature land is less of a problem. It's the only card in the deck that can really answer it is the get lost.
And 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know if Grayson has played a land this turn. But if he hasn't, you could go land another Overlord to make 4 blockers and still hold up the get lost. Because ideally, if you're Grayson, you want to play 1 more Overlord this turn, so you can have a huge, like a massive attack with multiple of them next turn.
Because remember, next turn will be Grayson's last turn of turns.
Yeah. Now, remember, Grayson doesn't have to deal Hoey lethal damage. He just has to gain enough life to make sure that Hoey can't kill, get lower. Hoey can't get Grayson down to low enough the following turn. This is a very interesting dynamic.
Yeah, we have Leyland Binding up here, and I think what Grayson's going to try and do is both players know they have to kind of deal damage, and I think Grayson's hoping that Hoey plays very defensive here, right? Sort of like stocks up a battlefield, then Grayson can go like binding, get lost, play Zur, activate, attack with everybody. And then now Hoey gets the last attack, but we've gained so much life and we've sort of overwhelmed the counterattack that Hoey can't really lower the life totals.
There is also something else to consider where deck size versus double reef, maybe that. I mean, I think it looks matter like more than 8 cards, but
no, Grayson doesn't get the last turn, right? So you have to do exactly 8 here. Yeah. Which I mean, it's possible, but that looks like more to 8 than me.
Yeah.
Also, we know Grayson has a get lost, right? So
true,
probably would get lost one of the reefs, especially because if he just did that, Hoey would be leaving himself dead on board. As the Spyglass Siren is going to attack. Make sure to say in the attacker step here, Grayson, as you say in the blocker step, things get bad for you quick. Elspeth Smite coming on down.
The other big question is, does Hoey have a go for the throat? Because if you can go for the throat, the Zur, then Grayson's not going to gain any life. That's the big question. I don't think he has a go for the throat in hand.
I don't think so either. I know he bottomed one on turn 1. So there's one in his deck somewhere, and we did shuffle with the Flood Pits.
Tishanas, maybe?
Yeah, Leyline Binding coming down. Draw 2.
I think Koei's hand is 2 Kaidos, a Mastermind, and 2 lands.
I saw Hoey put his hands together like a prayer. I think he's praying for no Zur, as I think this is the 4th Zur Devon. Now, Grayson's drawn a ton of cards this game, but I think Hoey's hoping to fade. We're going to activate this Vivian first, see what we can get here. Looks like we found a land, Cavern of Souls. That's a nice one. I think we had one on Human already.
Yeah, backup Cavern on Human, just in case.
Yeah.
It's buried somewhere in the 10,000 other lands.
I like it too because it's like, who really remembers what those caverns are on? It's been such a long game. As here comes Zur, and we're going to start activating.
Yeah, and I don't think I see a go for the throat in Hoey's hand. I think this is going to be Grayson taking it down. And I mean, to be honest with you, even if the sudden death rules weren't in place, like, yeah, he would still just have enough.
This is just lethal here. Yeah.
Whew.
Whew. Congratulations to Grayson. Moving on to 4 and 3. Both these players still live for our top 8. Remember, it is first to 8 wins will get you in top 8, or if you get 6 losses, you're out. So that's going to do it for this round. We're going to take a quick break and set up our last round of the day with Standard. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to NRG Championship Series. We're at Champs, Devin. You and I, Mason Clark, Devin O'Donnell, better known as Doomwake. And let's get to our standings real quick because it's the last round of the main event today. No one is locked up their spot yet, Devin. We see Dom, Theo, Fletcher all at 5-2. Just a reminder, 8 wins, you're in our top 8. You've made it. You hit 6 losses, you're eliminated. And that's unfortunately what happened for both Rudiment and Bulgar. Those players have been eliminated, unfortunately, at both at 1 and 6. And this round, Devin, we're actually going to watch potentially an elimination match for Max Kowski, better known, as Twinless Twin online, versus our player of the year in 2022, Connor Mallele. Let's head on down there, as most of our players are going to be live for tomorrow. Max is the only one facing elimination right now. Other players are putting their back against the wall.
Yeah, very surprising to see this sort of breakdown in terms of the standings where you have so many people at the middle of the field, like lots of 4-3s, lots of 3 and 4s. And I mean, to be honest with you, it kind of makes sense because, these are the best of the best. They're all, there's no free wins here, as the kids say. And it's, very, very, very tough field. As you mentioned, I believe our players are ready. So if we can go down there. Yes, we got Max Komanowski playing Teamer Floodcaller, deck we have not seen on camera yet today. Well, we've only seen 2 decks as far as standard is concerned, against Connor playing Demir Midrange. Now, as far as this matchup is concerned, I think it's relatively close. The Teamer Floodcaller deck, for people who have not seen this deck in action before, it's trying to set up a combo where the combo is this town ain't big enough, rebuying Storm Chaser's talent, where you also have the Enduring Vitality, which lets all of your creatures tap for mana, combined with Valley Floodcaller, which is a card that says whenever you cast a spell, you untap all of your otters. They get +1/+1. So if you can assemble enough otters in the battlefield to make some amount of mana, you can then, this town ain't big enough to bounce your Storm Chaser's talent, cast that again, float some mana, untap your otters, and then the talent, the level 2, rebuys a spell from the graveyard, which rebuys town ain't big enough. And you can kind of loop that, and once you have a certain number of otters in play, you can loop that infinitely. But the way that this matchup usually plays out is the Teamer Floodcaller deck for a combo deck, Mason, has a lot of card advantage where you have a lot of ways to 2-for-1 with Roaring Furnace. You have just the Otter, the Thundertrap Trainer, creature that enters the battlefield, draw a card. So you have some ways to get some 2-for-1s. The talent itself is a 2-for-1, and you don't necessarily always need to combo.
Yep, and we're going to have to see how it goes here. As one of the big appeals of that Teamer Floodcaller deck is the mid-range nature of it. Connor Mallele doesn't look happy with his mulligan here. Might be taking another one. These are 2 good friends. And like we mentioned before, good friends, Connor, our 2022 player of the year, and you hate to see it, but Connor's got to battle it out because he's not locked for top 8. Might have to unfortunately eliminate his friend, as we're going to see how Mockingbird into Gavamaya Coast into Storm Chaser's talent make an otter.
Yeah, Mockingbird, not the ideal turn 1 play here for Connor. He usually wants to start with something like a Spyglass Siren, but any 1-drop will really do if you're setting up for a turn 3 Kaido. So that's kind of what Connor is signifying here, and that's kind of the ideal start here for Max. And Storm Chaser's talent is nice because it's sort of it kind of does everything, where you can put a body on the battlefield to, sort of present some amount of pressure to your opponent. They're going to eventually have to kill it. And it is also, a combo piece. And even without the combo, just rebuying a spell can get you a 2-for-1 when you're kind of playing this longer game that's more about attrition. So just a phenomenal card, a fantastic card in this deck.
Attack with the 1 with the otter token. Max then post-combat's going to play that Thundertrap Trainer. Augur of Bolus-esque, if you've ever seen in the past, but you'll look at the top 4 and add a non-creature card to your hand. Connor does have spell stuttering. He's going to fight over it. Doesn't want Max, to put together for Connor. Connor picks up Kaito, Bane of Nightmares. We saw in the last round how strong that was. And
yeah, huge. Go ahead.
So say if he has the untapped land, it's going to be big, but Connor, he's thinking about it. Maybe it's something else he wanted to do, but it's going to Kaito.
Yeah, huge pickup there for Connor. Didn't have the Kaido in hand, but played that Mockingbird on turn 1, knowing he was likely going to cast the counterspell on turn 2, but specifically wanting to set up for the potential to try and find that Kaido on turn 3. And this Kaido now on the battlefield is going to do a lot. It's going to provide a lot of pressure. It is going to provide Connor some card advantage. Now, that's not necessarily that Max can't answer it, because that 1/1 Otter has prowess. So Max, it's not likely, but if Max can assemble 3 1-mana spells, does have the ability to potentially take care of that Kaido.
Yep, and we are going to see a start with Yavimaya Coast for Max. Into this town ain't big enough. We're going to bounce the Kaido to the hand.
Okay.
Replay the Otter class, Stormshire Talent, excuse me, and attack for 3 with our talented up Otter. And that's a pretty nice play there. It isn't, a permanent answer to the Kaido, but it does keep it off the board. And you just saw Connor mill two good spells, right? Max knows that means Connor needs a specific something, likely just lands.
Right, and this also makes it a little awkward, even if Connor does have land 4 to replay the Kaido, because now Kaido is facing down 2 1/1 prowesses, right? So if Connor says, maybe upticks the Kaido to 5, Max only needs 2 spells to kill the Kaido. If Connor downticks on one of the Otters, he only needs 1 spell to kill the Kaido. So even if Connor has the 4th land, which, as you mentioned, likely doesn't, given that we've been 2 spells there, it's not really that good of a play. So yeah, Connor's going to have to start fighting over these Otters, which Max is totally fine with. They're basically free cards for him because he still has the talent in play. And yeah, you can eventually see how, like, the later this game goes, it almost feels like the more it favors Max, because Max is eventually just going to get to spots where he can say, okay, pay 4 mana, level the talent, get back town, bounce the talent, replay, get another Otter, and can basically just do that, effectively infinite number of times, given the game, provided the game goes long enough.
Invasion of Ixalan's going to find Enduring Vitality. Connor's going to read the backside. I think Max is saying it doesn't matter, or he might also be saying it's just a 4/3, bro.
4/3 trample, I believe.
Yep. I think there's maybe also a question of how maybe battles work on, like, whose thing they are. So, like, basically, because they do kind of sit on your opponent's side, Connor might be curious just when it comes to this town ain't big enough, right? Because if Max could pick up that battle, that could be maybe something potentially very frustrating for Connor if he tries to deploy a Kaido again. We're going to see an Otter attack it for 2 into Fairy Mastermind.
And Max holding up 2 mana here, wondering if we have any sort of interaction here. Max does have, taking a look at the deck list as far as interaction is concerned, there's 1 Scorching Dragonfire and 4 copies of Torch the Tower. So maybe potentially holding up some of that. Maybe he wants to go after the Mastermind.
Yep. We're going to see a Fable Passage activation. I believe this is in response to the Fairy Mastermind. Maybe it's resolved and we're just going to Torch the Tower, like you said. We'll have to see how it goes. It does look like it's a mountain. That's a good sign for Torch. But it looks like it's Scorching Dragonfire instead. Basically the same thing here. Deal 3 exile. Keeping the battlefield clear. I like this from Max. Make sure that we keep Kaido off the board for as long as possible. And you're seeing Connor here just drawing a bunch of action. Did get the Pain Land, Underground River, into Kaido Bane of Nightmares, and we're going to stun that Otter.
Yeah, so because Connor cut down the other Otter earlier, this Kaido is a little bit safer now because there's no, like, haste creatures here for Max or anything that can threaten the Kaido. So it's a little bit safer here for Connor to deploy it. But Max does have 4 copies of Torch the Tower. So if Max has one of those, could potentially take care of the Kaido. Although it's interesting because, Connor, notably, like, the Scorching Dragonfire was used last turn, and that could actually give Connor some amount of information where you figure if Max had Torch the Tower, he would maybe want to use that before the Dragonfire, since Dragonfire can take care of a Curiosity later on.
Yeah, potentially. Also could just be a spot of using your mana. I think Connor's getting a lot of information here. It's interesting. If Max has Flood Valley Caller and 2 1-mana spells, he can untap the Otter twice, right? Remove the stun, then untap, remove it again, attack down this Kaito, and that would be pretty massive. We're tapping something for 3 mana. We know Enduring Vitality's in hand, which is going to be a very hard to answer permanent here. And we'll have to see exactly, because, the difference here is going to be pretty big. All of them are bad for Connor, let's be real, though. Enduring Vitality comes in, and it looks like it might be this town ain't big enough again, picking up the talent and bouncing that Kaido. He's like, bro, you gotta
tempo-
pay for
yeah.
the Kaido. The town's not big enough, I promise.
The tempo plays here for Max just really working out. Connor investing a lot of mana into that Kaido, and Max basically just being able to sort of undo all of that work that Connor did just for 2 mana. Now, Connor does have the ability to replay the Kaido, could maybe lock down the Vitality for a couple of turns. But then, that like let the otter untap not the next turn, but the turn after, and it gets a little weird. All right, Kaido for the 3rd time. Surely this time, right?
Oh, Connor's like, no. I have a tap plan. And Max is going to remove those stun counters here.
And you mentioned last turn the Valley Flood Caller. If that is okay, it doesn't have the Flood Caller because presumably would play that before the Storm Chaser's talent. But yeah, just like really going wide here with this is what the 3rd time this Storm Chaser's talent has been cast, and we could even see a 4th time next turn because this is presumably going to get back this town in big enough.
Yep. Like we talked about earlier, often you'll see players use that to bounce the talent plus some annoying thing from the opponent. And with Connor, finally getting out of this mana screw situation will still be tough, but, something they can keep him on his back foot. Connor, drawing for turn, gets a go for the throat and has a handful of spells and a Kaido to use.
Yeah, so Connor maybe wants to start by attacking with Kaido and then 0 the Kaido to try and find something, something else to do this turn. Maybe looking for, I want to take a look at Connor's deck list to see how many Anoints. Looking at the deck list, there are 0 copies of Anoint in the main deck, so that is not something that Connor has access to exile that Vitality.
Yeah. We'll have to see. He can also do something like tick up, make an emblem, and then ninjutsu a Kaito with the Kaito in hand if he wants to be more aggressive and push damage. Max, remember, has taken a bunch of damage with pain. Looks like Connor's going to play it a bit more traditionally, just attack, try and get his surveil and draw a card. Max wants the otters both to kill the Kaito and Connor, but also just the mana, right? That represents a mana as well. And so it looks like Max is willing to take some damage here.
Yep, so Connor's going to 0 that. Maybe looking for some more kill spells. I think that's 2 lands.
Yeah, the first one's pretty tempting just because you have so many spells in hand from Connor. And we do have Tashani's Tidebinder, which you can use to stop some of what might happen here from the Flood Caller deck. Looks like we're going to keep one, play the Underground River. Island going in for
you could maybe go for the throat of Vitality and then Tishana's Tidebinder the trigger for when it dies.
Yep, that's a solid play. And Connor is going to pass a turn. Mockingbird's a copy of the Otter token, so now it has prowess and it's blue and red and everything good there. Max has no more stun counters on the Otters, but the Vitality, we did have 1 left over, and now has a discount big enough. It has probably, an Oracle question or maybe a weird rules interaction. Looks like we are asking about their interaction here. Could be something like, what happens if I level this up to 6, or level up to 2, and spend my 6 mana. Could be a, what happens if this target leaves. Lots of things you want to double check here. Oh, he doesn't know the text on his own card because it's
6 mana, so it's 5 in a blue. I'm sure if I can get this right, Mason. And then whenever you cast a non-creature spell, make an otter.
I believe it's instant and sorcery. You make an otter, one of the prowessy ones. And now I believe Connor's asking, what happens if I Tidebinder this? Like, will it be at 3 but never get the ability? Can Max do it again? And it's kind of an interesting spot here because for Max, getting this up to 3 is a way to kind of like clog up the battlefield, but it's going to use a lot of his turn. He has 8 mana available right now, so he can still do other things. But if it gets Tidebindered, it'd be an awkward spot.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could that's a good point. And I'm presuming if you go, you like in Max's head, if you not thinking about Tidebinder, or like assuming that Connor doesn't have it, you could go pay 6 mana, activate this, then have 2 mana left over with the Otters for town to maybe bounce the Kaido, pick up something else that would also get you another Otter. It's awkward though, because once you get that to level 3, then you really don't want to bounce it with town, because that's, you don't want to have to spend another 10 mana on that.
Well, so the second talent here makes sense as to why that might be happening though, as it does look like this is coming down. checks out what you're saying though, right? Like you don't want to spend that 10 mana and start bouncing it.
Right. But now you could bounce the new one. No harm, no foul.
Yep. Can even use this one to maybe pick up one of your 1-mana interaction spells. You could maybe even pick up something like a Scorching Dragonfire, then use your otters or the land you might have in hand. So looks like this is resolved, and Max is trying to figure out what I want to do. These have prowess. I'm attacking your Kaito for 4. And Connor's like, block.
So now the question is, okay, I was going to say, does Connor just let the Kaito die, or do we go for the throat the other one? Now, this is also going to make Max have to cast a spell here, because remember, the Mockingbird is a copy of Max's Otter. So these are both 2/2s now.
Yep. They would trade. It looks like Max is letting the Otter die, and it's going to bounce Kaito, bounce the Otter class that's on 2.
Interesting. Okay.
That's going to trigger prowess. So Max's Otter will be a 3/3. Now, Connor, you see him kind of looking at it. He could stifle the trigger with the Tashaya's Tidebinder on the Otter and just trade for the token, which, not the most intuitive play, but might be the right one here just to make sure Max has less resources.
Yeah, the trade. So the trade would still happen. Kaito gets bounced. Max picks up the talent. Then you can replay that to get another Otter. And we kind of see exactly sort of this like weird mid-range plan. This is a lot of people like to, maybe associate this deck being a combo deck, but it really has this sort of just, inevitability that a lot of decks, or a lot of these mid-range decks, have a hard time grinding through. The Storm Chaser's talent plus this town ain't big enough. Like the way that you can just keep looping those over and over again is kind of wild.
Yeah, Max is going to block, doesn't want a Tidebinder going to hand or the Kaito coming down for 3 mana. Both those things would be devastating. Does look like Kaito might be getting cast here for 4. So Connor has land Kaito in hand with some nice Apex lands there. As Kaito's coming in, curious to see how we want to activate this card. Remember, it can only surveil this turn. We didn't deal damage to Max.
Okay, so the other Otter on Max's side, shouldn't that one be dead? Because we didn't Tashana's Tidebinder counter the prowess trigger?
Maybe it countered something else. Not exactly sure. This might also this might be what's happening right here, as both those players are realizing it.
Maybe.
Yeah. It'll probably just be a situation where Max will just remove his Otter. Oh, it looks like he's actually just asking for the text on spell stutter. We'll get this situation looked at here. We can let production know.
Yeah, because if we replay the last turn, Max had a 2/2 Otters. They attacked into the Kaito. Connor go for the throated 1, which would make Connor's a 2/2. Max played a spell to make it a 3/3. Connor stifled, presumably targeting the prowess trigger. I don't think there was anything else to Tidebinder there, which would make Max's a 2/2, and then they trade.
I guess it's possible Connor missed his trigger on his Otter. I don't really know. All right, and the rats are coming in.
The rats. Well, Max, you only got 3 rats. Oh, there's the 4th. Okay. So that's a lot of rats. And the rats do get haste, I believe, as well.
Correct.
So the rats can go. It's just kind of a question of how much does Max want to send into this Kaito to sort of ensure that it's dead. Maybe you also just consider attacking with the rats and leaving back the Otters to block.
Yeah.
But also worth noting, the rats having haste means they do tap for mana off of the vitalities. So the rats can actually activate the Storm Chaser's talent in the post-combat main phase to then maybe even pick up just the song again and keep going.
Yeah. Yeah, and remember, they have haste, which means you can use the talent. And yeah, you see Connor pick up his cards. We're going to start looping it, and he knows he's too far behind despite Max being sort of low. And we're going to go to game number 3 as Max is battling for his life here. Remember, we are watching Max, despite being 2-5, because he's not dead until he goes to 6th loss. So if he loses this round to Connor, he is not welcome back tomorrow for the tournament. He is for the hangouts, though. We'd love to have Max around. But Connor also needs to get this win because the first 8 people to 8 wins, they make our top 8. So big match on the line here. Let's check out the sideboard here for Connor and see what he might have for him in the board here. We have 3 negates, 3 Preacher. This gives him 2 Annoyed Afflictions, 2 Gifts Command, 2 Children, a Blot Out, a Tashani's Tidebinder, and a Disdainful Stroke. Devin, what do you like and why?
So I have been playing a lot of standard over the past couple of months, and I'm going to be honest with you, Mason. Every time I play against this otters deck, I never know how to sideboard because you kind of have to respect the combo in some fashion. Like you can't, you need to make sure that you're not just getting comboed out, but then you also kind of need to respect the sort of mid-range plan that we saw Max to do to great effect in game one. So it's really difficult to sideboard against. I do like the Anoints because, as we mentioned, those can answer the Enduring Vitalities. Um, Gix's command, maybe to clean up the Otters, because, again, that game was a lot of, cast Storm Chasers, Town to bounce the Storm Chasers, make more Otters. Maybe that's something you want to go towards. Shieldred potentially, just as like a sticky threat that's maybe harder to kill. Tishana's Tidebinder, because you can line up, go for the throat with Tidebinder on Vitality, something along those lines. But this Otters deck is really difficult to sideboard against.
Speaking of that, let's check out the Otter sideboard there, as it can be a bit of a tricky one. And let's see what Max has brought today. So we have 3 Paw Patch Formation, 2 Disdainful Trope, 2 Royal Treatment, 2 Screaming Nemesis, 2 Unsummon, 1 Dissection Tool, 1 Lithomantic Barrage, 1 Row Crackling Wit, and 1 Volcanic Spite. Now, of note, I can see the players in the future match area, and I know that Connor asked to read Row. So that's one that at least Connor's thinking about. But what are you thinking about here, Devin?
I have not played a ton of this Otters deck. I played a little bit with it, but I think what Max wants to do is kind of lean a little bit more into the mid-range plan, which does have some tools to do that. Presumably, the actual tools that are of the dissection variety. I think that one seems pretty good against Demir, along with the, you mentioned the Row Crackling Wit to kind of play a little bit more of a longer game, because I do think the longer game favors Max for the most part. Other than those 2, Nemesis seems not great against the black removal spells. Royal Treatment could be something worth considering as a way to kind of protect against specifically Anoint with Affliction on Enduring Vitality. And I think that might be it. Other than that, maybe potentially Volcanic Spite to help clear the small creatures, like the early creatures. But other than that, not sure there's a ton else here.
Yep, it can be a little awkward there. But what's not awkward is next year we got some more events coming up. So while these players are sideboarding, let's talk about our next 4 events to start off 2025. We've got Magic coming to you February 1st and 2nd, Chicagoland. We have the Showdown on Saturday and the Team Trial on Sunday, both 10Ks. Remember, you win one of our Showdowns, you can be playing like Connor and Max here in Champs at the end of the year. Every winner of those events goes straight to it. March 15th and 16th, we're in Madison, Wisconsin, once again with a Showdown and a Trial. May 10th and 11th, we're in Chicagoland again for the Showdown and Trial there. And then Indianapolis for the 28th and 29th of June for the 10K Showdown. And then the Team 10K Showdown on Sunday. We're going to be putting a lot of people in. Now, it should be the end of the first half of the year for us when it comes to our leaderboard as well. Because remember, consistent results here on the NRG Series will get you here. As that's what happened with Connor Mallele. He had some great finishes, but ultimately made it via the leaderboard, putting up consistent, constant results. Was our player of the year in 2022 via doing that, and did again here. Let's take a look at those slides for those players as they are shuffling up here. Connor, main events played 15. Best finish over here is 3rd. Number of top 8s, 5. And then you can see this list of accomplishments here. And favorite hobby outside of Magic is triathlons and basketball. But he's about to get flexed on a little bit here by his friend Max, as those players are still shuffling up. Let's show Max real quick. Main events played 6. Best finish 1st. Number of tops 2. And while flexing in the picture, also flexing a favorite hobby outside of Magic, hanging with the girlfriend. As let's head down to the future match areas. Those players are ready. Get a little insight into some of the personalities here on the NRG series. As it looks like both players come to 7, and Connor, Island Pass.
Yeah, Max doing a lot of flexing, although I don't see a Flex Slot t-shirt over there. So we got to see if we can get a confirmation on that. But yeah, turn 1 Storm Chasers talent. This is, again, kind of what we talked about in game 1, where Max ostensibly is a combo deck, but has a lot of ways to, play outside of, second Storm Chasers talent. This is kind of, the ideal start. Ooh, Connor going to fight over this. I like that.
Yeah, and you see Connor running these negates, and probably, there aren't a ton of things that are great to negate, and this is one of them. Copperline Gorge comes on down. Looks like Max is tanking a bit.
But this is like the nice part of this Team Otters deck is your opponent kind of needs to respect the combo once you get to a certain stage of the game, but they also kind of need to respect this, grind game where you can just loop Storm Chaser's talent and an indefinite number of times, continuously making Otters. All of those will trigger prowess, and you can kind of like just have these weird beatdown draws. But if your opponent interacts with the beatdown draws, maybe they have less interaction for your combo draws.
Yep, we saw Max there, bushwhack, grab an island, attack with 3 with the Otter. Connor plays an island for turn, plays Spyglass Siren, and passes the turn. Does have a map off screen here. There it goes. And 2 mana up here for Connor. We know he has a Fairy Mastermind, but Max is going to have to play around interaction of various sorts here. How does he want to develop? As Connor also has the 4th land in hand and the Enduring Curiosity sort of lined up to start drawing some cards and hopefully take over this game if you're a Connor Mallele fan. As Copperline Gorge comes down and Otter attacks for 1. No block. Connor's not interested.
Beatdowns. Well, you mentioned that Enduring Curiosity. That might rear its ugly head next turn. We'll have to see if Max has that copy of Dragonfire again. That is a phenomenal answer to the Curiosity. Also has Torch available, I believe. Yeah, we're going to Torch the Mastermind. Could have potentially saved the Torch if maybe wanted to go Torch, sacrifice either the Talent or the Otter to go after the Curiosity. So interesting there. But yeah, see if now the question is, does Connor fire off the Curiosity now?
Yeah, and we're seeing the Spyglass Siren attack for 1. He takes it, and Connor's just going to hold up his mana. Doesn't feel like he wants the card right now. He wants Max to think about it and maybe slow this game down a little bit, do a little end-of-turn Curiosity, and then get back in the red zone.
Yeah, I couldn't quite see what Connor has available, but also something to think about is the Soulstone Sanctuary. So maybe Connor would rather use his mana on the Sanctuary end of turn, untap, play land 4 or land 5 rather, attack with both, and then use the Curiosity.
True. I think it's also, speaking of things to think about, just making Max think here, right? Max is just like, what am I going to do here? We saw before Connor would start tapping out for these Kaitos, and they'd get a little bit of value, but Max would just, this town ain't big enough. And Connor doesn't want that play pattern to start happening now as Thundertrap Trainer comes on down. Top 4 look.
See if we can maybe find I don't know what Max is looking for. Maybe a copy of This Town Ain't Big Enough. Looks like another Talent. Yeah, so Talent going to hit the grip. Yeah. Don't remember if Max had any other kill spells. I think I might have seen a second Torch in hand.
Second Torch would be big. Looks like we're going to lead on the Talent, though. That's going to trigger the Otter and make an Otter. Lose 1 life to Yavimaya Coast. And attacking for 2 here is Max.
And now, does Connor want to use does Connor want to, Curiosity block? And we are lining that up. And this is kind of the perfect window. I was going to say perfect window if Max doesn't have Torch, which he does. That is a huge swing here for Max.
I love this from Max. So he bargains the Storm Chaser's Talent to get rid of the Enduring Curiosity and get a Scry to help us draw a little bit and push that extra point of damage, knocking Connor down with that 3 there. And he's sort of just putting Connor on the back foot. And, now Connor's on another land. And sometimes we see this happen with the Dimir deck. It plays a good high number of lands because it has so many things to use his mana on, right? Last round, Matthew Hoey was just every single turn using so much mana. Thankfully, I
think at the end of that game, Hoey might have had more lands than his domain opponent.
Oh, definitely. As we do see Soulstone activate and attack here for 4. Then main phase 2 going to activate the map, targeting something, not sure what, but hit a swamp, so it doesn't matter. Connor, happy to have the land come into his hand that way rather than draw for turn, but, doesn't have a whole lot going on. It's tapped out, and Max sort of gets to think this turn and has a lot of plays available, right? Can level up the Talent and then, use the Torch of the Tower to finish off, the Soulstone or the Flyer, can deploy a bunch of cards, could theoretically, maybe even combo with the right cards in hand. As it does look like, Valley Stormcaller.
This turn's about to get kind of gross, Mason. I think.
All right, this town ain't big enough. It looks like the attack here. Okay. So with the idea being we're going to get the trigger because we can't generate mana.
So now we can. It's non-land permanent, right? So you can't bounce the Soulstone.
Correct. So we can bounce the Spyglass Siren. You also bounce your own things, right? Like you could just bounce Stormtrigger Talent and the Thundertrap Trainer.
Maybe. Yeah.
Yeah. And those otters are going to get double prowess. One from the Valley Flood Caller, and from their actual prowess. So that's going to be 6 damage. Now, I'm not exactly sure what's being targeted with the town, because you can pick up the talent and the Thundertrap. Looks like what we did is we bounced the Spyglass and picked up the talent here, and attack for 8 went through, knocking Connor to 5. And unfortunately for Connor, that's a lot of damage here. And he also knows he has to draw something good, because that talent can come on down, activate, get a card back, and if Max draws a land, very easily represent lethal.
And I mean, this is exactly what we were talking about in game 1. It's just, this Otters deck, yes, it is a combo deck some of the time, but also it feels like even more of the time, it's just, here's some Otters, here's a couple of removal spells along the way, Otters are chipping in for some damage, and I also have this, Storm Chaser's talent plus this talent big enough, which happens to remove blockers and trigger prowess and just continuously add more bodies to the battlefield. It's just, it's really hard really a lot for these mid-range decks to slog through.
Yep. You're seeing Connor has a noise affliction, so that's going to go with the Flood Caller. That's huge if you're a Connor Mallele fan, as that was going to give that extra prowess to those auto triggers here with this talent. Talent is going to be the play. That's going to trigger prowess on them. Remember, the Thundertrap Trainer will not get the extra bonus now, but does Max have the ability to pick up a spell and play it via an untapped land from hand, or we're just going to level up this talent, maybe pick up a talent big enough and try and set up a win on the next turn? Remember, Connor's at 5, Max is at 11. Dangerously close here for Connor. It looks like Max is going in.
Bang, bang, bang. Send him in.
And has something before blocks potentially here. Looks like a Torch the Tower could be the line. We'll have to see exactly what it's played here.
Could go Torch, sacrifice the new token to target the Soulstone, because presumably you might want to keep the Storm Chaser's talent in play, because if you're kind of out of gas at that point, so talent rebuy town might be something that you want to go towards, and that is what Max decides to do. So Soulstone's going to hit the graveyard. It's going to trigger prowess a second time, so 2 3/3s and the 1/2 trainer with Connor at 5. Can't quite tell what that is.
That's a Fairy Mastermind. Use the mana from the Soulstone before it dies. We're going to get our Scry here with the Torch the Tower.
He likes what he sees. Keeps it on top.
Keeps it on top. Connor on the back foot here. These Otters are 3/3s, and the Thundertrap Trainers at 1/2. We're going to get in the way. It looks like a double block on the one Otter going to 1. Yeah, Connor just trying to make the game low resource here.
Do we have any outs? Kaito in a land? It's not going to do it, right? Yep.
And congratulations to Max there. Defeats Mallele and stays alive. Remember, Max is not eliminated until we get that 6th loss here. So that was his tournament life there. Connor, still plenty of room. Remember, 8 wins or 6 losses there. So that was going to be a very important match there for Max. So we're going to see him tomorrow. Only 2 players eliminated today. And Devin, that was the last round for us when it comes to the feature match today. But we're going to be back first thing tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Central. If you're somewhere else in the world, think about 15 hours from now, where we are right now. That's when we're going to be back here with more Magic, and we're going to crown a winner tomorrow. I cannot wait to see this happen. So make sure to click the follow button here on Twitch. That way you don't miss anything. And we will see you tomorrow for more of NRG Champs.